Hello, everyone, and welcome to Fight Night Legends EU. We are finally back with some now fresh decks. I think the first match, the first week of the expansion, the players are always a little bit more cautious with the decks that they bring. We saw a little bit of mostly Fiora Shen, some tried and true stuff. And now that we've had a little bit more research done in the metagame, we're seeing the metagame open up just a little bit more.
It looks like there is one more now tried and true deck that we might be seeing for many months. So it will be kind of new to this tournament, but still a lot of players have brought it, and I think it's something we'll be seeing for a long time. So get ready, start analyzing maybe what the best version is in this tournament, because there's going to be a few different versions with different iterations of the, obviously I'm talking about Trundle, Lissandra control deck. It was Field Rush before, now it has changed, evolved, and maybe become better, but we'll find out soon.
The potential for the Watcher to come out is something that we've been seeing some discussion about. Players are having a lot of different takes around how much they want to base their deck around that. But we're going to take a closer look at the players that we have lined up for today in this Fight Night tournament, as well as remind everybody about the format that we're going to be experiencing here. It's a double elimination bracket, of course, with our 8 invited top EU players. All matches are best of 3. And they're going to bring 2 decks that cannot overlap regionally. And after a player gets a win with their deck, they're forced to switch and get a win with their second deck to close out that best of 3 and advance in the bracket. And of course, being a double elimination format, the results will end up in a grand finals at the end. If the lower bracket player is able to get the win in that first best of 3, they will reset the bracket and force a second best of 3, which, if you've been sticking around for Fight Night EU, is something that happens, I think, more often than not. This is definitely a bracket reset grand finals tournament right now.
It's a guarantee, like having Ballistic Bot on turn 2 is. So almost 100% of the time is how I like to see it. Looking at the bracket, though, we're going to see the players that we've invited over here to this tournament today and see who is competing. We see Cosimo Leo coming from Spain, so at least one Spanish player to start things off. Pat from Slovakia might be the first time Slovakia is represented here on the big stage for this Fight Night tournament series. We have Broken Ball, a veteran Italian player, was huge in the EU Masters with Italy, and also just a great deck builder and tournament player as well in the past few months. Spikes, also an EU Masters representing Team UK, but if I'm not mistaken, coming from, actually, no, okay, Team UK, let's just leave it at that. I'm not going to mess things up. Dyna from Finland, also not a country we see very often, but some strong players from Finland as well in the past. Turtle, also from UK, so UK, we talked about it before, having a chance to maybe make a top 3. Doesn't happen very often, but hopefully these 2 are the ones to do it in this tournament. Hollow from Romania, also in the EU Masters, and Mazum or Krzyzewska, Polish player, also very, very known here in the Fight Night tournaments and in general in the European tournament scene.
As always, it's an incredibly stacked bracket. I love that, as we say time and time again, any of those matches could easily be a grand finals of the tournament. And as we go along the brackets, we get to see high quality play, and we get to start off with the first match that we've had selected, and that is going to be Krzyzewska, aka Mezume, and Hollow. Both players have brought some pretty interesting lists here, and as you mentioned, Krzyzewska from Poland has had some very strong Fight Night finishes in the previous years, and is always, helping out, as EU players are wont to do, by just helping other players, scrim and come up with their lineups.
And if you're wondering, Panda, why are Hollow and Mazum and Krzyzewska being displayed as the first match? Why are they going to be on the stream? There's a very simple answer to that question. Bring some spicy deck lists and you will be featured. It's that easy. You bring Fiora Shen, good luck finding a spot in the tournament stream, because we're not going to be showcasing you if we can decide not to. So we reward creativity, we reward, risks in deck building. And Krzyzewska is a player that knows this. He knows this. He's like, I'm going to be on the spotlight the first game of the tournament. I'm going to bring something spicy. And that is what we will be seeing right now. Sivir, Garen, mid-range. As far as I've been told, this is to counter Lissandra. I understand why. It has some big bodies and many ways to remove Lissandra in the mid-game, as well as Trundle as well. But in theory, things are great, but in practice, sometimes they don't work out. We'll see if that'll be the case here for Krzyzewska with this deck.
Yeah, this list originally came from Cephalopod, based on my understanding, as a way to climb the ladder. And as we know, tournament and ladder are two different environments. So the players in this tournament are going to be much more aware of the implications of this matchup and could try to play around this as best as possible. If you get that stick curve though, Sivir Garen, potentially AoE spell shield on these really large Demacian units, things could spiral out of control very fast. Gallant Rider is a very interesting inclusion to me, and it's a card that I initially underestimated but has been performing quite well.
In my personal opinion, or in my experience at least on ladder grinding a lot the past week or so, I've seen, Penitent Squire, I've seen Gallant Rider played against me. They usually don't win, so didn't give them too much thought. But hopefully, Krishaka can kind of change my mind and change my experiences and show me why Demacia is still a viable deck outside of like Lucian and Scouts, because I don't see much of it right now.
That is true. You see a lot of the Lucian Azir, which is, the Sand Scouts is typically based around high rolling in the early game. This deck is meant to just, once you get to 4 or 5 mana, you just drop threat after threat after threat. Ruin Runner has gotten a pretty fearsome reputation as being a pretty powerful card from the new set. It's just a Shuriman Darius, some players have called it. And hopefully this strategy works out just so that maybe if there is a deck that can consistently counter Lissandra, we'll see a lot more of this in Fight Night going forward.
Yeah, Rune Runner, the secret unveiled champion for this, is the last champion that was released for this expansion, taking over Darius' slot. I mean, it is a pretty strong card on its own if that's the kind of the game plan you're going for in terms of overwhelm and stuff. It is a very strong card. I mean, having Spell Shield already on it, and not just that, but already the stats for the mana it costs for 5 mana are very playable. But the fact that you add Spell Shield on top of it makes it one of the premium units, I think, added to this last expansion, especially for any kind of overwhelm or just big body mid-range archetype.
Rune Runner's been fantastic. Spell Shield, again, having the confidence to play out the unit and not have it could be just answered by a removal spell is enormous. The larger mana commitment that you're able to safely take now, especially as a mid-range player, really does help your matchups into control. Normally, if you're committing something 5-6 mana, if it gets Thermode or Vengeanced or just taken down by a couple Mystic shots, it would be really detrimental. But if it can stick, then it guarantees you're able to attack and get that overwhelm damage. And so, Ruin Runner, breakout star of Shurima so far, one of them. And I'm glad that we're seeing it being employed here outside of the classic overwhelm decks that we've been seeing from Shurima as well.
And to quickly mention, the other deck that Mizuma Krisheka is bringing is going to be I was told it was a Nightfall deck. I was very excited, but it turns out it's a Diana Aphelios deck with some Nightfall synergy, but this is not Nightfall. So I was debated by Mr. Croc, the decklist man, and I am very mad, very angry inside. But that will be the deck we'll be seeing, not this game, but the next game possibly. Deck we're seeing on the top there is another classic deck that I love. TF Aphelios, Mr. Hour-Long Games, is here to make a showing. And on the bottom there, we see Sivir versus Garen.
Now, the deck from Hollowed here, the Twisted Fate Aphelios, typically is punished by lists that just want to curve out like this. If you give them too much room in the early mid game, you can sometimes just run them over. They have trouble setting up Veiled Temple if you're just dropping threat after threat after threat every turn. Fortunately, Hollow does have the Dusk Petal Dust Aphelios in hand, so hopefully getting Aphelios down early enough with some Gravitums, etc., could keep Hollow from falling too far behind here.
That is kind of the ideal opening. Same way the Ballistic Bot on turn 2 is ideal for many decks. This Lunari turn 1 into the Aphelios turn 2 while still having a spell mana from turn 2, being able to use it on turn 3 for the first Moon Weapon is the ideal opening, of course, for this deck that Hollow is running, the TF Aphelios. And it's a deck that it's definitely not new. It kind of came in at the very end of the last meta, but came in with full force. TF and Aphelios maybe being the two strongest champions in the game. Just value engines that cannot compare to anything else, and Veiled Temple coming in as a great support for both of them.
And pulls the trigger. Aphelios does come down, not fearing any sort of combat tricks here to respond to this Aphelios. Just get it down and force your opponent to have that answer. It's so important, I think, for this deck's game plan to get this early Aphelios. We've sort of seen what the result can be if you don't get established. But Krisheka now is thinking about curving here, has the attack token, playing Sivir with quick attack and spell shield is fantastic. Opts to go for the Penitent Squire, though, taking a slower line of play.
And the problem here is that Sivir on attack, fantastic. You have quick attack, you have spell shield, very protected. On defense, not so fantastic. On defense against the Boxtopus, questionable, because it will be dying easily to Boxtopus, and spell shield does not save you from getting, hooked by one of the Boxtopus's tentacles. So it does become quite difficult if you play Sivir on this turn on curve. On this attack, it's great, but you won't survive to level up. It would be very, very rare, as we know that, once you have Aphelios on the board, you have 100% chance of getting that Boxtopus if you so choose to with Crescendum.
And so by taking this slower line, Chris has set up the Tattered Banner onto Garen potentially, and having a 5/5 regeneration challenger unit to start sniping the units off of this board is going to be massive. We have also Sharp Sight to back up this play, but actually doesn't opt for the Tattered Banner. Says, I don't need to snipe Aphelios, I don't need to snipe Boxtopus, I'm just going to attack you normally, save this mana, and force you to trade.
And we'll see what Boxtopus wants to do here. He can, of course, kill off any of these smaller units, but Sharpsight, like you said, could be a counter to that if Kershaka sees that as a powerful unit he wants to take down, just to maybe make sure that Sivir is a bit more safe once he finally does come down, probably next turn on the next attack token turn. That being said, just the fact that Boxtopus is in this deck and the way it just, you have the way to tutor it pretty much every time, it's going to be very, very hard for Sivir to stick on the board and get any meaningful damage in.
So Hollow is actually going for it here, trying to just get some value out of this Boxtopus. And the Sharp Sight is played to complete this trade. No Pale Cascade, no Sunblessed Vigor to save the Boxtopus. Really unfortunate here. Just goes for the blue card to get more resources and recover. We can tell by caster vision that Hollow's hand actually isn't really great for dealing with the current board state. Was hoping just by having a ton of cards in hand and a lot of mana up that maybe Krisheka might hesitate and not risk taking that trade, but is rewarded. Now does get Tattered Banner onto Sivir. We've got quick attack, challenger, spell shield, so maybe this is going to be the enforcer that cleans up the board and sets up this mid game for Chris.
And with a spell shield now, like Rune Runner, very, very hard to interact with the Sivir at this point and to stop this challenge from coming through. That being said, we'll see who does challenge, because both Aphelios and TF are on the board. Both are engines, both are scary, both provide a lot of value for Hollow. And seeing in hand 2 Pika cards, I think maybe TF is the one that you want to take down here, but we'll see what Grisheka wants to decide on here and who he sees as more of a threat.
It will be the 5 attack on Sivir is so huge. You get to sidestep a lot of the HP buffs that normally would make your combat very unsafe. And Hollow has the opportunity here to set up Moonlight Affliction into the Gravitum. Because even though you're robbing Sivir of her spell shield, she does still keep those keywords, so you have to keep that down. Doesn't attack with Garen, though. Even if you're able to attack with Garen, he's still going to be progress towards his level up. And I think with a deck like this, the potential to rally every turn means that you're going to be punishing these slow Moon Weapon plays.
He was also silenced by the Moonlight Affliction, which means that he didn't have regen, for example, and maybe it's a bit more scary. Like I said, it was going to be hard to stop the Sivir, but obviously if you waste 7 mana on doing it, you're able to pretty stop the attack there from Krisheka, and just, it looked like a fantastic attack token turn, but nothing to do there in the end with both the Moonlight Affliction and the Gravitum to stop the Sivir from being able to kill either TF or Aphelios. And it's looking pretty scary here. As usual, playing against TF Aphelios, there's Fishes, there's Boxtopus, there's 2 very strong value engine champions on the board, and they're very hard to take off the board as well.
Yeah, that is true. You do have to remember that with silence onto a regen unit, even though the silence will be cleansed at the end of the round, the timing of when the regen heals means that Garen would still be left as a 5/2 or something for a round. So very fair there. Hollow has been able to just stabilize this mid game. You'd think that once you get a really strong curve like this, you get the strong keywords on Sivir, that you can just start to bully your way through the mid game. But Chris has decided to take it very slow and has given a lot of room to the Aphelios now. Already leveled up, double pick a card in hand. One of those is another Twisted Fate. So as soon as this first one goes down, we're going to see another blue card or another gold card potentially to stop another big attack. And we're seeing the classic weakness of Demacia, the lack of card draw, really starting to rear its ugly head here.
And that was Aphelios taken down, but TF is still there, still getting its counter up, still getting those card draws. And eventually TF, if he does level up, well, we've seen it many, many times before, he does become a force to be reckoned with and very hard to come back from a leveled up TF and all the value it can really output.
Sivir is almost leveled up there. We saw, I think it was 22 out of 45. So a couple more trades could be great. That is a Hush down, Moonlight Affliction down, less silence to deal with these mid-game keywords, and the Chronomancer's fantastic top deck here, I think, right? You're able to just get a nice blocker, keep up your pressure, but also the predict mechanic allowing you to choose your next draw is so massive for mid-range decks like this that need very specific cards at specific times, and having extra shots at getting the key card in a certain matchup is just going to increase your win percentage by a little bit here and there.
As we see here, very little interaction. I think you definitely should maybe attack with everything just to get that Sivir level up as soon as possible. That being said, little interaction here. So at this point, you can attack. You have great keywords on your champions, but you don't really have any spells to back them up or any protection as well either, looking at the hand here. So it's, I think, going to be tough here. I think you're not going to be able to break through and just deal a lot of damage through combat against a deck like TF Aphelios that has star shaping, that has, you know, hushes, etc., and has many ways to stop and interact with your deck and game plan.
But at the very least, Chris is actually getting an attack off here. Despite the early curve, again, despite that pressure, the Moonlight Affliction did a great job of frightening Krisheka away from starting to get use out of these stats. We got the quick attack, and these Duskbringers doing a fantastic job of also holding the fort. Hollow making a very measured play to hold one back rather than blocking the Garen this round. Recognizes now that he's leveled up. Now that the rallies are going to start coming, you're going to maintain that 2-1 just as a chump blocker from this position.
And after the attack, still a lot of mana to work with if you are Hollow, and again, little interaction from Krisheka to try and stop anything Hollow wants to do, and that is where it gets really scary. If you can't stop TF Aphelios from doing what they want to do, from leveling up, from TF leveling up, then it just, again, the value output is insane over the next few turns once they do level up or once something like Temple comes down. So we'll see. Yeah, pick a card comes down here and TF will be very, very close to leveling up at this point.
The red card to pop the spell shield. You've got the gold card to stop your opponent's biggest attacker here at burst speed. The level up is going to come through, and Krisheka, we did see last round, picked Exhaust off of the predict. So after a slow play is made here from Hollow, the Garen rally will be able to be cashed in, and hopefully an Exhaust to take away this Twisted Fate.
Mind Meld was drawn there as well by Hollow. Not really a board that can really benefit from it just yet, so I think it's definitely not going to be the win condition just now. I think mostly it'll be trying to protect this TF. Maybe some of these picket cards in hand are other TF, so if the TF does end up dying, like you said, to the Exhaust challenge this next turn, or this next action, then you can play a second TF and still try and get value from it with Temple as well, giving you more mana, allows you to play and get the value from the Destiny cards this turn as well.
The Veiled Temple finally making an appearance. So this Aphelios is going to really start scaling out of control. If Krisheka swings through with a big attack here, there's potential for the Aphelios, of course, just to get a lot of stats off of Veiled Temple, plus some other buffs with Severum and just heal it right back. You could even put the lifesteal on the Burblefish, for example, to try to get a free attack if you have the read of no sharp sight. Krisheka has been sitting on this kind of dead Gallant Rider for a couple rounds, and Hollow probably recognizes it's not a very threatening spell.
An Exhaust and any negative attack debuffs on these champions when players are playing with Temple. I've seen a lot of players personally in my last week playing ladder that just misplay a lot, thinking that the buff will still go on the unit that used to be highest attack, but now because that unit is, at 0 attack as a Frostbite or exhausted, it will not get the buffs any longer. So it's a key thing to remember. It's the actual attack the moment the Temple buff goes through, and a lot of players mistime this and make some misplays because of it.
Sivir levels up, and that's going to be AoE quick attack being granted here in order to get a few safer trades down the line. But there's a third Twisted Fate now, and this will also reset the chain of Destiny cards. If Hollow has a couple more cheap cards, we see the Jettison if Hollow just wants to cash that in to get a blue card.
This is what I mean. As good as it might look, if TF is leveled up, if there's an Aphelios leveled up, and there's a Temple on the board, even in the best case scenario where both your champions leveled up, you have Garen rallying every turn, etc., it might still not be enough, because it is, just that scary to face a constant, red card, gold card, and all the value from Aphelios as well.
Yeah, Hollow's actually in a really strong position here. 11 HP. The Garen needs to rally. We need like the Relentless Pursuit to come out of this deck. I believe there's only one copy. Yes, there's one copy of Relentless Pursuit, and hopefully a double attack of some fashion will complete this.
The Garen would be dying there with a quick attack on the Aphelios. I'm sure Krisheka knows this. I think, yeah, you just take the 5 here. It's not really life-threatening just yet. You're 9 HP. And there isn't really a great deal of burn in TF Aphelios outside of Purple Fishes and the attack token turn with something like maybe a big Invoke Celestial as well.
Yeah, maybe I think Krisheka was just kind of playing around with the cards there while thinking, wasn't actually considering that block. If you draw another Garen, maybe you get Judgment and you could try something like that. But you can see, right, the repeated red card and gold card just chip away at your board. This value while you're also generating your other effects is so massive. Now, Krisheka needs to consider, do I open attack? Do I want to play around Gravitum? I can play Ruin Runner. Again, we mentioned because of the spell shield, it has a little bit of a higher chance of swinging through, but the red card popping that so easily.
And Garen would still get the gold card anyway, regardless. Again, biggest thing to note here is that the fact that you're developing before the attack isn't really a bad thing, because you know that TF can most probably get all 3 cards out fast or burst speed. So it's not like the fact that you're not opening here is going to give him more chances to get all 3 cards out. I think it'll happen regardless. But this stun does kind of, it is with a 1 punish here from Hollow at slow speed.
The Gravitum, very likely, you're going to have to get it out of the opponent sooner rather than later, and still sets up Krisheka for a nice open attack. You can see he's checking the battle logs, seeing, how many silences were cast, but the AoE quick attack on top of all these other massive stats is really strong here for the attack, and this is going to force Hollow to take a slower play of just healing the Nexus, right? You have Twisted Fate and Aphelios in play, but these are units that you want to have stay alive. So if you can generate enough cards here, right, to stun something, to just keep the board clear as possible and survive, then you just heal right back up with Star Shaping, or with quick attack on Aphelios, you have potential, again, as I mentioned earlier, Severum to just lifesteal back up. Cashes in the pick a card here to get red card and gold card. This is going to clear the Chronomancer and stop Garen. Only 12 damage coming through now, rather than the lethal that was presented.
And maybe usually you wouldn't take this risky play where you may be, you're getting hit for lethal, but because there are no cards in hand for Krisheka, it's very easy to know that there's not going to be any counterplay involved. For Hollow, and this is what, like you said before, one of the problems with Demacia in many decks, including Fiora Shen, although River Shaper does help with combating that, is the card advantage, is the fact that you run out of fuel. Late game, you play on curve the entire game through. When you get to turn 7 or 8, you have problems with the curve sometimes with the card advantage. So we're seeing that here as well for Krisheka. Not enough card draw to sustain and to fight against something like TF Aphelios that provides so much value every turn.
The Zap Sprayfin coming down, drawing even more cards. We have the Immortal Fire in hand. At the very least, developing another elusive threat does give Krisheka a chance to attack here. The Sharp Sight's a godlike top deck to block this Immortal Fire and maybe buy another round.
We'll see how relevant it is, though, because, again, TF is still doing its thing, and maybe the first turn you survive, it doesn't look like too much, but after every single turn where he has the Destiny card, he's getting card advantage, he's taking down your spell souls, etc., it becomes very, very difficult to take it down. We'll see what the blocks are looking like here. Lethal is being threatened once again, and how much can Hollow not? Yeah, I think at this point he has to maybe put his units on the line and start actually defending, because this is going to be every single turn with the Garen rally.
Sunblessed Vigor, and then that also means the temple buff goes onto the Immortal Fire, so it's actually going to completely block out this Rune Runner and survive. Its effect hasn't even been triggered yet. A lot of mana being used up by Hollow there just to survive, but we're getting a little bit of a regen. You have to remember, that was a Garen rally. Hollow does still have an attack token here, going now to swing back in with Overwhelm on the Aphelios. Not going for Severum, wants to commit fully to the offense here. Parley finishing off Sivir. Counters it.
And helps with that at least, but it's still going to be, you know, the box tip was dragging the Sivir, so it cannot block the Phoenix, and the Phoenix getting the 7 damage coming through, plus the Overwhelm from the Aphelios. Now will be game 1 to Hollow. I can't say I'm too surprised. I mean, the TF level up, again, is very impactful. Aphelios level up as well. Maybe not enough interaction, not enough removal available for Kasheka to take down and to stop that game plan from getting out of hand, and it did get out of hand very quickly, and at that point, it was a good run. Some pressure was definitely applied with the leveled up Garen and leveled up Sivir, but not quite enough to, I think, scare a deck like TF Aphelios.
I think we saw the potential of that deck, however. If we got like maybe a couple more Penitent Squires, so we actually had more challenging threats, like Garen, for example, was actually surviving on board for several rounds, and, you know, a couple more single combats, you never know. But overall, I think what really clinched it was just that really strong Moonlight Affliction turn. That mid-game attack that really would have sealed Krisheka's deck, I think, into a more aggressive and tempo-oriented position was shut down, and Krisheka just wasn't able to get into that bullying stance the list really wants to be in during the mid-game. But now we're seeing Nightfall, quote-unquote, being played into the Trundle Lissandra here. Krisheka did have the option to stay on the Garen Sivir to play that into what is supposed to be its really good matchup, but I suppose just he wants to shift gears, kind of clear the mental. You're going to have to get a win with this deck anyway, so you might as well just try to switch over to this deck and see what you can do.
And this Trundle Lissandra control deck is something that viewers will have to get used to, because it's going to be the most popular deck in the tournament this week, as well as probably on ladder as well. Just the new iteration of Feel the Rush with, it seems like, less counterplay, and just it's stronger than ever with Lissandra as well, and the Watcher combo, and so many different ways to build it for the end game with Ledro, with Atrocity, with just the Watcher, and with just like the full-on Watcher combo with Fading Memories as well, and a few other cards that really help just that combination of cards. So very strong deck, and very strong against aggro, against just the entire field when it comes to going wide in the early game.
The list also has the luxury of running so much AoE that it has a better matchup against Twisted Fate Fizz, which has still been very popular, especially at higher ranks of ladder play. And as we saw last week, a popular tournament deck, and with the added benefit of Blighted Ravine and Ice Shard, has a pretty strong matchup against Fiora Shen. So this deck is in a really strong position for the metagame, and we're going to see how the rest of the tournament players and the rest of the meta adapts to it. We've got a pretty big Diana just being stacked up here with the Veiled Temples. Once you get to this really important 4 or 5 HP breakpoint, it becomes that much harder for a deck like this to remove your board.
And by adapting to this deck, you mean just learning to hit pass for the first 8 turns of the game. That's how it tends to go. We have not seen anything happen from Hollow's side of the board until turn 8. He's been AFK, it seems, just passing constantly. And that's because this deck really just goes 0 to 100 until turn 8. Turn 8 is all about surviving, and not much pressure was applied from Krisheka in this case here. But one thing it is weak against is landmarks. Doesn't really have any kind of landmark interaction or removal, and they of course cannot be hit by things like Avalanche and Blighted Ravine. So they become quite strong in staying to the board, especially landmarks like Temple that give you value over time. Becomes very strong here, and we're seeing why.
The Moonglow even was pulled off of the Fangs, which would have been fantastic in this matchup, but Vengeance put on the stack to kill that big Diana. But Krisheka has another surprise, Unspeakable Horror generating Eclipse Dragon, and we've got the Immortal Fire in hand off of that. So a lot of big threats being generated. These large bodies become so difficult for Hollow to deal with. We've got double Avalanche and Blighted Ravine, which would be fantastic against something that's a bit more swarmy, but it's a huge mana commitment to stack all of these repeatedly.
And a very awkward hand by Hollow. This is a deck that you do need Lissandra on the board to not just provide a body that can block and can be pretty sticky, but also to get the combo off on turn 8. And you need Trundle as well to get the pillars, to get those 8 mana units on the board to level up Lissandra. And that has been missing from the hand of Hollow. He has a lot of control tools, but none of the combo pieces. So despite this deck being very scary on turn 8, and at least when I play against it, every time turn 8 they have 17 Watchers ready to hit me and obliterate my deck. In this case, not really what's happening here for Hollow, and he doesn't really have much of his game plan on board here for the late turns.
The Stalking Broodmother, I think for this matchup even specifically, Stalking Broodmother and Immortal Fire are like two of the strongest cards that you can have generated off Eclipse Dragon, which came from Unspeakable Horror. And the Ruination being forced here. Krisheka still has the attack token because of the Stalking Broodmother Scout. And now Hollow is essentially tapped out. Immortal Fire could come down to get some more damage through. Krisheka now thinking, do I want to get a stacked up Immortal Fire, or do I want to try to build another big Diana?
So with the choice, I think he's maybe thinking there might still be a possibility of playing Lissandra this turn. He wants to have the challenging ability with Diana, just to stop that from happening. What we're seeing in hand, though, there are no champions in hand right now for Hollow, so he has no way to stop this. And with 4 mana, one of the things this deck also has problems against is kind of the mid-range 1-unit removal options, which is why maybe the Silver Garen deck was chosen to try and combat this deck. It has really no way to kill those units aside from just Vengeance, which is very expensive in most cases.
The mana refund allowing the Diana and the Immortal Fire to both come down this turn. Krisheka's threatening lethal here. Gets the Unto Dusk that procs Diana's Nightfall ability again to get buffed further and draw more cards.
And that'll be it. That'll be game 2 to Krisheka, and that'll be, a deck that has a very one-dimensional plan. When you don't draw that plan, you have problems. And again, there are ways to kind of combat this deck's game plan. If people see it on ladder, obviously you're playing aggro, gonna have a bad time. Playing anything that goes wild, you're gonna have a bad time. But playing a deck like this one that kind of focuses more on landmarks, and has bigger units is going to be pretty good against Lissandra control in those, not the late game, because at that point there are, just a lot of cards are going to take over. But in like turn 6, 7, 8, that's where you really have a window to put in a lot of pressure. Same with Deep. Deep is also a deck that I think is very strong against Trundle Lissandra. You can't deal with the landmarks at all with the docks, the slaughter docks, and you have a pretty good early late game with the Deep, with Nautilus and the Sea Creatures as well.
So I think we're seeing here that Krisheka, even though got scooped up in that early game by the Twisted Fate of Felios, both of these decks seem to be specifically targeting these Trundle Lissandra lists. A deck that, of course, we talked about earlier is going to be very popular and very meta-defining. Krisheka has the counter lineup potentially and is looking to do some farming here. We've got Preservarium to get an early draw. Fantastic to have that slower option presented to you like this in this particular matchup. And now Tattered Banner with a very strong choice of cards to use it on. The Gallant Riders showing up in 3s.
A much better hand here. The AoE maybe not going to be as effective again because you have the beefer units in this Demacia deck, but things like Val Feast at popping Spell Shield are going to be fantastic, and things like Harsh Winds. There's going to be attack token turns. They're going to look very scary, but one Harsh Winds will be able to shut down things like Sivir and things like Garen as well. So, and it'll stop the strike effect from Garen as well, so it'll delay that rally and that level up as well. So a much better hand here from Hollow. Still missing Lissandra, still missing maybe some key pieces, but has some tools to survive the early late game.
One Avalanche being cashed in there. Well, as we mentioned with this deck, you have to play it out in a very specific fashion in order to kind of soften up the board and then try to finish it off. Blighted Ravine we see in hand can potentially clear this Gallant Rider, and as long as Hollow can get it off the board before it can make use of that Challenger, it's going to lose out on its really sweet transformation, where it essentially gains +1/+1 and tough as it becomes Vanguard Cavalry. The Sharp Sight being considered here for the Gallant Rider to survive against the Blighted Ravine.
It'll survive one, but it'll die to the second because we see them both in hand there. So a lot of AoE removal here from Hollow, and this Spider Ravine will also go through Spell Shield. It'll just hit everything directly.
Mm-hmm. There is potential for Relentless Pursuit. There's 9 damage being presented on board. If you think that you could close out in the next couple rounds, I think if there was maybe a little bit more flexibility to the hand, Chris might opt for that line. Instead, just says, I'm going to try to clear with open attack after cashing in the sharp sight.
And a development could be punished there by Avalanche. Instead, an open attack comes in with probably a redevelopment after the fact, and then possibly a rally used as well if Hollow commits too much to something like a Ravine, for example, has no immediate effect, has in turn a next turn effect, and would be pretty detrimental in this case here that Crazyness can punish it, but instead it will be Trundle being developed.
This is so strong potentially because the Gallant Rider is going to gain those bonus stats and has Challenger. You can move this Trundle to the side. It is going to die, and there it is, the rally closing out the mid game. That's the Demacia special. When it comes to the Freljord Shadow Isles matchup, Fiora Shen does the same thing. You get a early mid-game advantage, and then you rally to double down on that and close out before that Shadow Isles deck can hit its power spike. Krisheka's list, once it hit that matchup it wanted to hit, very well played. And the Diana Aphelios really surprised me. Unspeakable Horror did so much heavy lifting. That was the sickest value chain led from an Unspeakable Horror I've ever seen in my life, to have Krisheka close out this first match.
And this is why we highlighted Krisheka and why we, I'm very happy to see, not to see him win. I'm not going to be, biased here, but yes, to see, a lot of players bringing Trundle Control because it is a safe and very good deck right now in the meta. And some players thinking this, this is going to be the deck that's going to be the kind of the deck this tournament. It's not going to be TF-Fizz. It won't be TF-Aphelios. It'll be this Trundle Control list. How can I counter it? And then he brings it, and then right away, first matchup, able to counter it. And in this kind of format where you have to win with both decks, he's able to target this deck and get both wins in a pretty polarized fashion. But that's why he built these decks and why he brought them to the tournament. They were almost non-games in the fact that Hollow couldn't really do much. There wasn't really much interaction happening, and that's the magic of deck building and targeting a certain deck in a tournament. You're able to get very easy, let's say, results because of this. So Krisheka rewarded. We'll see if it continues happening the rest of this tournament, because there is a lot of Trundle Lissandra control lists in this tournament, and it goes to show us not just player skill and player agency in game, but also at the deck building portion, preparing for a tournament, also very, very important.
Yeah, we've seen even in Fight Night EU where players have very specific, strong counter lineups for popular decks, and then they get matched up in the bracket against the wild card player that just kind of brought their favorites or something completely unexpected, and those players can get eliminated. So hopefully, we'll be able to see Krisheka's lineup as it pertains to other, potentially tournament brings rather than just the Lissandra deck. We could potentially see a different lineup somehow punish this one. But I am really glad to see Hollow bringing, the Trundle Lissandra with the Spectral Matron. So one thing we didn't get a chance to really discuss is Hollow's particular variant of Trundle Lissandra. When you look at these Shadow Isles Freljord lists, you kind of all consider that they're the same. And once the deck hits a certain level of popularity, they have to start adapting and countering one another. And Hollow's variant, I think, with the Spectral Matrons is going, as you mentioned, more all in on the Watcher combo, and that potentially could be, the balance breaker for that mirror match.
Well, I think it's still kind of in the middle. There's 3 variants right now of this list. There's the Ledros Atrocity variant that plays very similarly to kind of pre-patch Feel the Rush, but taking out Feel the Rush for not playing Feel the Rush anymore because of right navigation and deny, etc. Right. There's the half and half, which is this version that has both Ledros and Atrocity, but also the Spectral Matron combo. And then there's the full Matron combo, which does not have Ledros or Atrocity. Instead, has Fading Memories, has the 5-mana Spirit Journey from Kindred's spell as well to revive a unit and play it again. So a lot of cheeky cards that are very specific to the combo, and getting this combo off very consistently, turns 8, turn 9, and any of the game that way. So this is a bit more in the middle, I think, maybe the safer option to bring, where it has, you have to be careful about both the Matron combo, but also Ledros and Atrocity. So a lot of things to watch out for, but you can't really fit everything. You have to kind of decide because there are so many slots available after you fit in, all the avalanches and ravines, etc. But we're jumping into Turtle versus Dyna, the UK player Turtle versus the player from Finland. And we're looking at, I remember Dyna now because he's a player that used to live in Japan and he had this game in Japanese, and I was very confused the first time around, but now my memory has been refreshed. Everything makes sense again.
So again, this is game 3. The players have been dueling pretty strongly back and forth. Turtle right now we see on the Trundle Lysandre and Dyna on Nightfall. Now this variant I think is definitely the more classic style of Nightfall that we've come to know and love. Nocturne, Diana. We've got Unto Dusk now to proc your Doom Beast, to proc Lunari Priestess a couple times, but Freljord Shadow Isles is Nightfall's hands down worst matchups. It's one of the most polarized matchups in the game. There are lines. We've seen it happen, and I believe we've seen it happen on Fight Night a couple times, where we have this Nightfall like aggro style deck actually pull off the win here. And it comes down to getting, as we see, the Crescent Guardians and the Nocturnes, these units with 3 HP. Maybe you can tank through an Avalanche, get some cheeky damage underneath. The Flight being run in this deck to get a little bit more fuel, a little bit more card draw, and maybe Unto Dusk being comboed with Doom Beast gives the deck a little bit more burn and reach that it might have been missing in the matchup previously.
And 5 mana being floated here, Withering Wail prepared to unleash itself onto this poor Crescent Guardian. And going to be, the Flight as well. So not going to be much damage coming in through. A lot has been threatened here, but with the 5 mana available, very clearly we see a board clear and some heal coming in here for Turtle. And Nightfall, like you said, going to have a lot of problems because it has, I think it's part aggro, part combo. This deck really has a big combo, where it can really pull you down from 17, 16 HP in one turn going to the late game because of the way a lot of the cards synergize. But the thing that you can clearly see is that all these cards have 1 or 2 health for the most part. So very easily cleared by Ravine, by Avalanche, by Withering Wail, or even Ice Shard. So many tools now to AoE board clear for this Freljord SI control list.
And when the board is cleared, even if you have the leveled up Nocturne in play or some other power cards, you kind of need the whole package. You need that wide board, and you need the tools to close out from this position. We're getting into the later stages of mana, so Turtle is going to have a lot more room to be able to very cheaply answer these boards, right? Blighted Ravine is threatening to clear this board, and this is forcing Dyna just to look inside the Invoke box and see, can I get something? Lunari Priestess is an open Invoke. It's not from any specific mana range, so you can get some larger cards. In a matchup like this is maybe where you want to see something like Cosmic Inspiration to give your unit some more resiliency. Unto Dusk offering another option here to look once again with the Lunari Priestess. The Destroyer also seems pretty nice with the Spell Shield and Overwhelm.
And paying one less mana there for the Nightfall effect, but not getting a body with it. In this case, Ice Shard just going to demolish everything on the board if it has 1 health regardless. So I think Dyna, very correctly not really valuing having an extra body on the board. And this is one of the problems now as well playing against Trundle, Lysandre control, is that it seems like no matter what decision you make, you're being punished by 1 card. If you open attack, it used to be only Withering Wail for 5 mana. Now it's Ice Shard for 3. If you don't open attack, you develop, there's Avalanche. If you develop for the next turn, there's Ravine. When there's a combo of both, even your 3 health units are dying to Ravine and to Ice Shard the next turn. So it really becomes very, very tricky in the early to mid game to go in any way wide. And I think at this point, Dyna has to really prioritize, like you said, the celestial units like Destroyer, like anything big, it's elusive or has Overwhelm that can push through damage and can only really be countered by Vengeance, which is a card that some of these lists might not be running because they're just valuing the combo for the Matron combo in the late game or the AoE removal more and not valuing single unit removal. And at that point, it can make it very strong for some of these spell shielded Celestials to go through and do a lot of damage.
And now with just, again, the Messenger being played, we have the Flight. There's a lot of fuel, right? We've seen Nightfall sort of grow and evolve. And with the new card Unto Dusk, you get even more flexibility. But even with, again, all of the fuel in the world, if your unit quality just isn't up to snuff, if you can't get anything to stick to the board, it's all for naught. There is one atrocity in Dinah's list, so I think that just doubling down or tripling down, quadrupling down on these Lunari Priestesses to fish for something like the Immortal Fire or the Great Beyond and just try to get a cheeky classic Invoke Shadow Isles Targon finisher off in this matchup might be the ticket. In a couple turns, we already see Ledros in hand. There's even Revitalizing Roar, so Dinah has a lot more work to do than he might even realize.
That being said, Atrocity in the current meta a bit scary, a bit sketchy to use because players are maybe teching for things like Frostbite, especially in this Lissandra list, quite a lot more because of the fact that you can maybe beat the mirror if Ledros is being played, and also the fact that Nasus is becoming a bit of a thing in the meta. One of the new decks that got the most traction, I think, with Thresh. PPG was playing it, and just by itself with Kindred as well. And obviously Atrocity is a big thing there as well. So it's a great card that can sometimes just steal you games, but sometimes can be really, really severely punished by things like Frostbite.
When it comes to Atrocity, we've seen it a lot in like the Shadow Isles deck where they have a much larger unit as the target. And classically in Nightfall, you have like maybe a stacked up Diana, or maybe your opponent is just about to lose and you can maybe deal 6 damage by sacrificing a Nocturne. But when your units have low HP, a lot more interruptible. Turtle, of course, their variant we see has Ice Shard, Withering Wail. I believe there's a copy of Three Sisters in here, so you could even go for an Entomb.
And there's the Ice Pillar coming down, counting as an 8-mana unit, which is why, when Lysandra was released into the game, essentially you're kind of forced to build her with Trundle because of that very, very strong synergy between both champions.
And after she levels up, you get that free Ice Shard every round. And from that point, there's just nothing in this deck is going to survive. We've got Golden Sister, so it's a little bit of elusive damage coming through. Nexus being given tough means that even if you're getting some of this chip damage around the sides, it's going to be essentially just cut in half. Doom Beast becomes less of a viable option, so it is looking very dire here, unfortunately, for Dinah. We talked about it over and over again. This is already a terrible matchup, but if you just keep praying to the Celestials of Targon, they might be able to give you a win. Golden Sister's now being set up, and Dinah's just going to try to go wide through this onslaught.
Pushing damage here with the Trundle. Trundle not very big right now, only 7 attack being threatened at the moment, and the Messenger being destroyed in the process. Poor puppy. But Ledros is there, obviously, to also try and whittle down this HP down to 5 HP, possibly next turn. No Atrocity that'll try and finish things off that way, though. There's the Babbling Bjerg being used in many of these lists as a one-off, just to have a extra tutor for Matron, or Ledros in this case. The decks that go all in on the Matron combo, they play maybe one less Matron and play this Babbling Bjerg instead, essentially acting as having 2 copies of Matron in the deck, while also being a bit better against aggro and more mid-range decks by having a decent blocker. Another big problem that we haven't highlighted yet for this Lysandra Trundle list is the fact that board space is very, very important, because you need space for the Matron combo, you need space, the Thralls take up space as well. So it is very important to try and see how you can punish that as the opponent player, maybe leaving some units up and not interacting to make sure the board is not empty by the time you get to the combo turns.
So this is a very interesting turn where Nocturne gets set up, threatening to level up. Ice Quake completely punishing this board. There was a line we see there with the Trundle's attack being lowered, with the Bjerg's attack being lowered, and the Pillar. Nothing would technically be able to block an AoE Fearsome turn here, but Ice Quake is going to send Dinah all the way back to square one.
This is a feeling you tend to get quite a lot playing against this deck. Anything you do, again, it seems like they have answers to everything. They have, SI for Freljord is known as a toolbox deck that has control tools for every single threat possible. And now with Lysandra as well, you just get that free, once she levels up, the toughness on the Nexus, which just completely destroys Ezreal decks and Mushroom decks as well. So again, it feels like the always strong SI control list with a lot of added benefits and a different way to end the game at this point. So it seems like it got stronger and stronger. and it'll be hard to deal with in the current meta for sure.
When you look at a deck like this, again, just the raw value that it does have access to nowadays does help it a little bit more in the mid-range matchup. And Nightfall has historically been sort of an anti-aggro, thanks to its ability to also match you on the board and then get some really valuable sustain thanks to Doom Beast. But once you run into these control matchups, that's sort of where the buck stops. Diana, now, after surviving the Ice Quake, there's not a lot of response available from Turtle. So she is able to get some value by just removing this Lissandra before she levels. But reconsiders, thinks that removing the Trundle is a better idea. Getting the Overwhelm off the board does protect you a little bit more from Atrocity. It's a very tough call.
Trundle here dying anyway. There isn't really any way to stop this if you're Turtle, and sometimes you're happy about that because being able to replay a Trundle gives you another pillar, and that gives you a chance to play another, 0-cost 8-mana unit. So sometimes it is a good thing. Also in these matchups, a lot of subtle things you have to be taking into account. I talked about board space before, but replaying Trundles is also a big one in helping you, especially if you're not running the version with Fading Memories and the All-In Watcher combo. It really helps you play those last few units you need to get the Watcher from Lissandra.
I think Dinah was also willing to go for that play because that was, I believe, a Trundle's Ice Quake that was cast, so you're kind of getting a nice 2-for-1 there. And now with Revitalizing Roar being cast, of course, when you're Enlightened, it lets you reveal a card from your hand, and then you heal your Nexus based on its cost. So now we've got the 0-cost Ledros in hand, ready to go with this Atrocity.
And seems like there's little that Dyna can do to stop this. So we've seen that happen already with concurrent timelines being a big problem. But Revitalizing Roar plus Atrocity at 10 mana is kind of a very unstoppable combo as well if you don't have the right tools to stop it. And I don't think we see anything here that can stop it if you are Dyna.
There was potential maybe for Dinah to pull the one of Atrocity from his list, and then you have to Atrocity the Atrocity. You're giving up on your big burst win condition just to stay alive and try to fight through. However, we see here the power of the Revitalizing Roar Ledros. This was a combo that made a splash back when Revitalizing Roar first came out, but that deck sort of fell by the wayside because this particular combo didn't have the multi-dimensional attack win conditions that we see now with Lissandra being added to it, right? It was a little bit too easy to disrupt, but now that you have Revitalizing Roar, Ledros control, but also the Watcher win condition, also Trundle on top of that, having a larger suite of options to finish off the opponent is much desired, of course, to back up this combo. And of course, Dinah finally being put out of his mercy there. And really, again, really bad matchup. And it came down to game 3, and sometimes that's what you want. You want it to go to game 3 because you can almost guarantee that third game is going to be a favored matchup for you.
And that will be, again, Dinah going down the Atrocity, very, very hard to stop at that point. You had to have, like you said, the Atrocity in return. But once Dinah went under a certain mana, once he played that Doom Beast, it became pretty good. There was no counterplay. Sometimes there was this little dance between who wants to commit first to the Atrocity, because then the opponent kind of answer in response with a Vengeance, or in this case with Atrocity. But once you go under that mana, it was the green light for Turtle to go with Atrocity and take the game there. So Dinah gonna have to be playing from the loser's bracket, and Turtle will advance. A UK player advancing to semifinals doesn't happen very often in these Fight Night tournaments, but glad to see it. And we'll be seeing possibly catching the last game of Cosimo versus Pat as well, the Spanish player versus the Slovakian player. We'll see if that just ended or not, because, again, we are at the tail end of quarterfinals. Once we get this through, we'll go to a quick break and come back with semis. But I believe there might still be, there is still a game going on here with Cosimo, the Spanish player, and Pat, the Slovakian. And Cosimo.
Ooh. We see leveled up Lissandra, the Watcher, is in hand. Pat working on a lot of value here with this Aphelios deck, but it's not going to matter if your deck blows up. We'll see if this is closed out within the next couple rounds.
And there's the Fading Memories as well. So we can pretty much tell that this version that Cosimo is running is a different version from what we've seen until now. It is a version that goes pretty much all in on this Watcher combo, and really able to do some crazy stuff once you get to turn 8 and turn 9. It is looking like it's game 2, actually. So not game 3. We're still on game 2, and Cosimo's only 1-0 up. So these have been some very long games here. And I'm not too surprised, considering we're seeing Targan and we're seeing Trundle Lissandra, 2 of the big control regions and lists in the game right now.
And Pat's running Zoe Aphelios with the Piltover Zon Splash. And what Piltover Zon is going to allow you to do is just give you access to a little bit more burn. We've got the Get Exciteds in the list, Submersible as just an additional elusive win condition potentially. And with the card generation of Piltover, you can level up Zoe, in a much quicker fashion. And so I do like this build that's moving away from, what we've seen as a standard so far and building a little bit more towards that Zoe win condition. It pops off a little bit more often than you'd expect, but building your deck even more so towards that means that things are going to get really spooky here for Cosimo potentially.
Not sure if it's better or worse, but definitely I welcome the chain. I like seeing Submersible card we don't see very often on Fight Night tournaments, so always a cool card to see here. And I like, creative deck building where you kind of take alternate angles too. Again, still very strong with Aphelios and Zoe and Crescendum bringing out ballistic bots, but a different flavor at least to these decks.
Now, we've got, 16 HP. There's still a long way to go for this atrocity to even be a win condition. The Watcher now, I believe, Lissandra's leveled up, so we know that 2 have been played. There needs to be a couple more 8-mana units played for the Watcher's discount to kick in. The Ice Shard is interesting. You can keep chipping away at this board turn by turn, but you need something else to go alongside this. We see Withering Whale, but that's really it. Pat's not running Veiled Temple either, so this Aphelios is just hanging out there with only 2 HP right now.
And the Entomb will be coming in clutch here. Maybe Ice Shard Withering Will be enough. You'll be at 16. It'll be exactly not enough, actually. You have to Entomb here. You'd be killing the 4-2, but there will be 60 damage being hit. Actually, with the Nexus at tough, it will be enough to stop it. But maybe Entomb is just safer. Not taking 11 is probably a good idea in most cases.
Yeah, again, because of the Piltover Zon Splash, you have to worry about that little bit of extra burn from the Mystic Shots and the Get Excited. So this is something that we saw in the Heimerdinger variants, actually, right? The Heimer Zoes, where you have that little bit of extra burn to catch your opponent off guard, something that Targon lacks. Is presented here with Piltover Zon. So Pat essentially just sort of maybe taking a different take of the Heimerdinger list. Again, love the Submersible inclusion. Comes into play, gets a pretty decent buff on itself with the elusive, and draws a card, which is always nice. Pat's running triple Spell Shield, so in this matchup with Freljord, there's going to be a lot of removal and interesting cards that you can also take down the road.
And that being said, the burn will be effective, but with tough on the Nexus, it becomes maybe not as effective, not as scary. I played a bit of Ezreal in a few different versions, different decks this past week, and let me tell you, it is not fun to play against Trundle Lissandra when there's tough on the Nexus, because Ezreal does nothing. It just tickles the opponent's Nexus, but does no actual damage. Same with any Mushroom decks. If you guys are thinking about playing, the deck that I love, the Ezreal Teemo Sejuani deck, do not play it, because it really sucks against Trundle Lissandra when the Nexus has tough.
It was really coming up through the metagame as an anti-control deck, and then Lissandra came down to say, I've been waiting for this moment to counter you, and we're in the new era of Freljord Shadow Isles, where we have to think even further outside of the box to counter this monstrosity. But right now, Cosimo's still in a very fantastic spot. Pat has a lot of cards in hand, a lot of fuel, but not a lot of threat being presented here right now. Again, with the Nexus tough and the Watcher still potentially putting Cosimo with a very strong clock once Trundle comes down with these Ice Pillars.
And the worst part about Trundle Lissandra countering Ezreal or Mushrooms is that the player decides to play this deck on ladder doesn't think, I'm going to counter Ezreal by playing this deck. They just play it because it's a very strong deck that destroys aggro. And when they queue up into Ezreal or Mushroom, they think, oh, I counter this too. That's great. I love being a Trundle Lissandra control player. So it does feel pretty bad because you're not even being targeted here. You're just getting hit by a stray bullet. All of a sudden, you're playing Ezreal, you queue up in the tunnel of Lissandra, and you just lose the game. So it doesn't feel great. I don't like this thing now where every patch, every expansion, the deck gets stronger and stronger by accident. But it is how it is. Control is a strong archetype in Runeterra.
And again, we were seeing the strength of this list. It's the most popular card, the most popular deck for today's tournament, in all of its multiple variants. And at the very least, there is some flexibility around how you want to play it out. So we're going to be seeing a lot of variation to discuss going forward. But we are also, as we saw earlier from Krisheka, seeing the cracks of the deck where there maybe is some sort of way to build a counter lineup or maybe try to counter queue this thing. And, I have heard rumors that Twisted Fate Fizz, despite all the AoE and board clear, still manages to get some wins here and there.
I'm not surprised. That is the one deck that I've said many times before, that regardless of matchup, regardless of what might be happening, they always find a way. They draw into 17 Burble Fishes, and next thing you know, the game is over.
So, again, the ice shard's great. Again, wiping your own board isn't that big a deal when you're just slowly chipping away at the enemy board. You have to get rid of this Aphelios and start working your way up towards this Watcher. We haven't gotten a shot of if it's 2 out of 4 or 3 out of 4 yet, but Casimo just willing to take the time here.
And of course, Ice Shard, because your Nexus has tough, it means that your Nexus will not be taking damage, and Ice Shard hits everything, including all units and the Nexuses as well. So you can slowly, if you want, just chip down your opponent's Nexus turn by turn and win that way. If that's how you want to do it, just choke out your opponent. That's one way to do it as well. We'll see Pat's Nexus health slowly dropping every turn.
The Atrocity just chilling in the hand, waiting for the perfect chance. It's hard to use Atrocity as a win condition into Targon because of star shaping. It's just such a massive amount of healing. If you're trying to use it on a unit like Trundle that's like very buffed up, you have to worry about a lot of silences. Pat, of course, is running the classic triple hush, and Casimo looks to be in a decent position here in terms of control, in terms of inevitability, but Pat is about to get this Immortal Fire back from being entombed, and there's still a 5-2 elusive in play. Even with Tough on the Nexus, that's a lot of damage being threatened.
That being said, the 8 mana pillar can come down next turn as well. We'll see if it's 3 out of 4 or 2 out of 4 right now. I believe it's 2 out of 4, but we might be proven wrong. We did jump into the game kind of late, but there's the Spectral Matron.
There's the Matron!
And that's all you need, really. Just disregarding the 2 out of 4 or 3 out of 4, it'll do it. So if you survive this, that's the first thing you have to do here. And we'll see if it's possible.
17, you can Atrocity the Immortal Fire, it just reses itself. Really, really late on the Spectral Matron there, unfortunately. Oh my goodness, this is so unfortunate. We've got like the double Ice Shard, so you can clear the Submersible. Because the Immortal Fire, when it dies, it doesn't lose its attack power. It just re-heals itself, so it's not going to resummon itself with cleansed attack. Just the perfect amount of damage being dealt here, where the Tough on the Nexus won't matter.
There's the Shannon email, the GG from Cosimo, and maybe we've jinxed it. Maybe Trundle is a bad deck, Trundle Lissandra, because we've seen it lose 3 times in a row now. Maybe we're onto something here. The competitors finding ways and building decks to counter this deck, knowing that it will be the deck to beat this tournament because of how the meta is shaping up, because of the fact. Now, I'm not surprised not to see TF Fizz, because it is, in theory, again, maybe not always, but in theory, going to be weak to AoE clears, and Trundle and Lissandra getting traction on ladder kind of made it so that some of these players were maybe scared to bring that, brought Trundle instead, and some players thought even more ahead and brought possible counters to these decks with things like Elusive, with things like just bigger units in the mid-range to high-range level, not small units that can go, instead of wide, go tall and get damage in that way. But we're going to game 3 here which means that Pat has now won on this Zoe Aphelios deck and has his second deck remaining, which is going to be a very exciting Swain Sejuani, if I'm not mistaken.
Swain Sejuani. Now, this is a very classic mid-range archetype. This was actually really big a few months ago. Like, well, not a few months ago, a while ago. It was like the prototype of S tier Frostbites, where you just have like really big mid-game units. You've got the late game win condition of Swain Leviathan. And now, with the extra tools presented to it and the way the meta is shaped up now, you get a lot more value, again, out of these larger, resilient units in the Freljord and potential to, get those procs that you want with Swain thanks to Ice Shard. It's one thing that Swain Sejuani did sort of struggle with, was actually leveling up the Swain. You can proc your Sejuani pretty easily thanks to Death's Hand, especially after the nerf to Crimson Disciple. The deck lost out on a lot of what it needed to tie the deck together, but now maybe seeing new life here. We'll see if Pat can convince us that we might be in the true start of a new era.
Yeah, Ravine, one of the stronger cards in the latest expansion, came in and just, again, synergizes very well with this Swain and the Sejuani deck. Also, Whispered Words, a card that has been maybe under the radar a bit. Ash, the typical Ash Nox Frostbite, maybe a bit of a more boring deck that hasn't been played too much yet on ladder and in tournaments, but could find a lot of success now with Whispered Words being, fixing one of the big problems that it had, which was card draw. Whispered Words now able to really help with that and help in this deck as well. With Swain Sejuani, when you're playing things like Ravenous Flock, a lot of these cheaper spells, you end up having pretty few cards going into the late game, and now Whispered Words might definitely help with that.
With Swain Twisted Fate, a classic control deck, you're used to paying 4 mana to draw 2 cards, and Whispered Words, just comes in big to do the same thing now for this archetype. It's, again, the Freljord Noxus has gotten a lot of key tools it's needed to sort of to re-glue the archetype back together after some key nerfs in the past. So we've got a nice mid-game start here. Blighted Ravine also pings the enemy, keeps their board clear in the mid-game. I really like it. Swain's just going to come down here. If you don't have a blocker, I get to hit your Nexus for bonus damage. This is going to force Casimo to play the Trundle out, right? You have to block this Swain.
I have seen some versions of Swain being paired with Lissandra in the past week, with Trundle as well. And in this case, this is the more classic version, I think, with Sejuani that was, here before this expansion released. And we'll see if this version maybe is the better one. I think a lot of different, the 3 different versions do very different things in the mid to late game, and we'll see, what this version can do and what benefits it has over other champions.
Once we get potentially the Swain Leviathan in play, if you're stopping Trundle from attacking you, it goes a long way. If you're able to maybe stun a Watcher, right? They play the Watcher and then you can ping the Nexus to stun the Watcher, then it keeps your deck from being obliterated. I'm very excited for this matchup. The biggest worry, of course, is the Ruination. Getting Swain and Leviathan on the board is difficult, to say the least. They can Vengeance the Swain, or they Vengeance the Leviathan. If you overcommit, you have to worry about Ruination. It's going to come down to, I think, mostly the Leviathan is what you want to stay alive because of the pings. Lissandra is going to stop the Leviathan pings from damaging the Nexus. Do you still get the stuns from Swain?
No, because there's no damage being done. I believe
even though the damage is reduced. Okay.
Well, it's reduced to 0. So yeah, Leviathan is one, it's not 3, it's just one different ping 3 times, which means that it's going to be the same as Ezreal, going to be reduced and no stuns will come through. I'm fairly certain on that. Don't crucify me if it isn't the case, but I'm fairly, because I played a little bit of Swain with Trundle, and I believe that was the case, which is why I very quickly stopped playing it. It was not great.
Yeah, I guess it would be the same way like how a 0 mana Thermo Beam won't pop a barrier. Like you're dealing 0 damage, like it counts as you're dealing damage, but not. It's strange. But at any rate, we've still got Swain in play. And it's still going to be very tricky for Casimo, right? If this Trundle gets taken down, it's going to force a Vengeance or something in order to not take this huge burst of damage. And Sejuani looks to be the answer, taking Trundle to the side, clearing it potentially, and opening up a path for Swain now.
And we'll see if Pat decides to challenge this Trundle with Sejuani, or if he's scared of a Vengeance, challenge it and just get it out of the way with a different unit and go for damage instead, and to make the Vengeance come in on Sejuani while she's not killing Trundle regardless. We'll see who he challenges with and how he exactly does this, because it could matter quite a bit depending on Vengeance being a thing or not.
And yeah, now Casimo here. You play the Lissandra, but she can't block Swain either.
Ruination was also a consideration here at this point. You had the mana, and you're taking down 2 champions. It would be a pretty nice combo. It clears the board for your late game, your Watcher combo as well. But maybe saving it, I think, for the once the Leviathan comes down. I think that's the scariest part, having this combo assembled. And when you play Leviathan, you play pretty much all your mana if you're Pat. So it would be a big punish at that point.
You've got a way to keep some damage at bay from the Trundle. When you're playing these sorts of decks with the Spectral Matron, you don't really care about Trundle as much. He's only there to generate your Ice Pillars. You create Ice Pillars, that is your purpose, and then we're going to recycle these in order to get the Watcher. So by not worrying about clearing the board, you just want to keep yourself healthy with the Vengeance, and as you mentioned, you get to keep Ruination for if something goes awry later in the game. And second Vengeance is great. This is the matchup where answering these threats 1-for-1, like we said, is kind of bad in certain other mid-rangey matchups. This is a matchup where the single target removal being presented here from Freljord Shadow Isles is going to be a lot stronger.
And we see a Pillar now, a Fading Memories, and a Spectral Matron in hand. So a lot of the combo pieces are there now for Cosimo, and this Lissandra has survived until this point, which is the key thing and why he maybe played her so late, is to make sure that she was able to stick on the board from this flip from turn 7 to turn 8, which is very, very important for this deck.
And we've got Ice Pillar now, comes down, refills 8 mana, and we just need Fading Memories onto the Pillar to get the Watcher in hand, and that's going to refill the mana again into Spectral Matron. Pat has to put a stop to this combo, recognizes that this is the time it's about to happen. Scorched Earth to clear the Lissandra. That explains the Avalanche from the previous round.
Very heads up play here from Pat, obviously considering things from the turn before already, understanding how powerful this combo is and how unstoppable it is, and understanding that, this is the key piece. Taking down Lissandra before she can level up is the key here, and at this point now, the combo cannot really go off here. You can play Lissandra, of course, but then you don't have enough mana for the Matron.
By playing Lissandra, you have to it puts you in a position where you need to wait even more turns in order to get the combo off. There's nothing in the deck, no Draklorns to pop these Thralls. They're just random landmarks that just happen to be summoned by Lissandra. The deck doesn't play with or consider them really at all. It's always a nice bonus to have. You still have the the threat of them later down the road. But again, not having the mana to fully do the combo this round is the key thing, just to buy yourself some more time.
Now it stops this turn. It also stops Pat from developing his own game plan. There's no Leviathan turn 8. If it is played next turn, maybe there's a Ruination, etc. So again, this might just be stalling the inevitable at this point. It is, in terms of late games, it's very hard to compete with this new late game from Lissandra with the Watcher combo. Especially this version that goes all in on that with Fading Memories as well. So we'll see if it's just delaying what's going to happen regardless here for Pat.
Yeah, Lissandra doesn't need to be in play when you summon those 8 drops, of course, but you do need to play her in order to get that Watcher in hand. So the combo is going to be delayed by a couple rounds, but you can still get the Watcher and set up for it down the road. So there it is in hand, and now Pat's in trouble with the Swain and Sejuani list. The stuns are real. You've got Swain potentially going to level up soon. You hopefully have the Arachnoid Sentries to also maybe stop the Watcher from attacking you. You have to also worry about atrocity, just because the Watcher does have 11 attack, if I'm not mistaken.
This is what I talk about board space being a problem at some points, because you have all these pillars, you have these landmark, etc. You can overwrite them, of course, but Spectral Matron has kind of a summon with effects. You need 2 slots on the board. But there was a pillar that was ephemeral, so that would be solved here. But it's something that people have to consider when you're playing this deck. Maybe a lot of newer players that pick it up don't really think about this, but it is sometimes a problem. And the way you build the deck, even with what kind of tutors you have, what kind of mid-game units like Babbling Bjerg you have, does matter sometimes for the board space.
Frost shards now being generated. This is just going to wipe a little bit of what Pat has going for it. Sejuani looks like not to be very close to leveling up. So even like getting the AoE Frostbite is a great way of dragging the game out. I really do like this deck's chances in the matchup, but once you get to the hyper late game like this with no definitive advantage on your side, you just let the Trundle Lissandra kind of just get into its groove of this late combo. And because they have so many different punishing options, you are really disincentivized from operating at full power. So Pat needs to be very careful from this position. Once the attack token comes back, we already see the Watcher combo in hand, and Cosimo doesn't really need to do much as long as Lissandra can block Swain.
It does seem always, just very, very hard to deal with, because you get to a certain point in the game where your entire game plan just focuses on surviving. You don't even see the light at the end of the tunnel. There's no win condition for you anymore. It's just trying to survive. But then, for what purpose? You're going to end up dying regardless. I think it's very, very hard to stop this combo, which is why it is so strong right now. There are, of course, certain ways to do it. There are ways to try and end the game before the combo can really go off. But in this position, it becomes very, very difficult to try and do anything.
And I took a chance to look up Pat's list. There is actually only one Arachnoid Sentry, and the chances of it being in hand, we haven't seen any Whispered Words, no card draw yet. You need this one Arachnoid Sentry to try to buy yourself another turn if this Swain isn't leveled up and ready to stop that Watcher when it comes down.
One of the problems now with Avalanche and Ravine being in these decks, that you can't really build around things like House Spider, things like Sentry as much because of their health. And the fact they'd be dying to both of those spells. So if you become a bit incentivized to be running Sentry, so there is only one copy in this case. It's always been a stable of Swain decks, but not in this case. And there's a Runation, just clearing the entire board, resetting everything, and back to square one now.
And here it is, Spectral Matron bringing out an ephemeral copy of the Watcher. And even if it is only going to survive one turn, that's all you need when you have the attack token. Once it attacks, that attack is locked in, obliterates the opponent's deck, and then Pat will potentially lose at the start of the next round, unless you can put a champion spell in there to try to just keep shuffling it in, right? But Whispered Words just being used there, trying to look for that Arachnoid Sentry. Doesn't get it, unfortunately, can't stop the combo.
And there's the surrender. There was lethal presented on board, and also, like you mentioned, lethal with the obliteration of the deck, and little else you could do there if you were Pat. So game 3 goes to Cosimo, able to advance to semifinals. Pat will try and fight his way through the loser's bracket, and Cosimo, another Spanish player, making it through. We've had a new Spanish player here every single time for the past 6 or 7 weeks, and they've all managed to make it through at least the semifinals. We'll see if Cosimo also makes the winners finals as well. But we see here the results: Cosimo versus Spikes coming up in the next semifinals. Spikes from the UK, and Turtle also from the UK against Krisheka. So both UK players maybe finally trying to put up a good performance for UK. Hasn't usually been the case when players like Fly and a few others have come around, but Spikes and Turtle trying to do it here. And look at the losers bracket, we see Pat versus Broken Ball and Dinah versus Hollow to try and fight their way back into the tournament. We've seen a lot of great loser bracket runs in Fight Night in the past few weeks with Lobster, with a lot of players seemingly going 0-2 round 1 and then just going crazy in the loser bracket and making it all the way back to grand finals. But we'll see if that'll be the case in this tournament as well.
Yeah, we'll see if that losers bracket run will begin once we get back from this break. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. We are going to be heading into the next stage of the bracket here pretty soon. The next match that we do have selected is going to be Spikes versus Cosimo, who we just saw finishing out the first segment there with the combo Spectral Matron deck.
And Cosimo, the Spanish representation for this tournament, the only Spanish player this time. So my only hope here, doing pretty well until now, has a pretty strong lineup. We'll talk about it in a bit. We saw the Trundle deck mostly, but he also is bringing TFA, which is a deck that we've obviously seen do very well in general. But in this tournament, it might have some more problems against the AOE board because we're seeing a lot of players bringing. That being said, we talked about it before. Maybe not going to be a problem. TFIz has always finds a way to win games out of nowhere. And Spikes, one of the players representing Team UK in the EU Masters, became known in the community because of this, and also just some great performances from him in the past few months, trying to make it through as well. Also running Trundle Lissandra. This is a kind of a point we're going to make, and we're going to discuss and compare to see the different deck lists the players are running and what different variants they have and what they try to achieve as well with the different variants.
Right. We dropped into the middle of that last round with Cosimo's Spectral Matron variant, and we didn't get a chance to closely look at the list, but we do have that now. We see here again, the deck is based completely around that Watcher combo. Only just has the one atrocity, of course. It's just a fantastic failsafe for the deck to just slot in. But we got 3 Spectral Matron, 2 Fading Memories to duplicate those Trundle pillars. That way, as soon as Lissandra flips, you can potentially just bam, 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 get the Watcher down to obliterate the enemy deck. It's even got a couple copies of Entreat slotted in order to get Lissandra and even Trundle a little bit more consistently to hold down that mid game.
And I think a lot of these cards are going to be, guaranteed 3-ofs in any variant, really. But some of the cards that I'm seeing that are going to be, I think, a bit more flexible are the Atrocity and the Ruination are not going to be run in all lists, I believe. The Sentry, there could sometimes be 2 of them instead of 3. Same with Matron, could be 2 instead of 3. We could also see sometimes a single copy of Babbling Björk to pretty much act as a copy of Matron with a bigger upside in control against control and aggro, where you have that body in the mid game as well to get you a bit of a better curve. Other than that, everything else looks pretty standard here. And this is going to be the version, again, that really does focus all in on the Watcher combo with the Fading Memories as well.
One other point from that previous list I want to mention as we move into Spike's variant is that Cosimo doesn't have Frost Bites. So that means that this version that has the Ledros, double Ledros with the Atrocity, potentially a little bit more attacking power to it, is maybe going to be an advantage of relying on Atrocity as a win condition. We've got 3 Sisters in the deck now, so that you can also potentially use 3 Sisters in Tomb in an emergency to stop that Watcher combo. Spectral Matron still being run in Spike's list, so one is going all in on that combo, and the other, again, has a little bit more flexibility to it, where you're dipping into a little bit of this and a little bit of that.
More flexibility, but also sometimes maybe a little bit less consistency. So that could be the trade-off there. You want to be more versatile, want to have more different ways to end the game, and sometimes you might not find the right pieces at the right time to do so. Looking at Cosimo's hand, looks like we will be seeing a TF level up. I mean, maybe not, but
the right pieces at the right time, right?
Ballistic Bot turn 2, as usual, Rummage and pick a card. This is a hand, if you ask a TFIz player what hand you want, they say, this one, please.
Classic. So we've got the Mind Meld as well. No worries about this being drawn ephemeral off of the pick a card. So this is what you want to see. Your board's going to get wiped over and over and over again by Freljord Shadow Isles, and then eventually you might be able to get something to stick. Usually what ends up happening, especially in these variants, is after your opponent has committed all of their mana or most of it to a big board clear, because of the 0 mana Burble Fishes, you're able to reestablish, even if you're at very low mana with Burble Fish, Iterative Improvement, boom, boom, boom. And even without the Mind Meld, you still have, 6 or 12 damage coming through just like that. So we'll see if Spikes is able to surf the waves of Twisted Fate Fizz and time this AoE properly.
Well, you see 3 TFs in hand, and you see 3 ways to kill TF in hand for Spikes. So it looks like that is covered. I think we're going to just move on to the late game, basically, because we see Avalanche, we see Ravine, and we see the box as well. 2 copies in this deck for Spikes. Spike's opting for a much more control-y list with a lot of different tools to answer many different decks, and having no ramp, really, just not really going too all in onto that late game combo, instead getting a more natural game plan. And I think it's going to be very effective here against TF Fizz. Might be a deck that he built specifically for this tournament, for the meta, if he's expecting TF Fizz, because you have things like the box that are so strong against Burblefishes at fast speed, can punish after big development without it being a slow speed like Avalanche.
But Kasumo now, stuck between a rock and a hard place, committed to pick a card, and wants to play this Twisted Fate. We've seen this classic result over and over and over again. Twisted Fate blue card with the pick a card means that this is threatening to level up next round if not answered. And Spikes can set up an Avalanche to clear this, go for the Blighted Ravine. No mana on Kasumo's side for a suit up or anything of that nature that typically is used to counter the removal in these boards.
And next turn again, we might see the same exact interaction because there will be enough mana once again for TF and pick a card. So again, it's going to be an attempt here from Kasumo, but this deck is going to be answered very cleanly by all the different answers that Spikes has in terms of AoE. Not just AoE, but just anything that can clear off this TF at only 2 health should basically do it here in the mid game.
Excellently timed Ravine, to be honest. You're getting a really big threat off of the board. You're popping your Avaros and Sentry to draw another card anyway, and you aren't worried about Kasumo getting a big open attack to maybe punish you, wiping your board like that. So Spikes now has the opportunity to just play Lissandra in a pretty potentially slow turn and start getting a Thrall cooking, start just working towards that combo. So Spike's looking pretty strong here with the Ice Shard and Avalanche as well to back up so much AoE. Kasumo just needs to keep chipping away. You keep developing the threats, keep forcing the AoE, and try to run your opponent out of resources. Twisted Fate Fizz, despite being a swarmy deck, has so much card draw that it is very, much able to run the gauntlet and just keep the consistent threat level up against these Freljord Shadow Isles decks.
And a very awkward spot here for Kasumo. Can't really do anything right. Drew 2 Burblefishes here on Fleeting. Doesn't want those to be removed, obviously, but if he were to play them, then even an Ice Shard pretty much demolishes his entire board at fast speed. So really, this deck really is going to suffer a lot from these AoE clears. There's so many very effective and value-effective answers here from Spikes to take control of the mid game, and in the late game, we're going to have a much harder time doing anything against Lissandra with toughness even for the Ballistic Bot ignitions. So many things that this deck is going to do right in countering TF Fizz.
There is, of course, potential for the Nexus to gain tough from Lissandra, and that is going to take away potentially some of the burn win conditions we've seen from these decks as well. Not just the elusives hitting you, but the Ballistic Bot ignition slowly wearing you down. The Mystic shots and Get Excited being a way for them to get that little bit of extra reach that might be needed. And overall, we've heard rumors of Twisted Fate Fizz being able to still win through in this matchup, but at this high level of play, and with Spikes, as you mentioned, most likely teching this deck specifically for this matchup, it's looking to be like the matchup looks the way it should play out, where Twisted Fate Fizz is actually looking to be unfavored.
And Concurrent Timelines was found in hand from the Burblefish, something I hadn't considered that is a possibility, but definitely is now in TF Fizz. A card that might seem interesting, but I'm pretty sure with Burblefish being discounted to 0, that the unit coming out would be a 0 mana unit. So if you want to play a lot of Spectres for 0 mana, you can do that, of course, but it won't give you a 6 mana unit.
Butcher.
Yeah, it won't give you a 6 mana unit that you can maybe use that has more health, something like a Sithria, for example. It's the case as well with the Lissandra decks with Trundle that are trying to get them a lot of value out of Concurrent Timelines with the Trundle Pillar, for example, because it transforms into an 8 mana unit, which is a very, very strong combo. But it also transforms the Watcher into a 0 mana unit. So not ideal. If you're thinking about playing that, reconsider, because that is a possible detriment.
Yeah, there currently isn't any way to play an 11 mana unit. You could run, there's the Lissandra Demacia list running Mobilize, right? So you can play 10 mana Watcher. But we've got double Ballistic Bot now being set up. This one, after being hit with Iterative Improvement, has the bonus stats, much harder to remove, And before the tough is granted on the Nexus, the ignitions are going to be coming up, hopefully to deal a little bit of damage and try to get some work through. As we mentioned, Spikes isn't running any ramp, a little bit less healing in the deck thanks to no Catalyst, but has the Withering Wail.
And I'll take this time now talking about concurrent timelines in Trundle to very quickly advertise the rise of Elnux Ezreal with Trundle. Very fun deck if you want to try something new. I'm sure you can find it somewhere on Twitter or on Reddit. Google it, but it is a fun deck. It sounds like a meme. Maybe it is a meme, but it's a fun meme. So I recommend everyone try it out on ladder. You will not regret the loss of LP because it's a very fun deck to see Elnux come out. Takes you back to the good old beta days.
Oh man, good old Elnux. One day Riot will hear our prayers and give us more Elnux. But speaking of which, Cosimo, hopefully they'll hear his prayers and we'll get some more Burble Fishes coming out of the deck, because right now Cosimo's been forced into this really passive line, just drawing cards, looking for answers, shuffled the Mind Meld in very early, and there's going to be a point, right, where Mind Meld potentially gets put on the stack, and if the box plus Withering Wail or something just wipes the board before it resolves, is just going to seal the deal on Cosimo's victory.
There's a suit up trying to get a trade here with Lissandra, trying to take her down before that toughness comes in effect, before she flips on turn 8. Of course, that is the very scary turn most of the times, but no pillar in hand, no Trundle's been played, so at least you have that to look forward to if you're Cosimo. Although I think your own win condition as Cosimo, there really is no pressure you can possibly apply to Spikes, because it relies on just making a very big board, and as you do that, there will be, a window for punishment from Avalanche or things like the box. So I think Spikes is not really too scared of taking it slower in this matchup.
Once you basically, exactly, against Fizz Twisted Fate, the Mind Meld is like really the only way they're going to get like a big board of elusives to maybe steal wins. And as long as you have the tools in hand and you're confident that you can wipe the board before it resolves, you are in a fantastic spot. Twisted Fate Fizz is also drawing tons of cards, so if you're able to just survive and survive and survive, there's a world where Twisted Fate Fizz might even deck itself out. The first Twisted Fate was cleared. It's so dangerous for Cosimo to set up the second one without a suit up yet coming out of the deck. It is running 3 copies, and there is another Rummage in hand too. So maybe, what do? You cash in the second Twisted Fate here just to get more card draw and just rely on the third one to stick and level?
These are matchups that, just feel doomed from the start. I'm sure there are better players out there that can find an intricate possibility of winning, but when I queue up in this kind of matchup, I just think to myself, well, this is going to be pretty painful. I'm going to try my best. I'm going to, give it my all, but it probably won't end up with any great results. And it looks like that's going to be the case here for Cosimo as well, because it seems like anything you do, again, when you're playing at this disadvantage of having all your units at 1 or 2 HP, it seems like it's going to be very hard to find a window to do anything relevant.
Once Lissandra levels up, you get that fleeting Ice Shard every turn to just continuously wipe the board or chip away at the board, as the case may be. So here it is, the second attempt being made with the Twisted Fate. Throws the blue card out there, and we see the pick a card and the suit up in hand.
Suit up might be the way to try and do something here, but Vile Feast, the box, seems like it's gonna be a pretty nice answer. Even just Avalanche, the box, will be very nice as well.
Ooh, we got a sneak peek. The Mind Meld's already at 10 stacks.
But with 2 1/1s and Withering Wail and all this mana available, it's going to be a very, very risky play here. And you can, of course, buff TF and Ballistic Bot up, but not elusive. They're not really going to be able to push damage to the Nexus. You can get some good trades, sure, but that's 7 mana being thrown away basically. So it does feel quite awkward here. You can go for the Rummage into double strike testing, see what you get, see what options that opens up.
The box is just bullying this list. Twisted Fate Fizz has been a menace in tournaments, even on the ladder currently, punishing all the new decks. And to see it now in a position where it's looking like it's struggling is something I'm honestly not used to. Players are used to, playing very patiently. They'll play decks into bad matchups because there's always a chance to outplay your opponent or get good top decks. And Cosimo's committing to that right now. Just going to present some extra damage now with the Ballistic Bot, perhaps forcing Spikes to commit some mana to stop this attack, and maybe make it a little bit more likely that the Twisted Fate will survive.
And because the box is not threatening any of these units that are currently attacking, maybe it opens up a possibility that Spikes doesn't consider the suit up, instead goes for a more natural reaction like Withering Wail, and doesn't have enough mana to take down the TF later with the box. But probably unlikely considering the fact that, it's only 4 mana for the box, and currently Spikes has 11 mana to work with.
You get the free trade there with the Ballistic Bot, take the 2 chip damage, and here's the Avalanche. So that forces the suit up. Spikes has plenty of mana now to just cash in the box on top of this, because again, you need the Twisted Fate to go down. Is Spikes not caring, I wonder? Gonna just wait till after combat here, after the Avalanche resolves, maybe Cosimo develops one more thing?
Yeah, could still be Verbal Fishes as well, so I like the patience, trying to punish any kind of development, now that maybe Cosimo thinks there is no more board clears left, and now the box can come in after the fact and clear out TF. And that was maybe this was a chance that Cosimo had, with suit up as the kind of surprise. Maybe you had a chance at having this TF not just survive, but survive with pick a card already on the stack and already in effect, and maybe get a level up with the rummage and stress testing. That's 4 card draw pretty much immediately, but not able to find it, and it looks pretty grim now.
Yep, and now Spikes has the attack token, plays the Ledros to cut down to 6, and we're just going to be potentially swinging in, right? You have the opportunity to play one thing in response to this, but it needs to be something that can block Ledros and also survive.
And Burblefish will do that, is a fearsome blocker. No mana to work with now for Spikes, so there's really no interaction left, no Ball of Feast can be played. That you would be getting 5 damage going through to the Nexus, unless you get excited as well, and that would put you at Ice Shard range, which does deal damage to everything, not just units. So you have to be very careful if you're Cosimo here, and you are very much playing on the back foot.
So Burblefish being sacrificed here, playing the Fizz that was leveled up, I think is also a consideration. But with no iterative improvement, this is, I believe, the second Burblefish that's being forced out now.
And you could get excited, the Tavern Keeper, but maybe you want to keep the get excited to answer a possible atrocity on Ledros. So I think, there's not really any better option. You have to play at this point.
I was thinking if there was maybe a world where the stress testing is actually cast there for its first ability to remove fleeting from a card, but again, just trying to survive here. If they don't have the 8-drop for Lissandra to get that Ice Shard, you don't need to worry potentially, and Mind Meld is still in hand.
You can get excited here on Lissandra, suit up the Burblefish, and Mystic Shot the Ledros, but again, I think that would only be worth it next turn after, answering an atrocity, not before the fact, of course, then you just replay Ledros at that point. But there is a bit of a disparity now in card advantage between these 2 hands, and Cosimo has survived until this point where Lissandra hasn't leveled up. There isn't much of a Matron combo or a Trundle combo going on. There's no pillars, so there might be a chance here.
The post combat development's also going to be pretty nice from Cosimo. There is no interaction now from Spikes. The entire turn was committed to just playing the Ledros. And so we've got a couple elusive units out there now with the Zaps Rayfin and the Fizz. We've even got a Pool Shark, which is a 1-drop that only makes it into very specific variants of the deck. Could be played out here to get another portion of card draw. We're still waiting on, I think, a couple more iterative improvements to come out of the deck. There's still a 3rd Burblefish to be had. There's a couple more suit-ups to grab, and we see Poro Cannon too, so there is potential again for a wide development. You just have to try to survive against the Avalanche, which I just don't think is possible. The Mind Meld is enormous though. The Mind Meld is actually huge.
If it goes through though, I mean, there's going to be 1 damage threatened on everything, so these Poros are not going to do much. Any Burblefish that are found, again, not going to do much. And there's 1 unit that's going to have a Vile Feast to also take it down, even at 2 health. So I don't think it'll be enough, but
so
at the very
I think
least,
Cosimo needs to preemptively suit up here onto the Zap, just make it a 4/4.
Opting not to play a suit up, obviously the suit up will still be in hand. It's not fleeting, but it'll cost 4 next turn. At this point, maybe you have enough mana. But if you want to play Mind Meld as well, yeah, maybe you don't actually. So I like this though. I mean, well,
yeah.
except for Atrocity answering and killing you, but it's until that point, I do like the attempt at least. You Mind Meld here. There's going to be a lot of procs, a lot of spells have been played. You still have mana for Suit Up to counter now a Withering Wail or a Vile Feast. But you can't counter both, so at least one of these 2 units will be going down, whichever one's not suited up.
And it is risky for Spikes to go for Atrocity here, because if you throw that on the Ledros, they could have potentially get excited to stop it.
Yeah, I guess you can't Atrocity. Yeah, you can't Atrocity this turn. You have to just defend.
And so now, Vile Feast being put onto the Daring Portal to clear that. Checking the math here with the Mind Meld. There's no Frostbites in Spike's list. There is 3 Sisters, however. Actually, so there is potential for 3 Sisters to kill one of these units. And you can see here that if one of them is answered by an Entomb or the Flash Freeze, then it's not going to be enough here. However, if you're thinking of, if they go for, instead of Entomb, if they do go for Flash Freeze to just Frostbite, you can go for Suit Up, I believe, to still rebuff the unit through that Frostbite to get the lethal alongside the Mind Meld. But this is all just very, very specific.
So you have to accept here, attack, and then Atrocity has to respond. Withering Wail will no longer do it, of course, with 2 16/16s. And the only hope for Cosmos to get excited is to rummage and hope to finally get excited
with
exactly enough mana. But we've seen one played already. This list plays 2 copies only.
He's going for it. Draw your last 2 pathetic cards, Yugi. Doesn't get it. Oh.
And that was the only out at this point. Spikes played that very, very well. Not playing Withering Wail, playing Vile Feast first to still have the mana available for Atrocity and to threaten lethal once the attack is committed here from Cosmos. So a closer game than I thought. Again, TF Fizz is a deck that is able to find a way to really put pressure on you. There's the Mystic Shot, 1 mana off. I mentioned it last turn, the importance of putting that Suit Up on the Burblefish that was blocking the Ledros to put it at 2 HP so that Mystic Shot could kill it to answer the Atrocity. Cosmos didn't see that same line. I think it would have been the correct one, but I'm not sure how the mana would have worked out if you had enough mana. It was a 2 mana Suit Up at that point, so maybe that was the way. Maybe that was the line. Again, that is seeing both players' hands and knowing exactly what cards are available and what answers there are to certain plays. But could have been a possible, a very, maybe not the usual line of play, playing a Suit Up defensively to get more damage on Ledros, but could have definitely been an out at that point.
Yeah, that would be covering a very specific option for sure. We saw, right, even though Spikes was in control for most of that game, the Twisted Fate Fizz still presented a lethal opportunity, which was absolutely enormous to battle through all of the AoE, through all that control, through the Ledros, and still have a shot of killing your opponent thanks to that Mind Meld. And that's just one of the strengths of Twisted Fate Fizz, that even when you think that it's a doomed matchup, when they're down for the count, there's always a way. And Spikes now, after getting that win, is going to be forced onto the Twisted Fate Aphelios deck.
And this will be now TF versus TF, a classic in the past few months. We'll see if any balance changes come in the next big nerf following the release of this expansion. But TF Fizz versus TF Aphelios, we've seen this matchup before. Again, it just so happens sometimes where there is no clear answer to Mind Meld, there is no clear answer to the explosive turns from TF Fizz, and it can really get a win very quickly. But if the game goes long and if TF Aphelios is able to start, going crazy with Aphelios level up and the temples, etc., it can get out of hand also going into the late game with the amount of value that this deck is able to generate.
One of these players is going to have to commit their Twisted Fate first, and that gives potential for the other one to just use a gold card to kill the first Twisted Fate that's played. So there is a little bit of nuance there. The Veiled Temple lists, of course, we do have actually there's Triple Hush, but no Moonlight Affliction in Spike's variant. And Moonlight Affliction is a nice way to stop some of maybe the swingier mid-game boards. but it's going to come down to, you know, not letting your opponent set up. It looks like that's what Spikes is really going for here.
And it has 3 temples in hand. Can get the triple temple on board, the Illuminati trifecta, but not going to happen probably because it might be a bit too slow against TF Fizz. Too hard to just go for temples. But I mean, if he can get that down, it's going to be very, very strong because the mana regen will be off the charts. Just 6 free mana every turn to work with.
So what's stronger? The Destiny cards from Twisted Fate, or 6 free mana and a free +3/+3 on your biggest unit? We'll find out soon. Looks like.
I mean, TF is good, but he's not that good. Surely he can't outvalue.
You just have the gold card every turn, so you don't get one shot by Infernum.
Even from a lore angle, I mean, what wins? A card slinger or 3 legendary temples that just give you magical powers? It has to be a temple, right?
But if honestly, TF wins, I'm down for this showdown. Triple temple, let's go.
If TF wins, I'll just send this game to the devs and tell them, Mr. Devs, something must be done. This TF is out of control.
That would be, honestly, yeah. Psycho, no Twisted Fate. Like, there's no way. The strongest Fate. Look, and there it is. The Rummage being cast. Portal Cannon also being used on top of that stack. Twisted Fate levels up. Unstopped. Again, you have a very specific window to answer the Twisted Fate in this matchup. Where they play it, you have to respond with your own Twisted Fate to just gold card it and pray they don't have like suit up. You need to get your Aphelios in place. You can send them into Boxtopus so you have a means to challenge it and clear potentially. But Cosimo right now is getting off to the races now with the leveled up Twisted Fate in this matchup.
When you say a very specific window, I think the window is made for Insects Boss League. It's a very small window, and it has closed already. TF has leveled up, and you are already doomed. I mentioned, 3 temples on hand. Maybe you want to, go for the dream and play all 3, but it might be too slow because TF can now level up in 1 or 2 turns very consistently, and that is the case here. And already, we're off. We're going to be watching TF just slinging cards the next few turns, and it might be very, very hard for Spikes to do much of anything at this point.
At this point, you have the value, but you can't make use of the Veiled Temple if you can't get anything to stick to the board. And even if you have a really large unit with a keyword, that gold card coming through repeatedly is just going to stifle any attempts you have of swinging through with Overwhelm, stabilizing with Lifesteal. And Bastion, you could say, is an argument against that. But if you just do red card, gold card, then the red card pops the spell shield, gold card comes through right behind it.
The 3rd temple being discarded, so the dream will not be a reality. I think it could not be a reality because it would be far too slow. We'll see if Aphelios coming down can maybe change things here. But I guess with Boxtopus as well coming in, swinging, it could be a chance. But of course, there will be a gold card still coming down.
So Veiled Temple buff going onto the Spacey Sketcher to tank this, allowing Aphelios to survive for another couple rounds could be very helpful. There is a world where Hush on Twisted Fate as you're opening at burst speed allows you to stifle its ability to control the board and then allowing you to set up a way to clear it. You can only, again, that's only clearing 1 Twisted Fate.
And the stun comes in on the Spacey Sketcher with the Aphelios also going down. That's great, but now you have a Boxtopus. It's a 3/4 challenging your TF, which means that Mystic Shot cannot stop it. And you might have some problems with TF surviving this turn. It's going to be a challenge here from Boxtopus. Double Boxtopus, actually. So two big units to remove. Both of these very powerful units in TF and Purple Fish and still survive. Or at least the one challenging TF will.
Mm-hmm. There was a line where you could, of course, save the pick a card to shuffle the Boxtopus back in, so you could try to bring it back out of the deck at full power when you get another Aphelios. But opting to just clear the Purple Fish there means that it takes that iterative improvement target off of the board as well for Cosimo. So Spike's now looking to get a bigger Boxtopus setup to just keep it alive. Has to answer a second leveled up Twisted Fate.
And with the Aphelios going down, the hand suddenly looking very, very awkward here for Spikes. Has some cycle with the Pill Cascade, has of course still 2 temples on the board, and has some card draw with pick a card, but that won't come in until the next turn. And there is a second TF here. I think there wasn't that much safe play from Cosimo last turn in terms of his TF surviving because he knew he had a second one. So he could just recycle and play out the next one instead. That'll be the case here. And yeah, some cycle here and some, obviously the mana regen from the double tempo will help in being able to play the card you draw. But we'll see if it's enough here for Spikes to try and stay in this game.
This is looking pretty rough. You can even look at the hand disparity. This was one of the early criticisms of Veiled Temple. Before the formula was sort of figured out and people saw the board states that it could result in and the value that it could actually generate, that you would just run out of cards. You've got all this extra mana to use, but you just don't have the card generation to consistently proc it every turn. And Cosimo has so many options now. Double Mind Meld in hand. It just needs to start getting Burblefishes out of the deck to use with the iterative improvements now to get the threat level cranked up. Twisted Fate's just going to do a fantastic job of kind of holding the fort, keeping Spikes from doing anything too threatening, but potentially, you know, Cosimo needs to start getting more units out of the deck and getting a board set up to threaten with Mind Meld before something silly happens off of like Star Shaping into Destroyer, right? I think that in this particular matchup, Destroyer is often very strong because of the overwhelm.
And really missing the Burblefishes here. With double iterative improvement, you have a chance to develop a very, very, just a huge board for the Mind Meld turn very cheaply. But in this case, missing that Burblefish that died last turn, wasn't able to copy it before its death, didn't have the mana available.
Down one Burblefish is kind of huge. We've seen some very awkward card draws, despite the amount of draw this deck has. Sometimes your Burblefishes are at the bottom. We've seen it during Fight Night a couple times, actually, where the Burblefishes are all at the bottom. You lose out on your main offensive tactic for the deck, and even though Twisted Fate, the red card slowly chipping away at your opponent, it sometimes isn't enough. Maybe a couple Daring Poros sticking with a Mind Meld like we saw in the previous match. 2 18-18 elusives could be.
Okay, there are 2 Hushes in hand now for Spikes. Spikes considering removing one of them. Maybe Equinox is a better option here. Hush, of course, at this stage of the game, very, very powerful in just stopping TF from doing anything. Especially now with the attack token turn for Spikes, he has first priority. He can start off with a Hush on TF, and it'll stop the gold card from stopping the Boxtopus. So that could be the line of play that Spikes wants to go for here. Just immediately, without even thinking about it, just throws on the Hush on TF and stops his Destiny cards this turn at the very least.
Ooh, and a lot of burst speed spells being drawn off of the pick a card here, allowing Spikes to proc the Veiled Temple in a speedy way if need be. If there's something like Get Excited Mystic Shot here, trying to clear the Boxtopus, for example. And we've also got the Pale Cascade now, so we can start drawing more cards, fueling this Veiled Temple. It was looking pretty dire there for a second, but Pick a Card does a fantastic job of fueling this Twisted Fate Aphelios. It's only a matter of time before Spikes gets his own Twisted Fate, or gets a second Aphelios as well, and maybe starts to claw back into this game.
The biggest problem tends to be with Temple giving you a ton of mana, a ton of stats, but sometimes not having the right cards to get card draw going into the late game. But these pick a cards are being very, very clutch now, where you're not really at the threat of dying right now. You don't need to have immediate impact with your cards. These turns you can set up for more card draw, and like you said, find the important units, find the important cards for the later turns where things like Mind Meld might come down and more elusives. But second TF going down, very, very important. No TF in hand, it looks like, for Cosimo. The third one is missing, and it would be the last one as well. So if that TF were to die, his game plan would be severely stunted as well.
So the Twisted Fate leveling up, very strong, very scary, like we mentioned, but wasn't able to capitalize on those rounds where he was alive and available. Got a ton of card draw, but it's all spells, right? No units coming down. Their Burblefish was cashed in early very greedily without an iterative improvement to back it up. And Cosimo now is just praying to get the next Burblefish out of the deck. It's almost fully discounted, and then the double iterative improvement is the ticket to have consistent staying power on this board. Giving it 2 HP means it's still going to be very strong against red card, for example, that would come down and wipe this board.
And Spike's going to use this Pale Cascade, not really for the stats, just to try and cycle, because it was fleeting as well, so it's a time to use it with the mana you have now. Aphelios has been found, can be played, and try and find maybe Calibrum to take on one of these units, but it looks like the Cosmo being forced to just copy these Poros and go for the Mind Meld next turn, possibly. Again, no huge deny effect available for this region combo from Spikes, but he has at least one Hush. Will that be enough, though?
We saw the Equinox be shuffled back into the deck, so that could be an interesting top deck that you could use post Mind Meld. There was another pick a card already put down on the stack, so there's going to be a lot of chances to get that out of the deck. Third Hush and that Equinox. Again, no Moonlight Infliction being run in Spikes' variant, so the weakness to Mind Meld is a little bit more pronounced. Even goes for Gravitum over the Calibrum, right? The Calibrum potentially could remove a Poro, but you have to worry about suit up. So the Gravitum is just going to cut off that attacker to stifle this Mind Meld turn next round. With Fizz being leveled up, we know that 6 spells have been cast, so the Mind Meld currently is going to be setting these up to 6/6s.
And Spike's possibly considering maybe playing Gravitum on the next turn to have those 2 turns with the unit stunned still, but I think that might not be the best yet. You have to do it now because you might find a draw like TF, red card, like a certain card you have to play on that one action you have before Mind Meld attack goes through, that you can't wait to have Gravitum play at that point. You have to play it now that you can. And again, stunning it for these 2 turns is going to be, I think, more than enough to do what you can to stop this big attack.
We get a Moon Weapon, right? Moon Gifts from Beyond from the second Aphelios does give you a second Gravitum here. But that's going to be 18 damage being threatened with this Mind Meld resolving. I think a little bit more. Does it count itself?
You have the Hush as well, so it'll stop. 3 of these units will be stopped, which I think should be enough to stop any big development here from Cosmo or any game-winning development on this attack.
Yeah, even cramming in a couple burst spells to get a little bit more juice into this Mind Meld. Stress testing, just whiff it for 1 mana, go all in. And as you mentioned, the Hush and with Gravitum, Spikes can survive this. But will it be enough against the Mystic Shots and the Get Excited potentially coming out of the deck?
There's 1 Mystic Shot still in hand. You can't play it this turn. You won't have enough mana. You'll be off by 1. But 8/8, so exactly 16 going to be threatened with 2 of those units that you cannot stop, actually.
Yeah, so it's going to be exactly 16 threatened, and the Guiding Touch can go up to 18, but that's covered by Mystic Shot next round potentially. It's really close.
You don't have the mana for all 3 spells this turn even, so I think it's going to be a GG. You have Gravitum and you have Hush, and then you don't have... Actually, no, with Temples you will have enough mana with the refresh, so... It'll depend on drawing Star Shapings, really, for the next turn. You're going to have cards run out with Guiding Touch as well, so you're going to be able to possibly find something. But you are going to be cutting it very, very close here.
Spikes does have Burblefishes in his deck as well, so there's a line where Burblefish comes out, and you can potentially try to get something down.
And the refresh from the Temple's coming in very, very clutch to be able to do all of this in this turn. We'll see what he draws from the Guiding Touch here. Star Shaping is massive, but he draws a Mushroom as well to counteract that.
Oh my god, the Mushroom Cloud that was cast before the Mind Meld dealing an extra damage. Is that going to matter?
I don't think it will. He was surviving at 2 regardless, but now with Star Shaping, yeah, he'll survive this turn still at 1 now instead of 2. And there's no mana available now.
Could die next round. There's a world where you just draw a Mushroom next round, and that's all she wrote. I can't believe this.
That is true. Yeah, and there's nothing you can do now at this point if you're Spike. So that would be the only line here. And it could happen. I mean, we saw 5 shuffled in. 1 has been drawn. The chances are slim, but they are there. 1 Mushroom insta-kills you. You have 4 Mushrooms in the deck and 20 cards. So a 1 in 5 chance to draw it, let's say. 1 in 5 chance for insta-lethal. And this game, 2 going to Cosmo. We'll see what happens here. Spikes. Misses the Mushroom, does not find it, able to survive, and now Star Shaping is enabled with the chance to cycle your moon weapons, and with a tempo buff on the mana as well, you're going to have a lot of different plays available here.
So it's still a lot to consider, right? The Mystic Shot still going to threaten lethal here. Cosimo's running the double Mind Meld variant, the truly cursed variant that has we saw this particular style of Twisted Fate Fizz perform really well a few fight nights ago. I believe it was like right before Shurima dropped. And the double Mind Meld was so clutch, where you didn't brick by accidentally giving your first Mind Meld fleeting, and you had that second one to fall back on.
There's the Aphelios level up moon weapons now costing only 1. I don't think you really needed the extra mana and the cards to work with because of temples. Double temple gives you so much mana region already, and it ends up becoming a problem of having not enough cards to play. But Star Shaping, a big find, able to heal obviously from the very scary 1 HP, and also finding a high cost, card you can kind of dip your mana into, like Cosmic Rays, like Cosmic Inspiration, like Supernova.
Cosmic Rays is pretty sick here, right? I mean, the only counter is Suit Up, and you wipe the board, you get to swing in here. What's this Aphelios phasing into? Severum to get even more lifesteal would be fantastic, or maybe just Infernum for that.
The problem is you'd need a Celestial card in hand.
Oh yeah.
And it's slow speed, so you can't really use it, for example, to try and respond to Mind Meld. So at the moment, that card is currently not very playable. Actually impossible to play regardless of mana.
All three of those cards were actually not playable. You're actually so right. I always forget about that requirement. Usually you only see those options being presented in very heavy invoke lists. So it usually isn't that much of a detriment. But here, in this situation where you could at the very least get an Immortal Fire to get an elusive blocker to help out, it's extremely rough.
This is the time now where some players, when double temples on the board, they overwrite one of the temples because they need the board space at this point. And they have too much mana to work with and not enough cards to use that mana on at this stage in the game, where there are some problems where you just don't have the card draw. You just have the weapons being generated by Aphelios, and that's basically it. But it looks like Spike's still opting to potentially just rewrite this space sketch instead and keep those temples on the board for now. Maybe just for the attack buffs on the Boxtopus.
So here's Severum healing up with the lifesteal. You get to answer one of these elusive units, but you potentially, with such a huge Mind Meld being threatened next round, you're just going to get one shot from 20 anyway.
And you have the Boxtopus trying to take down a few of these elusive units. Can't take them, can't block them, obviously next turn, so needs to take them down preemptively at this point with the Challenger effect. This Boxtopus 13-7, very uninteractable with a spell shield and the amount of buffs it's received already. Suit Up coming in, trades with the Boxtopus, takes it down, and also helps. That's one way to do it. You Mystic Shot your own Zap to stop the lifesteal from coming in. Like you said, I'm not sure if it's necessary because Mind Meld might just be a 20-0 type of effect next turn, but a nice little subtle interaction there from Cosimo, able to deny the lifesteal by killing his own unit with Mystic Shot.
I know, right? The Mystic Shot dealt like 11 damage there to the Nexus.
And there's one elusive blocker at least in Burblefish from Spikes. We'll see what Spikes draws. The most important thing here, if he can find a way to generate a second Celestial card, and if he can find any kind of cycling effects here. He finds a Sunblessed Vigor, not the card you want to see at this end of the game. Very, not very impactful at all at this point. Mind Meld is hovered, the Hushes are gone, and most of the answers are gone. 11-11s here across the board. Only one elusive blocker for Spikes.
Yeah, you've got the Gravitum to stop one. You can, and then block another. That's so much damage coming through. Not a single Twisted Fate seen from Spikes' deck. And like having the gold card, having the red card to clip out a few of these Poros when you had the opportunity early in the game was just so unfortunate. Surviving that first Mind Meld was extremely clutch. And to be fair, like, this is one of the rare variants that runs more than one. And so we're seeing that pay off here.
And one can be blocked, one can be stunned, but still two elusives going through for 11 damage each. So again, 20 to 0, like we mentioned. The fact that, the Mystic Shot last turn maybe wasn't as necessary as we thought, but did give you a bigger Mind Meld this turn as well, so maybe somewhat relevant. That being said, it looks like there is no way for Spikes to stop this. We mentioned the fact that there was no Moonlight Affliction in this deck, which is something that I don't like because, again, I've talked about this before. There is some problem with card advantage in this deck. Maybe not card generation, but just card advantage overall. And Moonlight Affliction for a single draw silences 2 units. So in this match specifically, much better than Hush. And if you're looking at it from a value perspective, it's 2 silences for 5 mana over 1 silence for 3 with Hush, which was, after the nerf to Hush where it became 3 mana. Suddenly, instead of being 2 + 2, 4, it was now 6. So Moonlight Affliction finds some value as a 2-for-1. But Spike's opting not to run it. I think there are arguments both ways, but in this match specifically against TF Fizz, definitely would be a fantastic card against Mind Meld specifically.
Yeah, if you're thinking that there's so much Freljord Shadow Isles that it's going to be chasing away the TF Fizzes for a little bit, maybe you can tech your deck into some other options. Like, for example, running Double Bastion, we see some versions only do get to run 1 to maybe help out protecting your Twisted Fate. But yeah, the Moonlight Affliction, that's not even talking about its offensive potential to set up. But now we're going to go into game 3, where we are going to be seeing the Twisted Fate Aphelios into Lissandra. And we talked about how this deck, sometimes because it doesn't have good ways to deal with landmarks and very slow value-oriented play, could maybe get outvalued. But the Spectral Matron combo, if Twisted Fate Gold card isn't there or Gravitum isn't there, then potentially the Needle gets threaded by Spectral Matron and the Watcher obliterates the deck.
That being said, I have seen this matchup played out a bit on ladder, and there are going to be a lot of tools. Crescent Strike, also a very strong tool if found at just stunning 2 units as well, having a 2-for-1 and having that answer just ready in your hand before we get to the late game. There are no threats in the early to mid game. It's all about the combo later on, so you can kind of start preparing your threats with Temple on the board, with the Aphelios, with TF, get your value generated, all your engine on the board, and then try and combat the combo in the later turns of the game.
And Spike's off to a great start. Has the Temple in hand, got the Duskbringer Aphelios. But with the Aphelios being nerfed to 2 HP, it's a lot spookier for this matchup. You might not even want to go for it right away if you're hoping for maybe some Blessed Vigor to back this play up. But at this point, you just have to go for it. There's so much removal, there's so much AoE in the deck that you just have to get it set up. Even if Aphelios gets answered, you still get the Crescendum. Cosimo taking it very slow here.
You get some damage in as well. If you would have wanted to ramp this turn, you might be tempted to Avalanche instead, but looks like Cosimo's going to ramp regardless. Not scared at all of Aphelios right now. Maybe should be if Temple comes down and the buffs start hitting Aphelios and he becomes harder to take down. This was the chance where you could do it very easily unless Pill Cascade was in hand. But as the game moves along, you start getting Temple on the board, you get a bit more stats on this Aphelios, becomes a bit harder to take down.
There is mana now for Veiled Temple into some Blessed Vigor as a threat from Cosimo's perspective. But you can just open Avalanche, try to force it. Or play Trundle. I know that Lissandra is a play that you really want to get set up early because you know that Spikes is going to be taking a very, very long time to actually get into a position where you're truly threatened by any sort of lethal, that maybe the Thrall actually hatches.
And a very, very decent hand here for Cosimo. Has the board clears, but also has a lot of the combo pieces. Has Lissandra, has Trundle, has the Matron. Maybe the Entreat not as necessary at the moment because you have your champs already, but maybe for a second Trundle could be useful later on. Get the second pillar as well. I think at this point, Cosimo is just waiting to see what Spikes does. If he commits to developing the board more with maybe a TF or even Spacey Sketcher, then you go for the board clear. If not, you play Trundle. In this case, opting to play Trundle. He's not too scared of the board right now. It seems like it's not really too much of a threat, and Trundle will help with the regen, at just being a big blocker and even putting some damage in the early or in the mid game.
The regen is very nice. Survives Boxtopus. Even if he does get pulled to the side, you get the Trundle. You get the pillar in your hand so that you can start getting your combo assembled. You got to remember that Cosimo is running the heavy combo version with the Fading Memories. So hopefully that can come online here pretty soon. We've even got Entreat in hand, potentially drawing another Trundle to get an Icequake or to just get another pillar. And then you've got the double pillar Lissandra play. happening in a couple turns, and then that sets up for Spectral Matron. It's all coming together actually on Cosimo's side, but giving a lot of room and respect to this Aphelios and Temple really shows that Cosimo is very confident in the Watcher to finish this one off.
And I talked about it before, landmarks is the one thing that Trundle Lissandra has no answer to in its huge toolbox of control tools. It can't really answer landmarks. So I played deep a bit on ladder yesterday, and it felt nice against Trundle Lissandra. You have a bit of an alternate and very fun win condition there, and you can really put in pressure in the early late game. So turn 6, 7, 8 before the combo can go off. That's where you can really start taking over the game. And there's not really much answer from Trundle Lissandra. With Temple, much of the same. You can't take this Temple out, and it becomes difficult if left unanswered for many turns.
Now that Boxtopus is in play, the Aphelios isn't going to be getting the Veiled Temple buffs, so it is still vulnerable potentially to Avalanche Ravine, or the double Avalanche that we see here. Once Lissandra levels up, the Ice Shard does a little bit of work, especially against like the Spacey Sketchers and the Lunari Dustbringers that serve as very valuable chump blockers in this matchup. It's only a matter of time before Trundle levels up. That overwhelm damage does a lot. Maybe he baits out a Hush. Spikes needs to save these Hushes for the Watcher if you don't have any stuns, which is what we're seeing currently.
Spacey Sketcher can find Crescent Strike. I mentioned before, one of the tools, a 3 mana way, or Equinox. Both are viable ways to stop the Watcher. So again, this is a deck that I saw a bit from streamers and some people on ladder playing it, and it seems to have a lot of different answers to the Watcher. And you can start piling them up as you move along with the early and mid game, and then have a big spectrum of answers waiting for the one big threat that this deck really has, if it's not a Ledger's Atrocity list as well.
Boxtopus just, again, pulling the Trundle to the side, getting some damage through. Despite everything, you can sometimes catch these Freljord's Shadow Isles decks with not enough healing in hand, or at the very least, the healing they have is too big of a commitment for the tempo, like how behind they are in the tempo of that current board state. So Spike's reconsidering now.
This is, I think, mostly not for the lifesteal, but more for the health buff. Instead, giving Aphelios now 4 out of 5. Once this challenge comes in from the Boxtopus, Aphelios will have higher stats.
Yeah, so this does survive the Blighted Ravine. Very, very heads-up play from Spikes there, setting up the bonus HP from Severum.
He could have done it by playing a spell before playing Crescendum to get the buffs on Aphelios, and then we just ramp up as the bigger unit with the temple buffs. But that's a different way to do it. Maybe amending for that error initially. Aphelios still dying though, so.
Yeah, so it played around like Avalanche post-combat, but the Ravine happens at the start of the next round after that buff disappears. So Trundle gets a nice, sweet open attack. And both players looking pretty even right now. Spikes, though, with the board cleared now, has to start from square one, whereas Cosimo is now getting into that sweet pocket of the 8-9 mana turns for Lissandra to start popping off. We can get her set up now if you want, but it's tough, right? There's potential for another Boxtopus to come down to clear her before you can get your pillars down. It might be best just to wait.
And although there are going to be answers for the Watcher obliterating the deck, there's going to still be, big units. There's still going to be other threats outside of just hushing and silencing the Watcher when it comes down. So things like Trundle with Overwhelm are still going to be pushing in damage. So there are going to still be problems here for Spikes to deal with in this late game.
With all the value in the world, if you can't keep up with this AoE, you just get strangled out of the game. Cosimo now did commit the Lissandra, wants to get this Thrall down. Doesn't think there's going to be a big threat here. With the Equinox and the double Hush, Spikes has the, as you already said, answers to the combo, but not much else.
Avalanche can be played here, taking on Burble Fish. There's still mana up for TF to be played, or possibly more Burble Fishes, but with only 4 cards in hand, I think Cosimo wouldn't be too worried if that was the case. I think TF blue card might come down though now that it can and still survive. You might want to save TF for gold card potentially, but I don't think it's necessary with the answers you have in hand with double Hush and the Equinox as well. So, and you need the card draw at the moment. You have, like I said, there's so many times in this matchup or in this deck with TF Aphelios that you have the mana, you have the plays to make, but you don't have enough card because you have sometimes problems if you don't find pick a card, if you don't find the right card draw at the right time.
Yeah, this reload is so clutch for spikes. We saw this previously where you are running so low on resources and then you finally get those extra resources you need, especially with the Veiled Temple. You can fit in all of these fleeting cards. We've seen in some matchups where you have to sacrifice one of these cards. Usually you can play one or two, but Veiled Temple allows you to get maximum value out of the pick a card.
There are the draws coming in. I think not quite enough to level up TF, but he has gotten somewhat close with pick a card and this Guiding Touch being played now as well. There's the Ice Pillar number 1 coming down and Trundle leveling up here, able to get Overwhelm now on the next attack token turn for Cosimo.
Second Trundle turning into an Ice Quake, which could be pretty fun. You can't cast it though. You need Lissandra to level up first. Spectral Matron could come down just to summon another Spectral Matron, right? Because with just Twisted Fate in play, there's potential where it can't block Fearsome. You can drag it to the side of the pillar and just try to get a bigger swing here.
Mm-hmm. And you are missing maybe the Fading Memories in hand for Cosimo would really allow him to just go off immediately, basically with the Fading Memories on the Ice Pillar, but does not find it in hand at the moment. You can maybe hush the Lissandra and try and kill, but Box Tipus would be coming down at 1 health, so it would be dying to Avalanche, and Lissandra would be surviving with Tough. And maybe you want to save those hushes for something more important as well later on, for the actual Watcher possibly.
Only one more 8-drop needs to be played to level up Lissandra, get that Watcher in hand. Having double Matron, I think you really do get the option here of just going for like Matron onto your Matron to get 2 6/6s in play. And then you, at the very least, you have like a free blocker. If you can clear the Burblefish with maybe an Avalanche, you have a nice open attack. Just goes for it instead here.
And there was a small window where Lissandra could maybe be killed, Hush, and then killed possibly before she leveled up. But in this case, not going to happen. The Watcher is now in hand, and that part of the combo has been already resolved here for Cosimo. We'll see if it matters. We'll see if Spikes has enough answers to kind of survive the onslaught from these Watchers as they develop and get on the board.
Yeah, so Cosimo, again, opting for, more of a board-based strategy here, not really going for combo-oriented play. You can try to save both Spectral Matrons to have 2 shots at Ephemeral Watcher not getting countered. But when you see the Twisted Fate getting reloaded with pick a card, you've got some more threats coming down. I think that Cosimo recognizes that you need to have a bit more of a split win condition here of the potential offensive value of Trundle swinging in on top of all of this.
There's a Bastion being used only to kill the Lissandra. Obviously, the spell shield disappearing the moment the Boxtopus died. 9 mana now to work with for Spikes on this defense turn where he has to be able to survive the development and the combo pieces from Cosimo trying to end the game here. And he has 12 mana to work with, so a whole lot to work with here. Spectral Matron on the Watcher is maybe the obvious play here. But like we mentioned before, there's going to be Hushes, there's going to be Equinoxes, there's going to be quite a few answers here. No Crescent Strike was found to use as stuns as well because the Watcher is off the attack, so a stun is very effective at stopping it as well.
And at this point, you can just force your opponent to have the option. At this point, it's very likely. And at the very least, you're just putting an 11 attack unit in play that does need to be blocked by something. With Twisted Fate in play, you don't have to worry about a gold card from this position. So the Ephemeral Body is quite nice. And with Hush, of course, coming through onto the Watcher, then it loses Ephemeral, and you get to keep it for another round, I believe.
And I think the biggest problem here is that you're hushing this unit, but it's still an 11-17. There's still, 2 6/6s. There's still a Trundle with Overwhelm, and there's Vulnerable on your Burblefish. There's still an Avalanche available with the mana available to Avalanche after you develop maybe more blockers, and only one of them would survive with a Temple buff. So this is not only the problem with a Watcher combination and the obliteration of the deck, but also with just, hey, here's 45 damage threatening your Nexus. Can you survive? No, all right, I win anyway, even without the Watcher combo. So it's very hard to deal with this deck, especially with a deck that doesn't have great blockers in the late game, like TF. That if you don't develop, a huge box to push, etc., in the mid game, you're gonna have problems here.
So Aphelios forced to come down here. Just to get another blocker in play. Does get wiped by Avalanche. The Burblefish is going to be taking all of the Veiled Temple buffs for itself. And
it has vulnerable, so you can just move it away with the Ice Pillar, and that's basically it there as well. So
overwrite your Thrall with the 0-mana Watcher. Now that the full win condition has been, the full combo has been met, those requirements. Play another 11-17, say, hey, do you have another Hush by chance? But again, I do like the line of just Avalanche here, pull the Burblefish to the side. That way you just keep the Watcher as a failsafe potentially. Very likely that this lethal is going to go through. If you develop, there is of course now Gravitum as a threat with the Aphelios. So if you Avalanche here, they Gravitum the Watcher, and you're still threatening lethal. Burblefish gets pulled to the side by the pillar. Then you've got Double Matron and Trundle getting boosted, just attacking the Nexus straight up.
And I think maybe Kosovo now thinking if he wants to Avalanche, because Avalanche is a piece of information that Spikes does not have. He does not know this Avalanche is there. It's probable, but not guaranteed, whereas the Watcher is revealed and doesn't know it's there. So maybe opting to play more of an information game, but instead just opting for maybe the more obvious here, the Avalanche, and then once Spikes reacts, because he has to react because he is currently being threatened for lethal, because he doesn't have the blockers. At that point, you can maybe get the more value by refreshing whatever unit, whatever gets stunned. Or jailbreak for a blocker, that's also an option.
Burblefish.
No Fearsome though, which is a problem against two 6 attack matrons.
Yeah, not summoning a Bloodthirsty Marauder there to block the Fearsomes. And here it is, just fully commits with the second Watcher. It's every time it attacks as well that it gets to proc its Obliterate. It's not just like it only gets one shot at it, so it's going to stick around. 17 HP is ridiculous.
And Equinox and the Gravitum both being slow speed spells, so you can't do both in this one action you have. So again, not enough time to develop to do everything that Spikes wants to do. Hush can still be used, of course, but the attack is going to come in before that happens. There's the Burblefish being dragged. 1 HP, 28 damage being threatened at the moment. You can block with a 1/1 on one of the Watchers, but that's still a whole lot of damage coming through. And I think it cannot be stopped here if you're Spikes.
That's a lot of damage. Look at this coming through. Watch it. 2 Watchers attacking. The deck is still safe. Spikes gets the moral victory by protecting the deck, but Kosovo, with the Spectral Matron combo version, able to just end things in the late stages of the game there, concluding the set, and Kosovo will advance.
That's what I talked about. This Targon deck has answers, and you start thinking about it and start counting all the ways it can stop the Watcher combo.
Mm-hmm.
There are many ways, but they're not going to be full stops, and you still have to deal with the stats that are on the board, which could be a lot of them. So it is going to be very hard to deal with. I saw it, again, in some games with Crescent Strike being very good with a double stun, very effective at stopping the effect from the Watcher, but not the actual stats of, the Spectral Matrons, the Trundle will overwhelm, etc. It can get very, very dicey, and we saw it there as well. So prop to Cosimo, though, 2-1 victory for him. Spanish player, moving on to the winners final. Name a better duo in the Fight Night EU tournament every single time in 2021. This is a good year for us Spanish players in Runeterra because they're really putting in the work. A different Spanish player every time. I'm giving you guys a rotating cast of great Spanish players, and every time they show up and make it to winners finals. Turtle as well for the UK.
Turtle now is a player we haven't seen yet on the broadcast, but very strong. Has been shouted out consistently by other Fight Night winners as being part of their training circles. I believe got a shout out from Majin Bay after Majin Bay won the American seasonal as just a nice training partner. And so we get a player now who even took down Krisheka, right? Who is looking to specifically counter this tournament metagame. Turtle is taking that perhaps even a step further and is going to maybe give Cosimo a run for their money soon in the winners finals.
And we did see Turtle actually very briefly against Dyna when we went to their last game in the quarterfinals when he was playing against this Nightfall deck. I believe he was playing Trundle to the surprise of no one. Both winners final players do have Trundle in their lineup. So I mean, it
Mhm.
isn't Pure Shen, so I'm going to give some points here for this week. But as we move along with these Fight Night tournaments this month, I think Trundle will go into that, the room of decks like TF Aphelios, like TF Fizz that I'm going to grow to hate because of how much we see them in tournaments already. In this one, making a big splash, and for a reason. I think it's a very strong deck. We've seen it, the performance put in this tournament until now. We've seen it lose a few times to some like Prasheka's decks that had decks that were kind of countering this Trundle list, but overall, I think it's a deck that's definitely going to stay in the tournament meta for many, many weeks to come. We'll be going to a break, and we'll be back in just a second with the winners finals. So stay tuned.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. We are just about to jump into the winners' finals between Casalia, who we just saw, and Turtle, who has managed to take down Chris, who was a very strong favorite going into the bracket to move to the winners' finals here.
Spain versus the UK, I think not a matchup we've seen very often in Fight Night, but a matchup that I welcome whenever there's a Spanish player. I like it. The Battle of Gibraltar, if some geography might know what that is, some Americans might not. It is a very subtle location to the south of Spain that is in dispute between Spain and the UK. So some political charged references in this battle as well between these players. But I think the more relevant thing will be the trundle references, because both players are bringing this list that has become very, very popular on ladder. And as we see here in tournaments as well, because it just has a great answer to almost everything, especially aggro, completely shuts it down. And in the mirror matchup, there are some key differences between the deck lists that I think we have to kind of identify and talk about a bit as well as we look at the both deck lists here.
We're going to get a quick refresher on Cosmo's list. This one with the triple spectral matron, double fading memories, goes all in on duplicating the trundle pillars, getting the watcher from Lysandra into play, and then obliterating the opponent's deck to try to get the win. There's one atrocity there just as a failsafe, but we've seen it so far in the tournament. That's what it's focusing on, is watcher, kill, go for it. Meanwhile, we have Turtle's list, who we only saw a little bit of earlier in the bracket. We call it the tail end of the earlier set. Has Trundle Lysandra, but with Commander Ledros now. It has one It That Stares slotted in, just an extra little bit of AoE, maybe remove some landmarks too. But this one is Ledros Revitalizing Roar Atrocity combo.
Exactly. And there's three variants of this deck right now. This is the only Ledros. There's the only matron that Cosmo was bringing. So two of the, the most extreme sides of the spectrum. And there's a one list that goes kind of in the middle that has one copy of Ledros, one copy of Atrocity, and tries and do both game plans and have a bit more versatility, but less consistency for their own game plan. So we'll see which version is superior. A lot of players might think that the Watcher combo is a bit too flashy, a bit too maybe not as consistent, maybe not. There are going to be some counters like stuns and hushes, etc. Whereas Ledros is more just, I think, more standard. What players are very used to the Ledros Atrocity, Revitalizing Roar as well. We saw it in, I think it was that game against Dyna actually, where he played for 13 mana, Revitalizing Roar into Ledros for 0 mana, and Atrocity, and you can do it the same turn as well. So this deck also has a little bit of flashiness as well, a little bit of kind of crazy potential to get a very quick win if their opponent isn't ready for it.
And very important to note that Cosmo Leo's version does not have any frost bites. So no way to stop the atrocity potentially other than using his own atrocity on the target. Furthermore, we are seeing Turtle's version has double 3 sisters. So potentially you could cash them to entomb the Watcher if it comes down, so you can stop that swing depending on where the attack token is falling at any given time. So overall, there's going to be a pretty mild early mid game as we move into the later stages of the game where the true pressure starts to mount.
And It That Stares also is a tech card, for example, against TFF for Temple, is a great card as well to remove those landmarks if you so wish to once you get to turn 8. So also an option there with that card being included here. But the biggest thing to take here is that if you want consistency in your combos, either Watcher or Ledros, you can't really do it all. You can't really have the full Watcher combo with 3 Fading Memories and 3 Matrons, and also find space for things like Ledros or things like double Atrocity and not just one, or even things like 3 Sisters. There's a limit in how many cards are available for kind of your late game. You have, let's say, 32 slots for must include cards that you need to have in terms of, AoE board clears, vengeance, etc. And then you have 8 to 9 slots where you have to kind of develop, for your late game and your win conditions, and players have to choose between what they want to include in the deck and how they want to plan that late game exactly.
The list, it's the trap of when you're building a deck, is you can't tech for everything. If you try to go too wishy-washy and too wide to try to answer everything, you end up hurting matchups that you should be winning more consistently, and overall your win rate's going to go down. In Fight Night Legends, we've seen it where some decks have very strong counters to the current metagame and are getting a lot of somewhat free wins, but then their other deck is getting preyed upon and getting reverse swept over and over again in these matchups. So I do like that the players are really sticking to their guns and really committing to what they think is the strongest variant of the Ledros deck right now, the Trundle deck.
And talking about other decks, we saw Cosmo playing TF Fizz in the last semifinals we casted, so he's still obviously sticking on that deck. He hasn't swapped it between rounds. And Turtle is actually bringing Fiora Shen. So again, two decks that are very proven decks that have had a lot of tournament success, that are very strong decks. So no, out of left field decks like Silver Garen, for example. It's more kind of the
Hmm.
proven decks, and we'll see how they match up. TF Fizz, of course, we've talked about being able to find wins in almost any situation, but you have to admit it does have, in theory, a pretty bad matchup against Trundle, for example, with the AoE board clears affecting TF and obviously all the elusives.
And once you get to the late stage, right, Fiora Shen usually has the Bright Steel formation at the top end. That's always like this thing that you can always fall back on. If the game goes too long, if you don't draw into the right combination of cards to get a mid-game advantage, as long as you can stall, the Bright Steel formation maybe becomes a way to win. But in that matchup against Freljord Shadow Isles, it becomes a huge detriment to take the game to that late. And you don't have the flexibility to play a 9-mana unit and not get punished for it with a vengeance per se.
We'll see what queuing order these players decide on as well. There's the mirror, which I've seen a lot of people think that the matron version, the mirror, is clearly superior in the way it works because you're able to, in some ways, play unfairly, cheat the system, and do things that your opponent can't do as early as turn 8. If you have the right combination of cards, of course, with fading memories, etc., it can be a very explosive 0-1 or 20-0 turn where you just win with the matron on turn 8. But you don't always have the combo available. You don't always have the fading memories as well. So there's some counterplay always involved, of course. And also just, if maybe Cosmo decides to queue up TF Fizz first and try and get a win with that, which could be a bit doomed because against Trundle, it's definitely going to be almost impossible. We saw it in the last matchup as well. Looks like both players queuing their different decks. So Fiora Shen versus TF Fizz to start things off between Cosmo and Turtle.
So TF Fizz, Fiora Shen. We have ways like Get Excited Mystic Shot to deal with the barriers, but now we've got Fiora in the opening hand here from Turtle, and this is going to threaten a lot of the early developments of Daring Poro, for example, and it potentially you can clear the Twisted Fate, right? That's really what you want to see in this matchup. You challenge the Twisted Fate, you have some backup to maybe play around the suit up, and just try to keep that from spiraling out of control. Once you get that mid-game spike, something like a Screeching Dragon is just absolutely enormous for keeping the board under control. And then because Cosmo is running the double Mind Meld version, you're specking more into needing to have a board in the later stages of the game.
I think the biggest, most polarized interaction between these two decks is going to be the Deny versus Mind Meld later into the game. If that is found, we saw games a few tournaments ago, a few fight nights ago, I think it was 2 or 3 weeks ago, where TF Fizz had not much going for it, and if there would have been a Deny, it would have been game over for TF Fizz. But because there wasn't a Deny when Mind Meld was cast, it was GG, and TF Fizz won. So biggest card to watch out for as a top deck for Turtle as we move along in the next few rounds is going to be that Deny, because you're gonna have to need it prepared just in case Mind Meld comes down on turn 7.
Green Glade Caretaker doing an excellent job of just holding down the early game, forcing Cosmo to block. Right, this is showing a lot of respect. Twisted Fate Fizz normally likes to take some damage in order to preserve their board and get more value out of it later, but the Green Glade Caretaker scales up too hard, and you have to worry about sharp sight anyway, so your elusive units are massively devalued in this matchup.
That was a risky play here from Turtle, playing Fiora unprotected without any help, without the 2-mana available for things like sharp sight. Double Mystic Shot could do it. We'll see. That's going to be what Cosmo wants to go for here if he values taking down this Fiora before she can get out of hand. Of course, the scary thing with Fiora Shen is turn 3 Fiora, turn 4 Shen. There isn't one in hand, so it wouldn't have been much of a punish, but just in case, I think you do feel good taking down Fiora and making sure she doesn't get too much value in the mid game.
So the early game has just been a series of clears and trades, both players just trying to keep the other from getting a value. And look at that Fiora top deck coming through to save Turtle from the punish. Cosmo forced to float. Coming up a bit thin here as we head towards the mid game. Just needs to pick a card and start looking for probably Burblefish combo. Burblefish with Iterative Improvement, of course. You can only stop one or two of them with sharp sights. Potentially you can get some damage through underneath. Ballistic Bot, normally such a fantastic play early in the game, can't be developed against Fiora.
And the Mind Meld is fleeting here for Cosimo, which could definitely be a problem. Cannot cast it this turn, cannot pick a card it back into the deck. There are 2 copies in this version of TF Fizz that Cosimo is running, so that is at least that minor convenience, but one of them is gone after this discard here from the Poro Cannon.
Yeah, just has to get rid of it. As you mentioned, the potential for it to get denied is so huge. Cosimo probably isn't going to be focused on using it as a win condition unless absolutely forced to. We do, of course, have the Daring Poro. Even with Suit Up, it's going to die to the Screeching Dragon. And that's, you know, that doesn't even mean that there's not another Sharp Sight or some sort of barrier here. So the Get Excited does force the Spirit's Refuge. That is all of Turtle's reserved mana now. And as we've talked about extensively with Fiora Shen, if you can force them to spend their mana, then they're less incentivized to attack in when they don't have that backup.
And the hand not looking too fantastic for Turtle, but with double River Shaper, that means that all your card advantage problems are fixed going to the late game. A pass found here, or given to Cosmo if he wants to take it, does seem like a very nice pass there, denying the attack token turn and the lifesteal from Fiora. But opting to use his mana effectively to cycle here, can put the Suit Up now onto this Poro and kill off the Fiora. So heads up bait there by Cosmo, not taking the pass, instead trying to opt for the mind games, and ends up winning out, or at least going even, able to take on the Fiora there.
Yeah, I think Turtle was probably thinking the pass was a little bit more strong there because of the pick a card, right? When you know your opponent has a bunch of fleeting cards in hand, you can take a couple more passes than you normally would because you know they want to play some cards out and not lose them. The Suit Up is so clutch there. The both Fioras going down early is pretty massive. It's one of the cards that is so strong at sniping these really small elusive units, keeping the board under control, and also just working towards a potential alternate win condition. But Screeching Dragon is going to take over that role now for Fiora, and we'll see if Turtle can live and convert from this position.
Cytheria next turn will be very, very strong here. Deny is also found in case of Mind Meld possibilities later on, but Cytheria now with the Sharp Sight support here, a great pickup as well, just as a blocker even for next turn when the elusives do attack once again. And a Rummage would be fantastic for Cosimo, even 2 Rummages with double stress testing and the ignition, but does not find it. A pretty poor hand here, not finding the right cycle. Can play Pool Shark and try and get another fleeting card next turn, but overall not really ideal.
Turtle even has been pretty fast and loose with the developments and with the attacks, normally from what we see from a Fiora Shen. Usually the deck is played in a much more conservative fashion, but the deck has been drawing phenomenally here. Not a lot of flexibility in the hand, but just the double River Shaper and the Cytheria is going to fix this as soon as this attack resolves.
And Turtle is playing this maybe a bit differently, maybe a bit very much on the board and very proactive for Fiora Shen, but it's not because he wants it, it's because his hand has forced him into this kind of play. He doesn't have Concerted Strike, doesn't have Soul Combat, doesn't have really much spells to interact with on the stack. So he kind of has to play on the board and just up front, let's say. And there's no punish from Cosmo. There's not really any chance he can kind of punish this. And now the River Shapers we see here, drawing you a ton more spells, finding a lot of ways to get back into the game. And there's a Rummage coming. Well, all the Rummages now coming in a bit late, but still better late than never. Hoping to find some kind of play here. You can Mind Meld, but my friend, I talked about at the beginning, Deny into Mind Meld is the interaction to look out for in this matchup, and I think we're going to see why very soon.
And Mind Meld, the second one's coming out. Cosimo doesn't want to just rely on that, but might be forced into the corner. We've seen it multiple times, right? The Mind Meld's just thrown out just to see if it resolves, and if it does, hallelujah. If not, then so be it. I was kind of really behind anyway. Turtle now with the Golden Aegis in hand has potential to rally on top of this ridiculous Cytheria board. None of these units can block Fearsome in their current states.
And there was one Fight Night tournament 2-3 weeks ago where we saw, 3 or 4 FizzTF players just YOLO Mind Meld against Fiora Shen and win every time because there wasn't a deny.
Yep.
And it sometimes has to be your line of play. You have to take the risk and say, if I win, if I get this through, I win. If I don't, then it was probably doomed anyway, because I'm looking at a board with 6 units and Cythria. But in this case, there was a deny, and that's going to be the surrender. Or he's confirming what he's seeing, but yeah.
Oh yeah, Goldie just Okay, yeah, definitely
making sure, and that will be a surrender from Cosimo. I think it came, exactly to fruition what I mentioned at the very beginning. Deny versus Mind Meld is one of the bigger interactions to look out for. Very polarized interaction in this matchup. Things can be going very badly or very well. That if that goes through for the FizzTF player, you can just win the game outright if there isn't no deny. But there was one found a few turns earlier, and the second one found as well, the River Shaper draws, that were able to give the win there to Turtle.
Yeah, the double Fiora draw was fantastic. Even had the Spirit's Refuge to protect. And no Twisted Fate coming down from FizzTF, really makes the deck pretty awkward. Does get it in the opening hand, though, so Cosimo is going to be heading into this next one with the FizzTF in perhaps a stronger opening state. Turtle now on the Lysandra Trundle.
And Cosimo had the chance to switch out his deck, play Trundle instead, but opted to stay on TF Fizz and try and get a win with this first before going to the mirror. And looking at the hands now, looking at the hand for Turtle, has a lot of board clears, which you definitely want to see against TF Fizz. Has some ramp as well, and has a lot of ice shards. So the board will be clear for the next few turns to come. I don't think much damage will be coming in. And you have some heal as well, but you're missing some key pieces. You're missing obviously your Trundle, your Lysandra, and all your combo pieces.
Blighted Ravine's also pretty strong in this matchup because you can just keep your opponent from developing at all, shuts down Twisted Fate from touching the board, and it's also just a little bit of extra healing, right? So Kindly Tavern Keeper being cashed in very early just to get a blocker in play, missing out on a couple points there on the Nexus heal.
Just want to be able to trade with the Ballistic Bot here, which cannot die, obviously, just a single Avalanche. Everything else in the deck will die to a single Avalanche, so unless it gets suited up, of course. But just keeping things safe here. Slowly trying to chip in some damage will be important. You want to get them under 18, so when you do Ledros, you can do Ledros Atrocity and get the kill. So that mission has been accomplished. There's no healing, of course, in TF Fizz. So once you get into 17, that is that little side quest out of the way.
So Turtle just ending the round there. Doesn't want to go for the Avalanche immediately. Since there wasn't a pick a card or anything put on the stack, it's not a high priority to clear the Twisted Fate immediately. And then you have the opportunity to let Cosimo develop a little bit further into this.
There is a world where you can be punished, but with double Avalanche available, even with suit up, it wouldn't be a possibility. And it would be very hard to get, a 0 to 8 level up with in a single turn. You need a lot of rummages and stress testings and just the right amount of cards, so it would be almost impossible without pick a card.
Avalanche is going to be put on the stack now. This is also threatening to clear this Ballistic Bot. Now that it's scaled up a little bit, it does become, pretty spooky. If you don't have the right amount of blockers in board or they get wiped by Mystic Shot, you can take some unexpected damage. But now Cosimo taking the opportunity to say, okay, I can't stop this Avalanche, but what do I want to do after? Ooh, Rummages gets the suit up.
And you could still suit up and still, well, you can't pick a card anymore, but you could still maybe think that this TF will survive, but there could be a second Avalanche. I'm not sure if Turtle wants to waste a second Avalanche just to kill the TF, unless it's, they'll pick cards on the stack, because you obviously want to try and get a few more elusives in that Avalanche as well.
It's really a tough call. Turtle has shown, right, just like by passing last turn, doesn't consider the Twisted Fate a enormous priority. Goes for another Rummage. This is terrifying. 5 out of 8 we're seeing there on the Twisted Fate.
So Turtle has to Avalanche now, because if he doesn't... Well, no, there's not enough mana for Zap into pick a card now because you have to suit up, right? So I think you're still fine here unless a Rummage is found from Zap. So we'll see how Turtle reacts here. He has 4 mana available. He can still Avalanche.
There's also double suit up.
Well, yeah, you just suit up. Yeah, I missed a second suit up, so you just suit up twice and you're good. There's nothing that Turtle can do here at this point.
Oh no! The miracle? Twisted Fate just jumping into a robot suit and then jumping into a bigger, beefier robot suit to survive 2 avalanches. And is threatening to level up next round. Now tapped out, Cosmo can just develop here with the Ballistic Bot. Has Burble Fishes available as well. This is, oh no.
Zap gets you 1 draw, you 6 out of 8 right now. You have the Ravine draw there from Turtle, so it would be dying into the next turn unless he levels up this turn.
So here it is.
Zap into something that can draw you a card. Because you're 1 off after this.
No, just get excited.
You could still find it with Burblefish if you get a Rummage from the Burblefishes, or I think there might be maybe just a Rummage or Stress Testing. You can get excited in Stress Testing, and you have the 3 mana to do it as well. So there's going to be 2 more chances for Cosmo to find it. And Ravine, of course, will kill after the turn. So even if TF wouldn't die at that point, he'd level up. He'd have 3 health. But even if he would, you still have a leveled up TF or 2 more in your deck as well.
So by putting the pick a card down, I am, embarrassed to admit I can't remember if the card draws happen before or after the Ravine procs.
I think I always hear that if you're the one to click end round, which I think Cosmo would be in this turn, it should level you up before. Yeah.
Yeah, there it is.
It does happen.
So Twisted Fate levels up, survives the Blighted Ravine. So here's the thing. Now it's down to 1 HP. We see the Ice Shard in hand, but now every Twisted Fate that's coming out of the deck for the rest of the game is going to be threatening massive value with the red card and the gold card. And with gold card stopping some of the offensive strikes from Trundle, this is going to force Turtle to be very specific about developing Ledros into Atrocity. We haven't seen Revitalizing Roar yet.
The 3rd suit up is also found in hand for more Jabate plays from Cosmo. There's double Ice Shard in hand. One of them can be played here. We'll see when he commits to play. If it's before or after the Burblefishes are played as well, he has to be patient enough to try and get everything before the attack comes in. If he tries to do it before to stop the gold card or more value from TF, he might be in trouble.
And now red card plus gold card clears the Bjerg, and this is setting up for so much damage to be threatened against Turtle's Nexus here. You're thinking Ice Shard is going to prevent 7 of this, but 3rd suit up is going to save the Twisted Fate, and 9 against 14. We even see Get Excited in hand. This is looking pretty dicey. Again, we're at the stage of the game where all of the healing options like Catalyst are just a little bit too expensive to keep up with the tempo.
It would be very greedy to develop the Burblefishes because there's 5 mana up. So it's Ice Shards and also Withering Whale that would do it and would wipe them out very easily. So I think this is definitely the right play here and save the Burblefishes for once those board clears are played later on, and then to redevelop with some units. There's the Ice Shard on the stack. The only play that can be made here from Turtle. The suit up will counter it, whereas TF will still survive. Ballistic Ball goes down, but that is still 10 damage being threatened on the board here, and there is burn in hand as well, and really no heal outside of Catalyst, which is a very inefficient heal. Not like Withering Whale, so you could be in trouble here if you're Turtle.
Yeah, you're plus 7 HP from the suit up we're seeing there. But now if you dip below 5, if you dip below 5, then you're just going to die to Get Excited.
You have Tavern Keeper to kind of get much more efficient heal. You can Ruination, and then it's GG. If you do, he commits it, and that'll be it. GG. Game goes to Cosmo. I talked about TF Fizz having a very bad matchup against Trundle, but this deck finds ways, and triple suit up is one way to do it. Fighting against this TF survived an Ice Shard, 2 Avalanches, and a Ravine with, in theory, 2 health. So, I mean, crazy outlier to happen here. Not a very usual game that we saw here, but TF Fizz found a way to get that game 2 win.
This is the second time we've seen Twisted Fate Fizz be in a position where you're like, no, this is a bad matchup for them. But it's the ability for this deck to draw so many cards means that you have access to so many more options at any given time than any other deck has access to, meaning that you have this unprecedented level of flexibility for any situation. The triple suit up, it's honestly the first time I've seen that. Every suit up was discounted, drawn perfectly to keep that Twisted Fate alive, and now we're going to see how this mirror match operates. We've got some people in the camp of Ledros being the more classic, straightforward piece, and we've got some people in the camp of saying that the Matron combo version absolutely annihilates this mirror match.
And for those that want to, get used to passing in Runeterra, this is a very good matchup to go into. You can pass the first 7 to 8 turns, get used to the feeling of clicking on the button as the turns move along with nothing happening. Very, very effective for newer players starting off the game. But I think the most important thing to note here is going to be the champion's Trundle being drawn is a big part of having Pillar on turn 8. No Trundle available here for Cosimo. You have to play some cards because you're going to end up burning cards if not. Lissandra is part of the combo. You want to get her on the board before turn 8 as well, but sometimes she will not survive if you play her too early. Due to things like Vengeance, for example, and players are just looking for a way to spend their mana, right? When you play Lissandra on the board, 7 mana for Vengeance is a lot, but you have nothing else to do in this matchup in the early turns, so it's fine for Turtle to play that.
Cosimo, we've seen, usually doesn't play the Lissandra early, wants to wait for like some Ice Pillars and stuff to be in hand. And we also have Entreat on the far left, could maybe try to fish out a Trundle to stop this damage coming through. Both players are essentially trying to one-shot the opponent, so like in the early mid-game, taking a few pot shots from Trundle here and there doesn't really matter. Ravine also just being cashed in early from Turtle, not very useful in this matchup, and you're just trying to get it out of your hand, like you said.
And a big part of this as well is hoping your Trundle dies in some cases because you want to get the second pillar possibility from the second Trundle being played. So both players probably going to be pretty careless about their Trundles for the most part here. It does matter sometimes if you're looking for the overwhelm damage, but not always.
And Turtle does have a little bit of ramp, right? Got the Catalyst now. Gonna hit some of these power spikes a little bit earlier in the matchup, potentially. An Ice Shard, yeah, you just gotta throw it out there. Use your mana. Next, we're finally getting to round 8, so both players have Pillar now to level up their Trundles. But Cosimo does have the attack token.
That being said, Turtle is on the Ledros variant of this deck, and there are no Flash Freezes, there are no Three Sisters in the deck for Cosimo. He can play Ledros this turn, and he has a chance to Atrocity next turn, and we'll see what kind of response Cosimo might have, and if it will matter at all.
The only response from Cosimo is to Atrocity the Atrocity target. We do see a Vengeance in hand, which could help. And if you have Lissandra, you can gain access to Lissandra's Entomb. So like if another Entreat comes out of the deck, for example, after Lissandra's developed.
There's a Trundles being traded. No second Trundle in the hand for Turtle to benefit from that, but I think he still wanted to opt to play Ledros this turn and have that win condition already pretty much there. I mean, the heal comes in, you're still at 3. You're going to have to commit mana next turn outside of your Watcher combo and instead towards surviving, because you might have to wait, play Withering Wail now and not have any spell mana, or play Vengeance next turn like you mentioned.
At this point in the game, right, with Ledros threatening exactly with Atrocity, you don't necessarily need to commit the Vengeance. You can potentially just go for Withering Wail, and you can tank one, which is nice. This opens up your mana now. You aren't held hostage by having to keep 7 mana open, and it gives you that flexibility. The Lissandra needs one more 8-cost unit to be played in order to level up here. And a little bit of a godsend, actually. The Ice Shard coming through to kill Trundle. You talked about, you kind of need Trundle to go down so you can get another Ice Pillar.
In this case, you might need the blockers, though, because you are, there's a Ledros, there is, both units are vulnerable, so you can move the 3/2 to the side with the Pillar and attack with the Ledros. You can also just freeze the blocker instead. So in this case, Trundle was maybe necessary on the board here.
So freezes the Tavern Keeper and pulls it.
I think he noticed a bit late that it had one more, and he could pull it instead. So the freezing wasn't necessary, maybe for some flare points here, but Ledros being threatened at this point means that you have to react if you're Cosmo. You can't just take it. And this is where Atrocity can come in with 6 mana available and sneak into damage. And then you're at the threat of Ice Shards killing you even. So there's going to be...
Going for the dual-pronged attack, forcing the Vengeance out so you can Atrocity on top. Ledros going to come back to the hand and just cut down the mana even further. In this matchup, in certain matchups, Ledros, committing that 9 mana play is just so unrealistic, especially in multiple times. But because Cosmo has a combo win condition that's very telegraphed, you can commit this variant. Unfortunately, of course, there was a misplay of cashing in the Three Sisters, one of the key components to stop a Watcher from coming through. But we've got Fading Memories with the Pillar, and
it's funny because just as I was mentioning the vulnerable on the Tavern Keeper, suddenly I see a freeze coming. I'm like, this is a bit overkill, don't you think? You could already just drag it out of the side. Maybe some alpha like mind games happening here that I'm not at that level to understand them, but definitely a bit of a sus play there from Turtle. And like you said, not so much because of the mana that you used to do it to make that play, because it wasn't as relevant, I think. You still had mana for Atrocity, but more the impact of not having that tool available for the late game when the Watcher might come down.
But Ledros is rough. You've also got Blighted Ravine, which deals 2 to everything. So if Cosmo taps under 5 for the Withering Wail, you potentially just get a cheeky Ravine. But yeah, it's awkward here, right? Cosmo has the combo, but can't actually play everything out this turn.
Not just that, but being at 2 HP, you have to be very careful about what you commit to, because suddenly you might, your opponent might just have a second Atrocity with a Tavern Keeper would do it, and you have to keep some heal available. So you have to be careful if you're Cosmo at this point, being at 2 HP.
And Lissandra giving the Nexus tough helps a little bit, right? Stops like double Ice Shard being a lethal, stops the Blighted Ravine.
Problem is he needs to have Lissandra and the Watcher on the board, and he doesn't have the mana to do it because Lissandra wasn't played before. That kind of the homework wasn't done before getting to this turn, so he can't get the full combo off.
So here we go. Lissandra now for both players. But again, Turtle's list isn't really based around the Watcher. It's just a nice extra thing to have. You can use Revitalizing Roar to discount it and also heal your Nexus for a ton if you'd like. But just very awkward overall for Cosimo now, because this is giving Turtle a lot of time to swing through here. The one pillar is ephemeral, so there's only 3 blockers on the side of Turtle, on Cosmo's side.
It'll all be relevant next turn, of course, when Turtle gets the attack token again and can maybe somehow find lethal, not through Ledros, not through Atrocity, but just through combat damage. Trundle has also been drawn in hand with Overwhelm. Could be a potential way to try and find lethal here. Again, at 2 HP, it becomes much more difficult or easier for Turtle to get that damage through. But the combo is now available here for Cosmo, and he has the mana to play the Matron into the Watcher.
Just needs to survive this turn somehow, but we've got the Trundle now with Overwhelm, even with Tough on the Nexus. With the Pillar being wiped now by Ice Shard, that'll be 1 less buff for Trundle. But we've got Ice Pillar, Watcher, Ledros, that Stairs in hand, so that's still going to be a considerable buff onto the Trundle. This is going to force maybe double Withering Wail. Surviving this turn is so key. Again, because Turtle misplayed earlier and cashed in the Three Sisters, doesn't have Entomb to stop the Watcher from obliterating the deck.
And the problem is here that you can't go for your own Watcher combo if you're Cosmo, because you need to survive and you need to, there's still Atrocity mana available as well. So Atrocity would be GG here if there was one in hand for Turtle. I believe Turtle runs 2 copies, so could have been Atrocity, isn't going to be here. You had the mana to do it.
I think I'm seeing Avalanche. No, I was going to say Avalanche to wipe the the Lysandra and then try to
Ravine,
finish with Ice
Ravine
Shard.
could do it.
Ravine, yeah.
Ravine could do it. It goes through the toughness. It deals with that one damage you need, and that's going to be GG here, it looks like, unless I'm missing something. Turtle winning it. You know, we talked about Ledger, we talked about Atrocity, we talked about Trundle, but little did we know, the answer was the Ravine, the true. Does it go through? It does. It has to go through, right?
Yeah,
it goes
yeah,
through, and
there
there's
it
the
goes.
kill there. So looks like this deck has yet another win condition. Ravine off the round end is how you win the mirrors, guys. Take out your notebooks, take out your pencils, and start writing down these notes, because we're going to be seeing a lot of this deck and a lot of these mirrors in tournaments and in ladders for the next few weeks, unless something gets changed with these cards.
Yeah, I was looking to see if there was like a way to clear the Lysandra to get Nexus vulnerable and then use the Ice Shard to finish, but the Blighter Ravine was a beautiful lethal there. Fortunately, Turtle was not punished by using the Three Sisters, and even though, both decks, it's very even. We saw that Cosimo was one turn off of getting that Watcher combo down.
I think the biggest thing is that Cosmo was too slow. He had to play Lysandra. That one turn where he could have played Matron, he had to play Lysandra first, so it slowed him down by a turn. And Turtle was very effective at putting in the pressure very quickly, getting down Ledros, causing these awkward blocks where Ledros could potentially go lethal and cause Cosmo to make the first action, and then he could punish with Atrocity, for example. Overall, I think that was very clean from Turtle. The freeze was a bit maybe not ideal, but still gets the win in a very different way to what I expected, with Ravine instead getting the kill there onto the toughened Nexus.
The winners final set was fantastic, and that just seals the deal now for Cosimo to be sent down to the bottom bracket to fight back up. We're gonna get a check-in here. Chris, aka Mizume, aka Krisheka, has moved up through the lower bracket here, taking down Broken Ball. Spikes and Hollow still sorting out their match, and then the winner of that next set will be the one to take on Cosimo to see who now has to challenge Turtle in the grand finals. So shaping up to be pretty strong here.
And Krisheka, of course, is a player that we saw him at the very start of the tournament, has a lineup that could be considered to be a counter or targeting the Trundle Lysandra list, which we see a lot of these players that are left in the tournament still running. So he could have a potentially just a very strong loser bracket run if he finds the right matchup and finds the right wins against that list, and able to maybe make a big run and move into the grand finals as well. But we'll find out all about that after this short break.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night EU. We're coming off of break to jump into the end of the match between Hollow and Spikes. This is game 3, if I'm not mistaken. It's the Shadow Isles Freljord Mirror.
It's game 2, and it's still losers quarterfinal. So whoever wins this goes up against Krasheka, and that would be the next match we would cast on the main stage. But in this case, we have a bit of a delay here between these two players in this mirror match, so I'm not surprised to see. And but it's gonna be hard to jump into this part of the match because I have no idea what count everything. Well, I guess the watcher's there, so
the ephemeral watcher is attacking.
So I think
that is accepted. So we're getting right here to the grand finale. So the entomb was fleeting in hand, but wasn't used to entomb the watcher before the attack was placed. But it looks like, if we look at the hand from Hollow, it looks like there's multiple watchers.
Well then, I was scared we wouldn't be able to correctly identify where we were in the game, but it looks like the game was over the moment we joined. So the caster curse or caster blessing comes in, one for each player, and we saw I'm not sure who ended up winning. If that's the final game of the series, I'm not sure. We'll hopefully find out very soon. That was, so we got thrown in there.
Yeah, that was Hollow attacking it with the Watcher for lethal, and I believe Hollow was up one. Oh wait, no, that was Spikes. My bad. We had a little bit of a mix up there, but that is going to be going to game 3. So that was Lyssandra's entomb. It was fleeting. So they got it off of Three Sisters. It doesn't matter. We can check the tapes later. We're gonna go into game 3 now.
That was Spikes winning, tying the series, and now game 3 to decide who wins this and plays against Krasheka in the losers semis. Looking at the deck list here, we see Hollow, of course, still on this Trundle list he just lost with, and the Spikes now has to play a second list, which is going to be a TF Aphelios list that we saw. I believe we saw it earlier in the stream as well, and obviously most viewers will be very familiar with this list and what it can do and how powerful it can be once you have your value engines on the board.
And I think we've seen every time from Twisted Fate Aphelios so far is Lunari Duskbringer on turn 1, potentially setting up for the Aphelios. This matchup seems a little bit harder, when you actually look at it in a vacuum, just because of all the AoE now. The recent nerf to Aphelios down to 2 HP. It's very difficult to get a board to actually stick and threaten. But if you can get something set up with Veiled Temple, you can really start to keep these Freljord Shadow Isles deck under massive pressure.
Talk about the minor convenience of having it that stairs to take down the temples potentially at some point in the game, but that is not the list that Hollow is running. He doesn't run that version, so no possibility to interact with the temples whatsoever.
Lysandra actually being played early by Hollow. This is something that we saw doesn't really happen a lot with certain variants where you're trying to keep Lysandra as a combo piece, but when you get her early on curve like this, especially in a matchup that is kind of going to be very value oriented and go long, the Thrall coming out of this landmark is going to be a pretty powerful threat in the late game. Overwhelm is massive, right, for hitting through a lot of these small blockers that are typically generated by Twisted Fate Aphelios.
Pushing some damage there, not all that relevant because that damage will probably be healed up with Catalyst at some point, but regardless, those units were probably going to die anyway to Ice Shard or Avalanche, so might as well try and get some value out of them. You get some damage on the Lysandra that is maybe more important than the Nexus damage even.
And Twisted Fate's going for it. Blue card, get one more card draw, potentially pick a card being answered here. You see oftentimes what these players will do is they commit the pick a card first and then see if they can do a little bit of scouting for the Twisted Fate. Hollow going to answer back with Blighted Ravine to wipe this.
And that will be board clear number 1. There's going to be 6 available for Hollow, so that's one less he can work with, but still 3 Avalanches and 2 Ravines left to take down all the TFs that are developed here by Spikes. So Lysandra taking in some extra damage as well there. And a pretty awkward hand here from Spikes. A lot of cycling, but not much actual, valuable plays. No temples, no Aphelios. Pick a card can find you some cards, but you have a lot of cards in hand right now as well. You're going to be burning at least one of them. You have to play that. Yeah, I mean, this doesn't really do much here. It just cycles, and You can't get the Daybreak effect there. So yeah, 7 cards in hand, 1 drawn, and 3 fleeting means you're going to burn at least 1 card.
Might be forced to just cash in the Dusk Petal Dust here, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Means that you can't do like a cheeky play with an Aphelios if it comes off the top. And we did see that a Dusk Petal Dusk was shuffled back in. Opted to keep the Burblefish in hand. That way, if it comes into the hand and is fleeting, you aren't forced to develop it into a potential AoE turn where you might otherwise be able to. So Falling Comet is always nice in these Freljord Shadow Isles matchups, but because this isn't Feel the Rush, you aren't really worried about Tryndamere. You know, the Obliterate isn't as important. But
it has to be Falling Comet though, because the Warrior can't be played this
else.
turn, and the next attack token turn is turn 8, and by the time you play it, it'll be maybe too late. Wordless Hunter will level up already with the pillars, so I think Falling Comet was maybe the best option there. This is a very important, a very important invoke here. Hoping to find Crescent Strike is very, very important in this matchup. Does not find it.
I wonder if Messenger for card draw, Moonsilver just for a discount, maybe makes the Falling Comet a little bit more usable in the mid game. There's not a lot that you need to discount because of Veiled Temple, right? The value of Moonsilver is heavily reduced. Decides to go for the Serpent. This potentially can clear Lissandra if they don't have Ice Shard or some other thing in play. Might just force it here.
Yep, forces the Ice Shard here. Ideally, you want to save this for when there are going to be like Burblefishes on the board as well, but in this case, hoping to get the kill there on the Serpent. Does not find it though. We have the Pill Cascade being very effective, cycling and giving enough of a buff to kill Lissandra. And you need to have this Lissandra on the board when you get to turn 8, ideally. So putting a bit of a problem there in the plans of Hollow.
Yeah, the variant that Hollow is running is the one that you had mentioned earlier. Where it's kind of an in-between of the Ledros Revitalizing Roar combo and the Spectral Matron combo. So Lissandra is a little bit more important in this list. And fortunately, there is a second one in hand, but there's still a little bit more work to be done when it comes to summoning those 8 cost units. Crescent Strike.
It's an important card to find. That being said, at this point in the game, this is not the kind of the game plan and board state you would hope to have if you were Spikes. No Temple, no TF, no Aphelios. You haven't really done much that's impactful in the game until now, and we're getting to turn 8, and that's the turn where things suddenly get a lot more intense, and there's a lot of pressure suddenly from Hollow.
Yeah, the mid-game pressure here from these big units. Targon, outside of Falling Comet, that's like really their only way to remove things. Boxtopus isn't big enough to deal with Trundle or any of the other units that are going to be coming down here as we get into the late stages of the game. You need Veiled Temple down in order to give the stat growth to these units to keep the board under control and keep your opponent under some sort of a threat. We even have Icequake for Hollow to wipe the board now that like Burblefish is starting to be committed. You know that Spikes is getting desperate.
And you have to be. I mean, at this point, suddenly, you know, there's nothing happening in the mid game. That's not just how this Trundle deck works for the most part. But once you get to turn 8, it's suddenly very much online. And we'll see with Lissandra in hand as well. You can play it, I guess, this turn because you're missing quite a few of the pieces here. Hollow's deck is not running he's running 2 Spectral Matrons, but he's not running the full combo. He's running kind of the split deck where you have Matron, but you don't have Fading Memories. You have Ledros as well, 2 of them, and you have 2 Atrocities.
Yeah, and then no Bjerg. You got a couple Entreats in there. So we're seeing the consequences of running sort of the in-between version where you kind of just get a little bit of this, a little bit of that. A lot of very expensive, very specific removals. And ironically, because Spike's hand quality has been so bad, there's not any threats developed that warrant any of these expensive removal cards to be played. So Hollow, in turn, is also not doing very much in this matchup. The only consideration to say that Hollow is ahead is the fact that the deck is so much stronger when you're in the late game.
And again, Avalanche can be played here, but Hollow not really seeing much of a threat on the board right now, considering it's going to his attack token turn and not the opposite. So he's very happy to just continue passing out. Temple, finally found, is a great tool, can be interacted with in this matchup, and it can provide a lot of value in terms of stats for helping units survive avalanches, and also in terms of mana regen.
Pillar doing a lot of work here. You know, Trundle just hitting through with so much damage and regeneration. What's so great too is with no Aphelios in play, there's no line of Severum to top off. The healing of committing to a big star shaping as you get later into the game becomes more and more of an expensive play. You're opening yourself up to atrocity, etc. So if you're gonna go for star shaping, this might be the only moment that you can. You have the fear at this point, Matron, Ledros, because Matron just even bringing an ephemeral Ledros into play, right? Just having like 2 big fearsome units.
There's a Phoenix being picked, hoping to try and push some damage with that elusive keyword on it, and the fact that it can revive from death, similar to Tryndamere, is a very strong effect in this matchup where you're going to have very expensive, cards like Vengeance to kill, or Atrocity even, used defensively.
The resiliency of the Immortal Fire is so strong for this matchup, right? Forcing your opponent to use 2 expensive cards to deal with your 1 threat is great. I think that Hollow does at least have Harsh Winds, which is maybe a bit of a cheaper option where you can kind of get some extra value there of Harsh Winds to survive the damage and maybe stop the Boxtopus or the Burblefish from also hitting you, and that feels really good. There is 1 copy of 3 Sisters in Hollow's list, so there could be something really cheeky like an Entomb to move this Immortal Fire to the side for a couple turns and try to push through even more damage. But Spikes is also back up to full HP. This is going to come down to a combo finisher, I think, on Hollow's side.
Harsh Winds is there. You can hush your own unit to combat the freeze if you want to push in the damage. It won't be anywhere close to lethal damage just yet, so maybe not as necessary right now. Maybe saving those hushes for later. You have a lot of defensive combo pieces in hand for Spikes to defend against the combo with Hush, with Crescent Strike, even Falling Comet.
The Immortal Fire is also going to be receiving the Veiled Temple buffs. So a Bastion on the Immortal Fire to protect against a Frostbite here will help this damage go through. Hollow now sat down to 7 HP potentially. Spell Shield Immortal Fire is actually busted, right? You gotta use Harsh Winds just to pop the Spell Shield.
If only these lists were still running Spell Thief. I'd love to see a Spell Thief Atrocity win by Spikes here, but not going to be the case. No Spell Thieves being run in these more refined and optimized TF Aphelios lists anymore. Maybe with Zoe in some versions, there might still be a single copy, but not the case in this matchup. There's the Avalanche threatening the Boxtopus and everything but the Elusives, really, which are the targets you want to kill. And even the Phoenix at this point, if you do kill it, it'll still come back, and that would be still a big threat to deal with if you are Hollow.
We've also got, again, Crescent Strike and Falling Comet and Hush, so a lot of ways to stop the Watcher combo now. Thrall finally hatching. This was summoned early on curve, and now we're seeing so late into the game this 8/8 with Overwhelm being presented with the Vulnerable on the Pillar. This could slam into this Immortal Fire and at least take away one of its lives. Instead, Hollow's just going to try to present the lethal here.
Yeah, it stops any kind of an open attack. The open attack stops any kind of stun, for example. You have Hush to stop the Trundle. You can Hush the Overwhelm unit, but you don't have a blocker anyway, so you can't stop the damage from coming through.
By getting this large swing of damage, this puts Hollow in a range where Atrocity will finish these off.
Again, hushing, you have to move the Burblefish. You have to hush the Overwhelm unit and then move the Burblefish to the side because it is not vulnerable. Or he might just be opting to kill Lissandra instead. But yeah, then Atrocity is obviously going to be a problem. Yeah, I think this is the safer option at this point. I don't think you can really... I mean, Atrocity is still maybe a problem if there's an Ice Shard into the 8/4 Atrocity, leaving Spikes at 1 mana, but then he has time to play things like Star Shaping and heal up as well.
And now, again, with the Watcher in hand, there is potential for just like Spectral Matron Watcher, where even if you have the Immortal Fire on board, if you just, you just die at the end of the beginning of the round before you can attack, But this is actually pretty intense. The Immortal Fire was such a strong pickup. There was like virtually no threatening developments from Spikes' list at all, especially compared to what we have seen from these Veiled Temple lists. And the Immortal Fire with the Bastion to guarantee that strike of damage has just been so massive. A second one being picked up here.
And yeah, at this point, you couldn't play the Falling Comet because you would be at risk of Atrocity Ice Shard combination before the heal from Star Shipping came in, and you'd only have 1 mana available. So it would be a big mistake from Spikes, but instead opts for the safer plays both in combat and now after combat with the Star Shaping healing up. Both players healing Axial Hollow, also trying to stay above lethal range, going for the Vengeance onto the Phoenix this turn.
Yeah, so has to go for Vengeance to take away its first life. Might be forced into Atrocity to clear this Phoenix off. It's a little bit too specific to go for just the open attack with the Immortal Fire, despite everything. With no attack token, Watcher's not really a big consideration. There's maybe Revitalizing Roar to heal Hollow up where it's not going to be lethal, which is why you're just developing the rest of these threats. Harsh Winds, godlike here.
Yeah, completely takes us down. There's no hushes either to just refresh the attack on either of these Phoenixes. Could have been 2 hushes in hand, but I believe 1 was used last turn. Yeah, maybe 2 even were used last turn. So heads up play by Hollow here. Again, playing very safely. A great top deck with the Harsh Winds. And this turn kind of saved basically for Hollow, and now able to maybe mount an attack next turn.
You can maybe buy yourself around, right? If Hollow has a fantastic open attack because of the Thrall and the Trundle, doesn't need to go for the Watcher. If Hollow was in a position where they had to develop the Watcher first, you get a really fat Crescent Strike, but Ice Shard's also going to prevent this 3 damage from the Burblefish, and now you're on 6 mana for Falling Comet to remove this threat. This maybe opens up Hollow to be forced to summon the Watcher rather than trying to swing through. And Crescent Strike buys you another round to swing through with this Phoenixes. Hollow has already used both Harsh Winds.
There's a second Trundle coming down, trying to go for the Overwhelm kill possibly, but now Crescent Strike can be used here to stop both the Trundle and the Thrall from trying to get any damage in. And then with Atrocity won't be quite enough. You're still at 13 HP if you're Spikes.
Thinking about Mind Meld, just to buff these units up to survive through the Overwhelm. The Immortal Fire on the right still does have its second life available. The first one will go down if it does die.
I'm not sure what he's scared of if he Crescent Strikes at this point. Third Trundle? I mean, for 5 mana, I'm not sure how many Trundles have been played or are left yet, but...
I mean, yeah, the Watcher isn't going to be a threat yet. There's no mana for Spectral Matron. You can go for Crescent Strike here, or again, you just go for the Mind Meld, where you can trade up into the Thrall and the Trundle and survive. And this maybe just keeps Hollow from attacking you altogether.
You still take
it's very
6...
similar to a stun.
You take 6 damage still, and then Atrocity becomes a problem. With Crescent Strike, you just take down both Overwhelm units, and then you can block the Sandra and the Tavern Keeper.
Maybe goes for the Mind Meld. I wonder if Hollow sees that line. Just attack to get your 6 damage, and set up the Atrocity. You don't even need to attack this round. Yeah,
I mean, you're just pushing 6 damage here. You're happy to trade the Trundle and the Thrall for this. You definitely can't. I mean, at this point now, you're putting yourself down to Ravines killing you as well. We saw it last game, even Ice Shards, even 2 of them once Lysandra is leveled up. So, and there's 1 in hand even as well. So,
yeah. So you trade here, you go to 7, but then you have the Phoenixes for your open attack next round.
I guess the consideration is that Hollow is, I believe, running 1 Roar, and he had 8 mana left. So for 7 mana, he could play a Roar onto the Watcher, but that would be before the attack is confirmed. So he's playing the safest way possible, but this way kind of puts you at Atrocity range at this point. Yeah, this, and there's nothing you can do here.
Mm-hmm.
And this shows the power of this Trundle deck, that it has so many ways to get you. You have to be playing around so many things. You can play around, stopping the Watcher if it comes down, but then you have to commit something else. And again, it becomes very, very difficult with how powerful Atrocity and all these cards are at whittling down your Nexus and just taking down, and even just Ice Shards and Ravines. You survive at 3-4 HP, you're still in trouble. There's still going to be AoE effects that are hitting your Nexus, and your opponent has tough on his Nexus, so you can't really race him down in that sense. So it does become very, very difficult there. And again, I mentioned that Spikes could be playing around War, bringing down the Watcher for free, basically, and getting the heals out as well. But yeah, it's hard to play around everything and play perfectly still, and was not able to find a way to survive that onslaught turn.
Especially since the game came so close, despite Spikes not even getting a single Aphelios, I don't think, or a single Twisted Fate, right? It was just the rest of the deck trying to make it work. Then the Immortal Fire proved to be a very massive threat. And if there wasn't that top deck of the second Harsh Winds, right, then it would have been GG's on that turn regardless. So things really went in Hollow's favor, I gotta say, in that game 3.
And Hollow, of course, this was a loser bracket, so Spikes is now out of the tournament, and Hollow will be moving forward to play against Krisheka. Mizoom, we see them in the bracket in this losers semis, and the winner there will play Cosimo, and then finally the finalist Turtle is waiting there in the grand finals that we'll be seeing a few series from now. I want to quickly mention today we've been seeing a huge upsurge in the viewership, not just if it's because of just there not being a great streamer available now as well, streaming Runeterra, or if it was the Reddit thread I did, or what it was. But if you're liking what you're seeing, this is a weekly tournament series. So every single week we're going to be casting and displaying, I think, some of the best players in Runeterra in Europe, and also in the NA version starting at midnight European time. So definitely stay tuned and stay aware of this happening. It's not a one-time thing. It's every single week. We'll be here. And I think if you like competitive Runeterra, if you like seeing the best players, if you just want a net deck, maybe a deck or two, then this is definitely the place to be on Fridays. So thanks for joining us, and hopefully you guys can make it back every week as well.
But we're also, again, we're still looking forward to the conclusion of this tournament, right? We got to check in with the bracket there. Krisheka is hopefully going to be trying to move up to the bracket to get that rematch against Turtle. And this is where things are going to get really exciting, right? Mizume brought a interesting anti-Lissandra sort of counter deck. The Garen Sivir has probably been one of the most unique decks that we've seen in this tournament. And you have like such resilient stats in the mid game, along with potential spell shield from Sivir and Ruin Runner, that just prevent a lot of those board wipes from really affecting you. Hollow, meanwhile, as we just saw pick up that last set, is running a very spicy lineup. Has the in-between Spectral Matron and Ledros combo alongside just a standard Twisted Fate Aphelios.
And we'll see if Krisheka's decks work out. We saw in the very first game we casted in this tournament, we saw he lost game 1. Game 2, he queued up one of his decks. It seemed like a very polarized, very quick win against Trundle Lissandra. Game 3, same exact thing. It seemed like almost, it wasn't so much maybe his player skill, which he does, of course, have. He is a previous Fight Night tournament winner, but just the deck choices and the read on the meta, and the fact that he knew that if people are bringing Trundle, which it was a very, I think, not an easy read, but definitely an accurate one coming into this tournament, you're maybe able to get a few free wins by queuing up the right decks and the right counter decks, which it seems like he has brought. He did lose 2-0 to Turtle, though, in the winner's bracket, who was running Trundle, so maybe not as consistent and as easy wins as we thought initially, but could still be very strong in this tournament, seeing the current meta right now in this tournament.
Yeah, I'm wondering how that 2-0 happened. It could have just been like, instead of queuing into the Sivir Garen, maybe opted to try to get a win with the Aphelios deck, the Diana Aphelios that he had also brought, and maybe that one just kind of came up empty. We've seen these lists that are built around Aphelios and Veiled Temple. If you don't get them down in the mid game, your deck loses out on so much power. So I'm wondering if it was like a situation where this deck lost and then the opponent switched to their other deck and he opted to stay on this one and just couldn't pick up that like first win in order to get the other advantage. Because as we mentioned with this deck, once the Trundle hits you a couple times, or the Ledros cuts your Nexus in half, you don't have that reactivity to stop an atrocity. So this could go either way. I think that with what we've seen from Krisheka's lineup, this deck has some very high highs, but potentially some very low lows.
That being said, the double Moonlight Affliction is something I definitely like to see. I think we talked about already today how many times it would have been pretty nice to have. And in this case, we see double Moonlight Affliction and no hushes. So Krisheka, someone that, you know, he knows he likes that he knows how to identify value. And Moonlight Affliction is 1 mana cheaper than 2 hushes, and you only have to draw 1 card to do it. It just makes sense in some situations. So happy to see that in this deck as well.
Yeah, the Moonlight Affliction, again, we talk about the defensive potential a lot. You're at the very least, you are stripping away Overwhelm or some other really obnoxious keyword that could be presenting lethal, some bonus stats. We saw how strong elusives can be as a win condition, but Moonlight Affliction also has offensive potential. You get a big Diana set up with the Veiled Temple or a large Aphelios. You just Moonlight Affliction so your opponent can't block and try to get that lethal through.
We've seen the other decks here available. Obviously, the main deck that I think we have to watch out for is the Sivir Garen deck we saw at the very beginning of the tournament, but it's a question mark because we don't know exactly how good it'll be. But we saw it do pretty fine in the first series we casted. It could do it again against this Trundle list here as well.
The Sivir Garen is one that wants to get set up in the mid game and just kind of close things out. We saw very briefly in the first game, right, where it can draw very poorly, run out of fuel. Preservarium does a little bit of work with Shurima, right, joining the deck to give it a little bit more draw power. But we're just speculating here on the desk, but we'll have a chance now to see, what these decks are going to play out like and which deck each player is going to decide to play first. So Hollow bringing out the Lissandra Trundle list, and Krisheka here, Mizume, is getting an opportunity to play the Garen Sivir, which is supposedly the counter. This deck was popularized by Cephalopod, and he kind of sung its praises, talking about that it was very fantastic into the Lissandra Trundle matchup because of your resilient units. And so Krisheka has brought the technology here to Fight Night today.
And he finds the Pendant Squire, the 1-drop. You want to play it on curve, get some chip damage in. Of course, the first 2 turns, Lissandra Trundle does not play anything most of the time. Does not play any cards at all. Only can really play Valfeast and little, I guess, Ice Shard as well. Turn 2 if you want to, but pretty just a clear window to get in a little bit of chip damage. Most of the times you get healed up anyway by Catalyst, but definitely a good practice to get in if you're going to go off of this chip damage and try and win the game. You want to start getting it in quite early if you can. So I wouldn't, it's going to be an open attack here for sure to play around any kind of board clears, and already guarantee 6 damage to Nexus. Catalyst comes in, heals 3, but it is something at least.
Yeah, every little bit helps. Penitent Squire being placed down. Krisheka just, in this deck, it has a very straightforward, very punchy style. You don't want to play very cautiously or worry too much about the opponent's development or the opponent's AoE. Going for Tattered Banner on Sivir, so now she has Quick Attack, Spell Shield, and Challenger, and is just going to take the damage from the Trundle, opting to just clear it for free next round. These lists, when we saw Feel the Rush, for example, for a while, we did see them slot in like Troll Chants and etc. because Trundle was a little bit more important to holding down the mid game against these mid-range and more aggressive decks. But with, again, the new technology of Ice Shard and Blighted Ravine, it's not as important to get units to stick to your board to block.
And a very important consideration here by Krisheka. Does he want a Tattered Banner and play Garen this turn and get that Garen strike to try and get this rally effect and level up happening sooner? Or does he open attack? If he doesn't open attack, if he develops like he has here, then obviously he's at the mercy of Avalanche. Takes down 2 of the Squires and takes down the Spell Shield from the Sivir. You can also do this, get the Vile Feast out first and take off the Spell Shield and get another blocker for Garen.
So yeah, pretty solid overall. You're just gonna get your quick attack with Sivir, 1 strike on the Garen. This is a lot of damage coming through to level up Sivir, then she'll be granting AoE quick attack to the board, and then you're just doubling down on value trading into your opponent. She becomes a little bit like AoE quick attack during the mid game. She functions a bit like Bright Steel formation, right? Where you're just attacking your opponent and their board is gone and you're maintaining yours. So Avalanche number 1 coming through. Avalanche number 2 we see in hand. So Hollow's in a position to wipe most of this board. Garen's regeneration is going to be enormous here.
And that being said, Krisheka has the right navigation, has this deny, Shurima deny in hand. So once you have the board set up, if it survives for the most part, which it has, I mean, at least the key units have survived here, you now have the spell mana to just save it and just try and save your board with the right navigation first. Definitely end the round here, I think. You bank this mana and have kind of that fail-safe available. This is 12 mana being threatened here. You Ice Shard, and it can get negated, and then you're going to have to expend, or just riposte even. And now you have to expend Harsh Winds, which you cannot negate. Obviously, it is a burst speed spell.
But you're just forcing, when you're in like the later stages of the game, if you're able to force so much mana out of your opponent, they don't have that luxury of having the floated spell mana to make some of these more expensive plays and more expensive spells a bit softer on their tempo, right? They become much larger commitments when you don't have the spell mana available to back up. So Krisheka just playing the Ancient Prep, I believe skipping the prediction there, not liking any of the choices, and Gallant Rider also coming down alongside it.
And there's the Ice Pillar. You can still put down the Runeterra if you need to, but I think your board currently is a winning board. You don't really need to be careful about that. There's the Matron coming down with the Ledros, Ephemeral Ledros coming in as well.
Rite of Negation is so strong. Again, to just have that chance to deny the atrocity or something. Garen's Judgment also doing a lot of work here.
But not quite enough to really trade with these units. One attack off. Could have used the Exhaust on the Matron to potentially get a better trade there, but could just be going face with it.
And this Ledros is ephemeral, so it's just gonna go back to hand when it dies. But Ruin Runner being cashed in to clear the Spectral Matron.
We'll have a Clockling next turn as well that can drag the Pillar out of the way, so that's one less blocker to worry about coming from the Ancient Prep on the board. You can play Garen next turn, and if there's any kind of attempt at a punishment for developing, you have the right navigation still available, and you have the Exhaust as well to choose your blockers and try and find lethal that way.
With this setup, yeah, there really isn't a lot of
But I think that's it. I mean, if you Vengeance, there's going to be a right navigation. There's no stop here. There's no harsh winds. There's no Lissandra on the board and treat a second Lissandra, get the Entomb off. You have the dead, and it gets negated. And I think that's going to be it. There's not really anything you can do here to level up.
No
on
Ice
the
Shard,
Sivir.
no Vile Feast. Sivir levels up to get that extra little bit of damage you need. And there it is. Actually managing to close this out in the early mid game. Again, the consistent pressure just forced Hollow to spend those resources and then just came up short when you need to have very specific cards for these situations that are presented so close together. Typically, Freljord, Shadow Isles, they have the AoEs that sort of cover multiple situations, but the Garen Sivir deck forces the cards to be a lot more specific in their usage. So with the lack of direct card draw in the list, it relies on just naturally drawing the game out to get those cards. And when you're forced to do that in a very narrow span of time, you can force those wins through. So Krisheka piloting that deck beautifully there.
And able to really capitalize on the few, but still the weaknesses that this Trundle list has, where you can develop units that don't die instantly to Avalanche and Ravine. Units that you have a region like Shurima that has a deny type spell available to really counter the big, more explosive spells like Ruination and Vengeance in the late game. And just big, beefy bodies that are able to get killed. You can interact with your opponent's board a bit with things like Tattered Banner, for example. So I like the list a lot. I think it's very specific to a tournament setting. I think maybe on ladder won't be as effective, but we've seen it already twice against Trundle, and it's performed very, very well both times.
And now we'll see how this Nightfall list goes. We see Unto Dusk, Whiffed, just 2 mana burst speed, draw 1. to bring the Aphelios into play. Crescendum, with this particular deck build, brings out the Sky Shadows. It's a 2-mana 3/1 that refills 2 spell mana when it comes into play. So you essentially get your Crescendum for free. Lysandra being played on curve, needs to get this Thrall cooking if the game does go long, and you need a blocker against this aggression. Nightfall is generally seen as a very aggressive archetype. This one is much more value-oriented, but still does have that aggressive potential of this region combination.
And both these units at 2 HP, no real, I guess only the Pale Cascade with the Diana on the board. The spell in hand can save one of these two units, but there is no board clear, no Avalanche, no Ravine right now currently in hand for Hollow.
Crescendum just going to be played out. No good open attacks to speak of. You're just getting so much value, right? You're thinning your deck a little bit, and you're just looking to draw and keep things going. We saw in a previous set, right, with Hollow, that Star Shaping, picking up an Immortal Fire or something actually spells a lot of trouble for Freljord Shadow Isles. So that is another win condition that this deck maybe can make use of. But for now, just a solid mid-game overall with the absence of Veiled Temple despite.
There's the attempt at killing the Aphelios. The Pale Cascade will come in to try and save it, and will succeed at saving it. Again, no other board clears were drawn in hand by Hollow. He can, of course, entomb, but really not the play to make, I think, at this point in the game.
When and there's always the chance, right, that you have so much AoE, but it's a card game. There's a chance you just don't have it. There's no Avalanche, there's no Blighted Ravine. Aphelios now getting some HP back thanks to the Severum there, just to heal it back up to full. Doesn't even swing in. Doesn't want to get baited into a Frostbite or something of that nature. He's just playing a straight up value game here.
The Withering Wail was now found, so can clear out units with 1 HP, but still no Avalanche and no Ravine here. The Spiders can swing in for some chip damage. If you block them, you're maybe in trouble if you're Krisheka. We saw this past game happen as well when Krisheka played this deck against Trundle. In the end, he was able to succeed off Temple being on the board, and he being able to get some pretty nice pulls, like the Eclipse Dragon and Diana, and get really buffed up and go for lethal just straight up from combat damage. But might be a bit of a different game in this case here.
Yeah, we do see Unspeakable Horror in hand, but opts not to go for it, just saving the resources. Immortal Fire has been gotten off of the Star Shaping, so you can lean on that for the next few rounds. Again, the playing out something like this might even force a Ruination, and you still get to swing through. And it's a lot of very expensive resources that would need to come from Hollow in order to efficiently deal with this Phoenix.
Crescent Strike is pretty important. Hollow is running this version of the deck that does have both the split of Matrons and Ledroses, so might be relevant to have that Crescent Strike available to stop the Watcher from attacking when they do come down.
Cosmic Rays being picked up. I mean, amongst all the choices that were given there, Cosmic Rays maybe has the most potential value in this matchup. And meeting the Celestial requirement as well is very nice, so that you can wipe the pillars, you can wipe Lysandra, plus these spiders would also get obliterated on top.
A lot of units that are at 2 health or lower here, so Krisheka obviously seeing his board, it does look very full and very threatening, but he knows that it might disappear in the blink of an eye. Trying to keep his Diana a bit safer here and giving her a bit of a buff for her quick attack.
So Withering Wail being cashed in here immediately. And do you use the Overwhelm here to get damage on the Spider? Do you clear the Lysandra? Just goes... Oh, that's right. She doesn't have Challenger unless you... Yeah, my mistake. But anyway, still a very threatening body. 3 Sisters into Flash Freeze being presented here.
And Diana gets taken down. Would have probably died anyway to something like a Avalanche. So at least forcing Hollow to commit some of his, some of his spells to force that interaction there. But no Temple is really, I think, a big problem here for Krisheka. Would have loved to see it earlier on. We're now at turn 8. We don't see any Trundle, we don't see any pillars, so that is a bit of a silver lining here for Krisheka. And he does have the Immortal Fire. We saw it, how relevant it was in the last game we casted. We'll see if it'll be just as relevant in this matchup.
Yeah, Krisheka is taking it very easy on committing the Immortal Fire. I think that if you can wait long enough, keep fueling through with Unto Dusk, Pale Cascades for card draw, just keep invoking, getting more threats in play, getting rid of some of the removals and the AoE spells from Hollow, then by the time the Phoenix comes down, there just isn't going to be enough resources to deal with it. But now, huge combo turn coming from Hollow's side. We've got Spectral Matron bringing in Ledros into play, levels up Lysandra, and the Watcher is now here in hand.
And there's Aggression Strike being very, very effective, not just on the Watcher, but just in general when there's two very threatening units, and you don't want to make this trade, you don't want to give up all your units basically just to block. There is Aggression Strike there for 3 mana, a very, very effective spell to kind of save up from the very beginning of the game. You find it, then you already have kind of that one out for one of the turns. And the Spider's still going ham little by little. A few, 7 more turns, and it's GG to 2 Spiders able to survive and chip away 2 HP every time.
Now that Lysandra is leveled up, we're going to be seeing the Fleeting Ice Shard coming out here. So the Aphelios and the Fangs, their days are numbered. Even if you put a Moon Weapon on the stack, the Ice Shard can just be put out right on top of that. But Immortal Fire needs to be the answer here.
Now, does Krisheka finally respect? He doesn't respect the Spiders. The Spiders remain on the board. They're not Calibrum. They're not Unspeakable Horror. The Spiders live to tell another tale. But maybe the safer option, trying to whittle down this Matron instead. Trying to maybe even make it vulnerable to things like Ice Shard and Avalanche from Hollow side of the board even.
The Cosmic Rays is maybe a big swing, but it's such a heavy commitment, especially with no Veiled Temples. Like, double Veiled Temple makes this hand actually ridiculous, right? The mana refund allowing you to squeeze in that much extra value into your turns. But we're thinking what? Immortal Fire tries to come down to deal some damage to set up this Atrocity. You have to be worried about Entomb. There's so many things that Chris has to wait for before these bigger cards can be committed. Gonna go for Lifesteal on Diana here.
And we could see, Ice Shard into the Ice Shard. So double Ice Shard, 2 damage on everything. The poor man's Avalanche is a bit more expensive, but takes down everything in the process.
So with double Ice Shard now being used here to clear the board, with the Unspeakable Horror now, that levels up Diana, so she will get an extra point of HP to survive this. And so the Lifesteal does connect, but not a lot of really great targets in play. No Ruination being threatened now. Maybe lets the Immortal Fire be developed?
You do have exactly 8 mana, yes. And I guess Heartwind is the only real thing you want to watch out for there. We'll see if Krisheka starts going for the kill here, at least for some damage, or if he just tries to redevelop his board with Aphelios. I think you can tell there's not really a board clear in hand because of the way that Hollow has been playing this game out. So maybe he knows that he won't be as punished for redeveloping with a wider board.
There's also Moonlight Affliction in hand, so there is a pretty big swing potentially here. You'll probably need to save the Moonlight Affliction to hush the Watcher when it comes down next round, if a combo does go off.
There's the quick attack kill coming in, or attempting to come in onto Lysandra. Of course, quick attack. There won't be a trade there, and Diana will survive while also healing up a little bit back to full. We'll see if Hollow values this Lysandra enough to entomb Diana, but I think at this point, there might be some things like the Phoenix, for example, you might have to take care of later on, and entomb is definitely one way to do it. Or just, the second Lysandra being played, probably.
Yeah, play the second Lysandra post-combat, and then you still have that failsafe of Entomb. You get another Thrall in play, which doesn't really matter, because again, no Draklorn Inquisitors being run in these decks to make use of the Thralls. It's a little bit too inconsistent. but it's just a matter of reestablishing the tough on the Nexus.
Here's the invoke. We'll see what is found here. Falling Comet and Destroyer, both decent options. The Charger, not so much.
With a Veiled Temple, this game would just be in such a different state, I imagine. These units would be much more buffed up and resilient to this removal. Falling Comet now can clear Ledros, slowly ticking up towards the Watcher, being 0 mana.
And the Comet coming down, of course, obliterates the Ledros. It does not go back to hand, but there are 2 in hand regardless because of the Matron combo before. But yeah, at least taking care of that interaction. If you kill it with Vengeance, then it does go back to hand. You have to deal with it every single turn. In this case, it's the second one in hand, so it might be much of the same, but a cleaner answer when there is no Atrocity ready to respond. So Kashaka taking the chance there to take it down, and now the Thralls are coming out. At least one of them is. So things get a bit trickier, but finally a Temple is found.
Yeah, Temple very late to the party. If there was a little bit more damage done over the course of the game, like this Moonlight Affliction would be such a powerful finisher. Potentially Chris waited a bit too long on developing the Immortal Fire to really turn up the clock on this game. But with all of the invoked tools, all of the defensive mechanics with like the Gravitum and stuff to respond to a Watcher, maybe says, you know, I don't really need to care about the implications here. There's a world too where Hollow actually just plays the Watcher this round and then gets an open attack with it. Sidesteps a lot of the slow stuns that this deck has available to it.
Yeah, the lethal has to come in basically this turn for Kashaka if he wants to survive this, because he played the Crescent Strike already last turn. He's at 10 HP, so even Atrocity becomes a big problem. Again, with this deck, there's multiple things to watch out for. It's not just the Watcher combo. It's not just hushing the Watcher. It's a few more cards as well that pile up on you, and you have to have answers to all of them.
There's also Revitalizing Roar, Ledros Atrocity, yeah? He's lethaled 6 ways from Sunday. He needs to go for it here.
It might still be, impossible here. We'll have to see what exactly Kashaka can do. He has his own Atrocity as well if he wants to answer Hollow's Atrocity with his own. If we see that Revitalizing Roar Ledros combo go off. Yeah, there's the Roar coming down. Ledros goes to 0, so now you can cast. It's kind of one of the more unfair things about this deck is that you can cast Ledros and Atrocity in the same turn, thanks to the exactly 13 spell mana needed for Roar into Atrocity.
And so Pale Cascade comes down on the unit in order to buff it up. And then Diana gets an extra bonus from another Nightfall being procced.
Can you believe Pale Cascade used to give +2 attack?
So yeah, Chris is figuring out, sees the Revitalizing Roar. When you cast Revitalizing Roar, you reveal the target that you chose to your opponent. So knows that the Ledros is about to come down. And it's just going to try to go for a big swing here. There's really nothing to be done for it. A lot of options happening here at burst speed. It's so close. Silencing the Lysandra takes Hush away from the Nexus.
And that's just only 3 mana now available for Kashaka. Leaves him very, very vulnerable to whatever Hollow wants to do here. So Ledros comes down, halves his Nexus HP, and now Atrocity for 6 mana can come down as well. And there's nothing that Kashaka can do to stop this. Or yeah, the Watcher, I mean, you can do everything really. Gravizon comes down on the Watcher. It'll be stunned for 2 turns, but that's not the end to his problems. He still has to deal with 6 mana available for Hollow and the Atrocity in hand.
Without the Revitalizing Roar, the Moonlight Affliction would have been pretty strong there. But so many huge targets for Atrocity. The combo also came through. When we see in matchups where you are playing against a combo deck that's a little bit more streamlined, being an in-between variant of Trundle Lysandra can be punishing. But in matchups where it's just a general value control style game, having the multiple win conditions pays huge dividends.
And the biggest upside I talked about in that matchup is having a temple. There is no interaction from Trundle Tundra
Mm,
towards landmarks unless you're running a stone copy if that's there, which is not very common. And even then, you have to wait till turn 8 to get it
mhm.
out. So you've already gotten a lot of value from temple. But the moment that is the biggest upside you have in that matchup, and you don't find the temple early on, then it becomes, a bit more fair. I think I saw Broken Ball mentioned in chat, you're playing a fair game. Runeterra is all about trying to find the most unfair ways to play the game and win that way. A lot of, Demacia mid-range decks, they feel fair, which is why they're good sometimes, but not as good. If you think about all the best decks in the game, they do unfair things. TF Fizz does a lot of unfair things. Bundle is also doing a lot of unfair things. The game is trying to be as unfair as possible. That's what the best decks and the best players come out.
And we've got the Dusk Petal Dust Aphelios now into Veiled Temple. We got the bad RNG out of the way, and now we've got the real unfairness and power of this deck really shining through in this match. So it's going to be Twisted Fate Aphelios versus Aphelios Diana, and both decks have very, very similar lines of play. Of course, the Aphelios with Boxtopus is a much stronger and impactful pull than the Sky Shadows.
And the temple is in hand for both players, so both players have that bit of a engine set up, ready to go for turn 4. Of course, Krisheka already with the Aphelios on the board, a bit of an advantage going into this, able to get wow.
The brick was just too strong on Hollow's side, apparently. Was behind on the tempo game with the Veiled Temple. As soon as that Aphelios sticks and starts to scale up, you can't keep up with that value, right? There was no Twisted Fate in hand, no Aphelios. I think the hand was like almost all spells on Hollow's side. If you fall too far behind, Aphelios bops you a couple times, and then you die to Atrocity. Hollow just not wanting to play out that third match, apparently. And sometimes you recognize, right? You see so far into the future, you recognize the implications of the matchup. Falling behind in the Veiled Temple game was all she wrote, right? Krisheka got super unlucky in game 2, and then got the God curve for the Aphelios Veiled Temple list going into that third one.
From casting tournaments, I've seen many matchups of many of, especially TF Aphelios, the matchup I've seen many times. I know all the outcomes, I know all the lines. Few things surprise me, but that very, very early surrender, I was not expecting that. Big surprise, sometimes in cardigans it does happen, especially in mirrors or mirror-like matchups where a lot of the same things are happening. When you have a small advantage, you have certain card advantage, or you have certain draws in your favor, it can be a bit one-sided, but definitely surprising surrender there and a very quick game 3. Definitely not what I was expecting, though.
So with the game 3 being concluded, we get to check in with the bracket. That means that Mizume here moves up through to take on Cosmo Leo, and the winner of that match will get their revenge match against Turtle in the grand finals.
Yeah, Krisheka, again, we saw him at the very start of the tournament. We said, he had a lineup it was definitely the most unique lineup here. So definitely props to him on bringing Siffer Garen and making it to top 3. But we said it could go far, and he has gone far until now. He wasn't able to beat the Trundle deck in that game 2 of the last series, but still able to get the win, I guess you would say, in the mirror, and now has a chance to continue fighting. And we talked about losers bracket runs. We talked about it being a very common thing in these, at least maybe not the NA tournaments. I can't really watch them entirely because I have to go to sleep at some point in the day. But at least for the EU tournaments, it seems like there's always a crazy losers bracket run. There's always someone, making it from round 1 all the way to the end. And there's always a grand finals bracket reset going to game 3 when it does happen. So maybe we'll see much of the same in the tournament today.
And yeah, we'll see if that does once again fulfill the prophecy when we get back from this break. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. We are just about to head into the losers finals, and the winner of this set once again will be taking on our grand finalist Turtle, who's been waiting very patiently since working his way through the winners bracket.
We'll be checking out exactly what these two players are going to bring to the table. Of course, Krishaka, we talked about it before, has maybe the spiciest lineup of all players in this tournament, going a bit out of the box and thinking about countering specific deck and targeting, not just bringing the two best decks that he thought of for this tournament. So we'll see if that game plan works out. It has been going pretty well until now. He is, of course, top 3 already, but he has to face Cosimo, a very strong player who has been performing also very well today. The standard Spanish super buff where if you play your first Fight Night tournament, you're getting to winners final every time. It was the case here as well, and he's bringing two very strong deck lists in the Trundle list, of course, we've seen a lot of today, and also TF Fizz able to survive through sometimes skill, sometimes a whole lot of luck with a triple suit up game. I was able to have a TF survive 3 board clears and an ice shard somehow, and they'll have to level up and that way win the game. So we'll see if he can maybe do that again, because he might need to do it. Although Grisheka isn't playing Trundle, he isn't playing anything that has too many board clears, so he might have an easier time against those deck lists.
Now, going into a little bit more of a deeper analysis of this bring, right? This tournament lineup for the deck, the Sivir Garen that we saw previously has this ability to just play threat after threat after threat and get set up. Sivir with Spell Shield and Ruin Runner with Spell Shield, also very difficult for these control decks to remove efficiently. And sometimes you just win games by just running them out of resources. They have all this AoE, but it becomes so expensive to, when your opponent summons a 4/4 or a 5/5 and you can only respond with an avalanche, they're still taking so much damage on the Nexus. Typically, these mid-range Demacia variants do struggle with running out of fuel. Preservarium does a nice job of just keeping them topped off of cards, giving you a little bit of extra cards at a delayed fashion, and, maybe gives you a way to maybe slow play certain scenarios as well.
The right navigation can also be very, very important. We saw it in the game against one of the Trundleists where he was able to stop a Vengeance from killing off his unit and get lethal that way. So it could be very relevant here as well. And I think overall, just people have maybe been sleeping on Garen's level up a little bit. In the right metas, having that rally effect after the strike and having a pretty big body with regeneration, it can be very strong. And I think Krisheka is really capitalizing on this, and he's built a deck that has a lot of advantages toward it. Has a challenger from the banner, of course, has the spell shield on Rune Runner and Sivir, and overall it makes it a pretty sticky deck for the mid game.
The Garen's power levels boosted even further by the release of Penitent Squire. The ability to have Garen be a 5/5 regen challenger gives you a little bit of that mid-game board bullying potential, right? That's normally enjoyed by, say, Fiora Shen and Screeching Dragon. And so being able to pick your targets with Garen means that he is safer and then can, reach that level up and start getting those rallies, which we've seen Garen, even in very slower games, has been leveling up consistently and providing a lot of value.
I wonder if Siphoning Strike could be a consideration in this list, with the strike effect obviously benefiting Garen, with the spell shield, of course, as well. Could find some value. Getting the buffs, of course, on Garen and Sivir, I think is also very strong. And any kind of strike effect really works. We see the single combat here as well. And concerted strikes, of course, it really helps in leveling up Sivir, but also just getting the level up on Garen very quickly.
I could see a world where that happens. Maybe you cut a Gallant Rider, which is a card that we've seen really haven't high roll as hard as it normally can, or maybe you just cut an Ancient Prep from the bottom to fit in a Siphoning Strike. It's very cute.
Or the
But
swap from Siphoning Strike to Concerted, like from Concerted Strike to Siphoning Strikes, depending on what, or maybe a split even. I mean, depends on what you're really teching and countering. If you're countering Trundle, then it makes sense to have Concerted Strike because you want to have like 2 very big units hitting an even bigger unit and killing it, whereas Siphoning Strike might not give you that possibility.
absolutely. And the Sivir Garen is a very new deck on the scene. It was built and sort of refined as a way to, again, to counter these sort of control Shadow Isles Freljord lists. and can only evolve further from here as those decks then start to adapt for this run, running more Vile Feasts or something in order to deal with the spell shield a bit more efficiently. Then it too will evolve in turn. But we are going to be jumping into game here pretty soon. I wanted to quickly touch on also Krisheka's other list, the Diana of Felios. Now, this one we only saw very briefly in the end of that third set. Because the curve that is available to it with the Duskbringer into Aphelios, into Veiled Temple, can result in some very explosive damage. We got a sneak preview of that also much earlier in the bracket, where Krisheka was able to get a Diana to stick on the board, get buffed up by Veiled Temple, then by using Pale Cascades and Unto Dusk to repeatedly proc her Nightfall effect post level up, she got massive attack power and swung for lethal. And I don't know if that's the main purpose of the deck or if that's just something that it can high roll into, but it looks to be an additional angle that is enormously threatening here. Going into game one, Diana Aphelios into Twisted Fate Fizz.
Both players finding their kind of fantastic openings here. Fizz on one side, Dustbringer on the other side, with Aphelios in hand for Krisheka, and Ballistic Bot and TF in hand for Cosimo. So the curves are there for both players, kind of the ideal curve, and we'll see where we go from here.
Getting the setup like this, right, of having your deck's ideal curve, you know that it's going to come down to the archetypes and player skill. Sometimes you see like really bad draws on one side, but going into a strong development where both sides are sort of operating at maximum efficiency, you get to really see, where these matchups are made and broken.
Of course, so the turn two not going to be all that flashy. The block here from Fizz does go to show that maybe you do value, you don't value this Fizz too much in this matchup where you have things like Hush, where you have burst speed things that don't target but don't necessarily target on the stack. So it makes it a bit easier to remove Fizz as well.
This deck does have a couple copies of the Flight in it, just again to keep you fueled up. You can maybe use it to chump block something down the road, but no Lunari Duskbringers per se. You're going to be relying very heavily on the Fangs or Star Shaping to get you those elusive blockers. Moonlight Affliction. Earlier we saw how, Twisted Fate Aphelios cutting that card really hurts when you're up against a Mind Meld deck, but in this list, it's going to be there as also a failsafe. The main trick is not a lot of answers to deal with Twisted Fate. You need a Diana on board, and you have to have everything go your way. So Cosimo just needs to buy time and get Twisted Fate plus pick a card set up, I think, in this matchup.
Here's a challenge, hoping to push through some damage or get a very, very favorable trade by taking down not just a Ballistic Bot for its body, but also for the fact that it gets, you get more ignitions, you get more discard forward, you get more spells that can power up Mind Meld potentially. So a pretty good trade here if it goes through, and Cosimo seemed to value his health total quite a bit. He was definitely blocking before with Fizz, and now here as well. So a great trade here for Krisheka, and now can develop the Temple and get that value engine rolling as well.
It's tricky, right? You play the Veiled Temple. You do have the Pale Cascade to back up your Aphelios against, say, a Mystic Shot, but not get excited. And I think it's worth it here, right? You're already on your way to such a powerful curve. If you get the Veiled Temple down, eventually Aphelios is going to outscale all of Cosimo's damage-based removal, and then you just don't have to worry about it for the rest of the game.
And if you get excited, you're not playing TF, you're not playing pick a card, you're not playing other certain plays that are very important in the early to mid game as well for TF is.
Yep, so there it is. The Veiled Temple now being put on to the board, and this is again the point of the deck. This is going to present so much. This is going to present so much value going over the mid game. You get this down on curve, and it pays for itself almost immediately in terms of the value that it grants you as soon as you proc it.
This is going to be a very big mind meld when it does come through, because these ignitions are happening every single turn. No Sejuani to benefit from these plunder effects, but still the mind meld will definitely get that value out. Some life still coming down, going to be very useful, just making sure, but I think both players really valuing keeping healthy. Both of these decks I think are known as explosive, at least TF Fizzes. This Nightfall deck maybe not as publicly known to be, very explosive deck. But from what you've told me and from what I've seen until now, I can definitely see how it can, pull off some very, very explosive combos. And it's nice to be at full health or close to it.
The list cuts a lot of what you would normally consider to be the aggressive pieces of Nightfall. Again, no Shade Stalkers, no Crescent Guardians, relying a lot more heavily on the invoked threats from Star Shaping, and again, just buffed up targets with Veiled Temple, just swinging through thanks to Infernum. Fortunately, Krisheka is getting lucky with the one of Atrocity also being presented in hand very early here. Now can, instead of going for an aggressive line and hoping to get the Atrocity at the right time, has the Atrocity and can now more confidently commit to being much more aggressive from this position.
And the Equinox here doing a lot to stop the Ballistic Bot, stops the attack, and stops the effect of it in the next few turns as well. So a great stop to that. And saves potentially the Aphelios from dying. It can still be traded off with a vulnerable to the Burblefish, but at least that's at least a decent trade for Grisheka as well. You could double Pale Cascade actually still, so
double Pale Cascade would force Suit Up, I think. Does that still work? At least to trade down. And the thing is if you're forcing your opponent to cash in their Burblefishes and not duplicate them with iterative improvement, that's definitely something that we have not seen very much in this tournament, is a Twisted Fate Fizz actually getting the Burblefish iterative improvement combo. It's been much more centered around Twisted Fate, just kind of getting some obscene value and just barely scraping out some wins with Daring Poros and a couple Zap Spray Fins towards the end. We haven't seen the classic several 4-2 Burblefish line quite yet.
It looks like no punish because the parley was found from. Oh, actually, that's a much better play. Actually, yeah. Well, both players getting a nice kind of randomized top deck there. The parley found to kill the this Aphelios after the fact without having to use Suit Up. But in this case, the even better play is just to Suit Up and get the trade regardless. There was a world where you would use 2 Pale Cascades on Aphelios, he survives at 1 HP, and then you can just parley it and kill it very, very easily if you're Cosmo.
And now the matchup is swinging slightly into Cosmo's favor. Getting the Aphelios off the board means you don't have to worry about like Calibrum answering your units. You don't have to worry about Gravitum stopping some of your more offensive swings. A lot more damage has been snuck through for Cosmo here, and it's just a matter of time before Pick a Card comes down and then the Twisted Fate begins to materialize.
There's the iterative improvement on the Burblefish, trying to get the one in hand to 0 and still getting the value there.
Duplicating it. That way it'll come into play as a 4-2 as well, thanks to the iterative improvement buff. And then you get another 1-drop, like Parley's strong, you can get Rummages, you can get Stress Testings. There's so many strong pulls off of the Burblefish. That extra value, I think, is really understated. We talk about a lot the, just a 0 mana 4-2 elusive is amazing already, but it's also giving you another resource. This feeds into your Rummages as well if you get something really bad like Jettison, for example. And we even saw Jailbreak in a previous game, just get an emergency blocker.
Yeah, Burblefish is a card that, the moment it released, I knew maybe it wouldn't be powerful the first day of the expansion, but it would be a card that, if not changed, would definitely be a staple card that we would be seeing throughout the history of Runeterra because of how strong it is. And it's a card that provides a build around and gives you a payoff for having a lot of spells in your deck.
So here it is now, Twisted Fate coming down. Has the blue card, has the Pick a Card now from the second Twisted Fate available. Feeling pretty confident here that there's nothing that's going to interrupt this.
The Serpent can come down, but Parley's there to answer still for 1 mana. So we'll see if there's a surprise. Yeah, not being played there, but Parley would be a very clear answer as well. The second Temple can be played here. No reason not to. Free mana, free stats. Why not do it?
You're just hyper stacking. Yeah, you're hyper stacking this lifesteal unit, and that forces Cosimo to just use a Mind Meld combo to one-shot you from 20, right? The Moonlight Affliction is very strong for shutting down a portion of that damage, and as long as another Aphelios comes out here pretty soon, you have Calibrum to start sniping more of these elusive units out of the back line.
Kershaka has the chance to play the Serpent. It would be protected with Pillar Cascade if he saves 2 mana and try and challenge the TF next turn. That being said, there's now a Parley and a Mystic Shot in hand that can deal with this, so we'll see. That'll be the line of play that we see here. Also, the fact that, you know, you might think this unit that has lifesteal isn't elusive, so it cannot block these elusive units if they only swing in with elusives, but there is a Moonlight Affliction in hand, so at some point, there might be a full swing with elusive units. You just block, you know, the third one and get 17 lifesteal back, and you're surviving. So we'll see if that ends up being the case here for Kershaka as well.
Once you get to like 4, 5, 6 HP, it becomes impossible, right, for these decks to remove the unit. It's all about trying to nip those targets in the bud with Mystic Shots or get excited, or again, just play safe and just try to OTK the opponent. And the longer that takes, the longer it takes Cosimo to assemble more elusives, where the hand is all spells, needs to get more elusive units out of the deck, needs to set them up. And do you have enough time before the Veiled Temples stack up the Fangs to Atrocity lethal range?
You can jailbreak into the Cutthroat, the 1 mana elusive. That's a way to do it. If you believe in the heart of the cards. I see an elusive in hand right now. There it is. Cosimo sees it too. He's hovering the card. He knows what's coming.
Just get more elusives. I mean, there's also the new Shadow Apprentice, right? So you have a little bit of a higher chance of actually getting your elusive. No Navori Blade Scout, please.
And there's a punish on the Parley. You have the Pale Cascade now. At this point, and there's a second Moonlight Affliction, a very strong card in this matchup. So the late game is kind of set in stone for Kershaka. He has the defensive tool and the aggressive tool. He has it all. He just needs a bit more cards to play to get the tempo buffs onto the 7/6. And Atrocity might be an actual viable threat in the next few turns.
Potentially here, drawing a something like an Unto Dusk or a Pale Cascade that you can cast at burst speed to set up the Moonlight Affliction. Just stop the Twisted Fate and the Zap from blocking, and then swing through with everything. Lunari Shadestalker being created off of Unspeakable Horror is also massive.
And TF, I mean, just a bit too slow to develop its own game plan. We see most of the time, you know, TF leveled up turn 5. It seems, you know, very hard to stop. But in this case, not a lot of pressure coming in from Cosimo. Not much happening. The TF still obviously not leveled up. There's the jailbreak into the elusive. Not quite. We see a very sad soldier without any buffs and no daybreak effects. He was at the very end of the day, almost midnight there. So no buffs for him.
And there's the Unto Dusk. The burst speed coming through here, peeling away 2 blockers, peels away 4 blockers, fully commits with the double Moonlight Affliction to swing through. All there is a Mystic Shot.
Temple's pretty crazy. I did not think he could play. I didn't even consider that play being a possible. The second Moonlight Affliction. I'm like, wait a minute, this is broken. I get this deck now.
Wait, is this Frostbite? What's going on here? AoE can't block. Moonlight Affliction, showing again, it's been used primarily as a defensive option. It's a fantastic defensive option, but these decks that can actually get some aggressive stats online during this mid stage of the game really showcase, you know, that you're able to bring these to a head, especially since there isn't another Moonlight Affliction or a Hush coming from the enemy to sap the stats away from the Fangs. This is mostly guaranteed damage.
And you can't do anything here. You're going to be able to get Mystic Shot on the 3/2, but that's exact lethal still presented by Kershaka. So this will be game here. None of the other cards in hand seem to be able to do anything for Cosimo here. So very explosive, like you mentioned. Maybe this is why Hollow surrendered so quickly. He knew what was coming. He didn't want to go through double Moonlight into no blockers. So he surrendered right away. In this case, Cosimo takes the hit, takes the game loss here. And game 1 goes to Kershaka with, again, a very, very explosive Nightfall type invoke list that I wasn't aware existed in this exact build, but it's surprising me. On paper, you have to make the connection between the different cards and synergies to really understand what's going on for it and why you would play this over something with Box Tippets, for example. but I can see now the reasons why, and I can see, it can be a strong deck in certain situations, certain matchups.
And taking down Twisted Fate Fizz, I think, is definitely a strong testament to its power. The early trades were forced. You have the potential to keep these elusive units at bay with Aphelios and Unspeakable Horror. And now it's coming down to Twisted Fate Fizz having to be run back into Garen Sivir, a deck that relies mostly on single combats and sharp sights to deal with the elusive threats, but has the same issue of the units are too big for Twisted Fate Fizz to directly remove. Fizz on turn 1, Ballistic Bot on turn 2. Cosimo still has potential for a very powerful opening, however.
Yeah, very, very strong opening here. No pick a card for TF, but still a lot of very important pieces in the kind of the combo of TF Fizz and trying to get that lethal very quickly with the Burble Fishes and the iterative improvements that don't seem to stop coming here. That being said, Sharp Sight could be a very key card as well in this matchup if it's drawn by Grisheka. Having to play a 3-2 protector by itself without giving barrier to anything is not ideal, but he's hoping, I believe, to just be playing on curve here and trying to get some units on the board to present some damage and try and get the level up for things like Sivir.
What's really unfortunate here, too, is when you're playing against the Shadow Isles Targon list, it has a lot more healing, and this one definitely does not. All of this damage is going to stick, and if Grisheka is a little bit too slow from recovering from this early game slump, could result in something really cheeky. We've seen the double Mystic Shot, Get Excited, Lethal sometimes come out of this deck. Once you get the pick of cards and the rummages cycling, you start to dig and dig and dig and get all of this burn. There's not a lot of good ways to deal with this Ballistic Bot on the back line other than getting your Penitent Squires set up or getting enough threat to force your opponent to block.
And something I haven't really considered until now, but the signature spell of Sivir, I believe is called Ricochet or something. Mm-hmm. Ricochet, all right. I was going to YOLO that one. It could be quite effective. The 1 damage pings on a board with Burble Fishes could be kind of nice, actually.
I've seen some highlight reels of Ricochet getting some obscene lethals of hitting the Nexus, but we'll see. Again, Sivir is just attacking in your. All 3 of these targets are something you want to trade into your 3-2. So you're just going to swing in here, and you have to ask. Cosimo might even take this. That might even take this hit. Because you can block at any time. You're worried about maybe Ruin Runner, but that's really the only big threat that you can't just chump.
And I think this is a deck, the Garen Sivir deck, that you don't lose it by chip damage coming in every turn. It's more this, losing control of the board altogether with Garen and then losing the game. So I think you're not too scared of taking a bit of damage here. It's not like a deck that has, some not necessarily chip damage, but halfway damage, like Overwhelm, for example, or Elusive, where you get some damage, every turn. It's more just all out normal combat. So I think you're fine taking chip damage and then just blocking on the turn you have, the big turn you have to block on.
Yeah, so it goes for the Ignition, just keeping this consistent damage up. There's a world where the Ballistic Bot scales to 5 attack, and then suddenly you have a threat for Garen. No Penitent Squires coming down from Grisheka's side. So it just means that Garen, doesn't have the luxury of choosing a target anymore. You have to wait for Sivir to level up for Garen to attack safely. And now we have potential for the pick a card now.
This hand is so good, it's awkward because you would like to Poro Cannon and discard something, but you don't want to discard anything here.
I think that you would maybe Poro Cannon away the Ignition just to play things out. But again, just committing to this burn plan, I think that Cosimo recognizes, right? It's similar to Fiora Shen, where if you're relying on elusives as your win condition, you simply force them to have triple sharp sight or die. Even playing the Burble Fishes out like this is perfectly acceptable. There's a world, right? You play second Burble Fish, you get greedy, and then the Ricochet comes down, but Garen instead just going to come down and try to hold the fort here.
Well, might be difficult. They're going to need at least a sharp sight to try and block some of this elusive damage. You do have a sharp sight in hand. Okay, just making sure. I wasn't sure with the animation there, but there is at least
3 shots at Shakedown. Oh.
He finds a Shakedown, but no mana to work with here already. 2 shakedowns, and yeah, not gonna. I don't think it's gonna be lethal.
This
it's not. Wait, it is gonna be lethal.
Overwrites the ballistic bot, so with one sharp sight, only one of these can be blocked. There's the surrender. This, again, this is something we have not really seen from this deck, and it's something that players normally fear immensely, is the burble fish iterative improvement duplication combos. We've been focusing so much on Twisted Fate, we've been focusing so much on Mind Meld, but we can see the original reason the deck was built, the OG win condition of just the burble fish, the raw power of that elusive coming through against Demacia. Again, one of the deck's big weaknesses that sort of has kept Demacia from shining in these past several metagames outside of Fiora Shen.
It seems like there's many games today where I mention something that could be relevant later, and it becomes very relevant. I looked at the hand at the beginning with the Burble Fish, and I said, a combo could go off later on, and it looks like that is exactly what happened. A very, very explosive combo there from TF Fizz. Really, I mean, nothing you can do about that if you're Krisheka. You had the sharp sight, you did what you could, but yeah, that's a very hard thing to play around and play against, and nothing he could really do there. But we're into game 3. Whoever wins this moves on to the grand final. Whoever loses remains third place and gets a very nice $35 in their bank account.
Yeah, it's better than nothing, especially after being able to not just participate in this fantastic tournament, but you get to test, right, your read on the metagame. You get to try and see if the decks you think are strong, can they actually perform at these very high levels of play. We're getting, a nice preview of, again, maybe Sivir Garen in some new way, shape, or form being able to exist in the metagame. And if Lissandra Trundle keeps getting more and more popular, maybe Twisted Fate Fizz starts to fade away if players become less confident in that matchup. And now, with the Penitent Squires now finally showing up early, it really smooths out the curve of this deck. We've got the Gallant Rider, which is a fantastic carrier, and having the Challenger on Sivir or either of those units allows you to answer the Trundle mid-game and just keep on smorking through.
Cosmo considering Avalanche here, opting not to. Instead, he can trade with the 2-3 here if there's a full-out attack. Get both these units out, basically, and then Avalanche cleans up everything after. I think he values Avalanche taking off the spell tools from Sivir if she's played on curve. I think that's what he's looking at here. I would agree with it. I think it's a cheap way to take it down at some point. So opting to save the Avalanche and get the full clear that way. Maybe opting to go for the Catalyst this turn to try and ramp up quickly. If Sivir is played here, yeah, I'm going to expect an Avalanche to come through. Or, yeah, probably Avalanche.
Yeah, because you can wipe your own 3-1, but if you wipe the Penitent Squires, you just take 5 damage in exchange next round. If you go for Catalyst here, you're healing up, and then you take 4 damage. I think maybe what Cosimo is working on here is the fact that this deck is so straightforward and mid-rangey that you know that it's almost always going to develop here into the Avalanche. You feel safe because Sivir has Spell Shield. Even if your 2/2s get wiped, you have some pretty strong attacking units still coming through. And so Tattered Banner now being used with the Gallant Rider. What's nice about this play too is with Avalanche wiping your own unit, Gallant Rider loses out on its challenger target and won't transform.
What's not nice about this play is that you're taking 9 damage from the Gallant Rider and the Sivir, so that is maybe a problem. You do reduce some of the damage that goes through for Sivir's level up, so maybe that is nice by just killing off the 2/2s. But it is going to be a big swing here. No punish available for 4 mana. You can play Blighted Ravine after the fact and take on the Rider and leave Sivir down to 1 HP. You heal up a bit here as well, which is nice. And it would leave Sivir at the mercy of a Vile Feast and of a possible Ice Shard later on as well.
You can play the Blighted... Yeah, exactly. Blighted Ravine leads into Trundle. You've got Avros and Sentry as another chump blocker. The rest of this hand is a little bit awkward. If Krisheka draws into like Ruin Runners and stuff from this position, or if Sivir goes down and they draw into another one with Spell Shield, the Ruination is going to be so difficult to get value with. And we talked about it a little bit earlier, but these Trundle decks you know, there is Vile Feast in this list from Cosimo's side, so there is a way to get a hold of those cards to deal with the spell shields perhaps a little bit more effectively, but you need time to get those cards out of the deck is the issue.
I think I would prefer to see a Ravine here. I mean, just the challenger on the 4-2 is relevant at just moving a blocker that you wanted to have on a certain different unit as well. And obviously the sentry now makes Ravine the next turn if your opponent develops a lot awkward because you kill off your own sentry as well. And now there's a sharp sight now as well that was top deck to save the rider if you want to. And you're at 10 HP, you're in trouble. I mean, the heal would have been nice as well before. So we'll see what Cosmo can do here. He can play Trundle, and then on curve next turn play out the pillar. Trundle would be dying to the challenger Sivir though, unless you Vengeance. And there's a Rite of Negation as well. Krisheka once again drawing the single Rite of Negation when he needs it in this matchup, which is going into the late game to stop Ruination or to stop the Vengeance from coming through.
This list, every time, like, we've seen it have some pretty low lows, and when this deck draws well, it just looks so powerful. The Penitent Squires are so key to the early game for getting these mid-game challengers to just bully for board dominance. That's what Demacia has always wanted to do, but there have been a lot of metagames where if your opponent has very strong combat tricks available to them, you can't really take those trades safely or efficiently. Ruin Runner being developed, again, another spell shield unit.
And you still stay with that 4 mana, at least 4 mana up to have the Rite of Negation as a possibility. So Krisheka, again, this is especially in this matchup, once you develop a big board, if you can protect it with the Rite of Negation and you have it in hand, then you're looking at a very, very safe position, and you feel quite comfortable developing into a bigger board. You're not scared of Ruination or Vengeance, etc.
And even if you were to Ruination and it goes through, you're still taking 6 damage potentially, and then you're still under massive threat, right?
And that's gonna be the G to the G with the Ruination being hovered, almost committed. He heard me.
You can play Trundle, right? It's so bad either way. You can play Trundle, it gets pulled by Sivir and dies. The Gallant Rider pulls the Avaros and Sentry, so then it transforms, and there's still 8 damage coming through. Rite of Negation is going to eat up this Ruination, and that will be all she wrote.
Rite of Negation, a single copy, but Krisheka, as a skilled individual that he is, finds it. Both times he needed to find it. Both times denying huge spells in Trundle matchups. First Vengeance in the last series, and now the Ruination in this series. And gets the win in this series, moves on to the grand finals, is now going to face Turtle there as well. Cosimo, Spanish player, did a pretty good job, top 3 in his first Fight Night tournament, very impressive as well, and had a very crazy TF Fizz win last game, but was in the end taking the loss here in game 3, and just leaving the tournament at this point. It'll be Krisheka versus Turtle in the grand finals.
Yeah, so we'll get to that next grudge match. Mizume trying to get the revenge from Turtle, the player who sent him to the loser's bracket in the first place, when we get back from this break. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. It has been an action-packed bracket all day, and we are finally about to head into the grand finals between Krisheka and Turtle, who has been waiting very patiently in the grand finals after winning through the winners bracket.
And I was hoping to be rooting for, my dear Spanish player in this grand finals, but not going to be the case. That being said, I made a revelation on off stream. I was talking to Scar. Turtle is an animal, so I'm going to open up a competitive Runeterra team called the Zoo. I'm gonna pick up Turtle. I'm gonna pick up Lobster. I'm gonna pick up Mr. Bear, and it might
Stacked.
become one of the most stacked and most competitive tournament teams, or tournament, I guess, competitive teams in Runeterra. And the
There's
flavor is just
honestly, yeah, a lot of
fantastic.
top players with the animal names. That's the secret sauce. You've also
Think
got like
about
Cephalopod.
the sponsoring possibilities.
Oh,
Listen,
it's actually fire.
you think I'm kidding, but a month from now, when you see the Twitter post of the Zoo opens its ranks, you'll know I wasn't kidding.
But speaking of strong players, we are going to get a quick checkup on the bracket to talk about the invited players today that did come through and have some really explosive games. We had Cosimo, who unfortunately did drop out of the losers finals, did have a very strong start going up against Pat and then Spikes, and even making it to the winners finals against Turtle. Broken Ball also dropped down and eventually climbed up to get knocked out by Krisheka. The main thing too here is Krisheka's been just kind of trying to farm the Trundle Lissandra with this counter lineup, and being sent to the losers bracket by Turtle was a little bit of a hiccup in that plan. A Trundle Lissandra player was somehow able to overcome the anti-technology that was brought here, and it might be because of the Fiora Shen that was also part of Turtle's lineup. We see tons of Lissandra Trundle today, but not a lot of Fiora Shen, which was massively popular last week.
Yeah, we didn't see that match on stream, so we don't know the details of what exactly ended up happening there. But until now, what we have seen on stream, it did seem like Rashaka has had a pretty easy time going into Trundle and did prepare for that with its targeting and his lineup choice coming into this tournament. And I mean, we saw him in the very first game of this series. We're seeing him in the very last, series of this tournament. So he's done something right. We kind of predicted it could be the case, and it has been. Krisheka is also, of course, a very strong player. He's won Fight Night before. He's someone that was maybe a favorite also going into it, regardless of lineups. But proving that you can, think outside the box, you can build maybe not the strongest deck in the game. Silver Garen is not a deck you can take the ladder right now and get rank 1. It's not going to happen probably. If it does, props to you. But it is a deck you can take into a tournament, targeting a specific deck and targeting something you expect to see a lot of, and try and find a win and a good performance that way. So props to Grisheka. We'll see if it'll be enough, and we'll see if against Turtle's specific version of Trundle, which is we've seen a lot of different variants, some maybe being less better or worse against Grisheka's lineup. We'll see if it's going to be enough to take him down and get the win here and get the bracket reset. That's the big thing as well. Turtle is coming in from the winners bracket. If he wins the first best of 3, game over. Tournament goes to Turtle and my competitive team. It has a good start to it. But if Krisheka is able to get the bracket reset, then he has to do it twice, but he can get the bracket reset and win this tournament still as well.
I think the make or break matchup, like you kind of touched on, is the Fiora Shen. I think that when you have a lineup that overly targets one deck, you maybe accidentally spec in some weaknesses to another very popular deck. And we saw the explosive potential of Diana Aphelios, right? So I think that's going to be also the key to Krisheka maybe getting that bracket reset, is having that god curve of Duskbringer into Aphelios, into Temple, and just running away with the game, especially Fiora Shen. Its infamous ability to draw poorly can't keep up in the mid game.
I think similarly to TFAs, they're both decks that, if with the right hand, they've proven to be extremely powerful decks that even in bad matchups, and Fiora doesn't really have too many bad matchups, even in bad matchups, you can find wins with your with the right combination of cards. And with TF is, the same. We saw TF not dying to 3 avalanches or 2 avalanches in a ravine, and because he had 3 suit ups with discounted suit ups. So again, it can happen, and those are the 2 decks that can be very powerful. Fiora also one of them in the lineup for Turtle, and it could be a difference maker as well, outside of just the Trundle Lissandra list, which we've seen can be very strong, but in this matchup against Krisheka, maybe not so much.
Yeah, Turtle's variant of Lissandra Trundle is not running the spectral matrons. It's not trying to go for any combo shenanigans. It has 3 Ledros, a revitalizing roar, and 2 atrocity. It's going to still get to the late game, still wants to set up and kill you, but with a little bit more of a classic theme to it. And getting to the, the grand finals maybe shows that it might be one of the more consistent variants right now. The spectral matron has, again, those flashy enders, but overall might not have the flexibility that you typically would enjoy in these lists. So here it is, Fiora Shen versus Aphelios Diana.
And this Aphelios Diana, a very unique list that I had not seen before. It was labeled a slow nightfall by Mr. Croc, but we'll see if that is exactly what it is, because it has a few different elements. It has atrocity still. It seems like maybe an invoke atrocity deck with some of the invoke cards and Aphelios combination, but not really, because again, you're going more for the nightfall element. So it's kind of a new archetype, at least to me, with a very unique condition where you don't usually go as wide as nightfall. Instead, you go a bit taller with buffs from temple and just like things like Unto Dusk, Unto Diana, etc. And yeah, a lot of lifesteal as well. So you have a good early to mid game against aggro, for example. It's definitely a well-built deck.
The mixture of the flight to get in a little bit of early damage while also fueling your aggressive game plan is great. The atrocity is only a one of in Krisheka's list and will maybe get scooped up by Deny or Concerted Strike. This isn't one of the lists that can use it as effectively as other archetypes, but with a Veiled Temple potentially coming down, you maybe get a chance for a unit to get massive. But Fiora and Shen on the board at the same time is rough, to say the least.
That being said, this open attack might be problematic with Shen at 2 HP. You can, of course, Spirit's Refuge if you don't play anything else, but that would put you at risk of something like a Unspeakable Horror popping that shield. But yeah, I guess you're dragging this unit anyway, so it is fine. Your Fiora will be dying here. You can obviously put a barrier on top of a barrier. Does not quite work that way, thankfully. Fiora Shen is strong enough already. But Fiora does die there. Shen does still survive at 2 HP. And now you still have the chance to develop the Screeching Dragon after combat.
There are certain matchups where keeping Fiora alive is a very high priority. Nightfall known for developing a lot of very frail units, but have, somewhat high attack power. So with having your barriers popped, your units potentially just go down. Even though you're dragging a unit that won't survive the combat. It's more important to just trade 1 for 1. But keeping the Shen alive is much more important, especially going into this mid-game stage with Screeching Dragon being able to just start bullying the board for free. We see a little bit of that reflected in the Garen Sivir list from Krisheka, and Fiora Shen that's its claim to fame. That's how it rose to its dominance and just persistence in the metagame for so many months, is just its ability to bully the mid-game.
And a great value kill there on the Shen with the Serpent. Pretty much, 0 mana, the Serpent itself. So very, very clean kill there, and no counterplay available from Turtle with 2 mana. He has the 2 spell mana he had banked, no Sharp Sight, for example. Crescent Strike here, very, very effective for 3 mana at just stopping the entirety of this turn for Turtle. So this is kind of the turn with double Cytheria. Things would get very dicey. All the buffs are missing the Lunaries because they're just hitting the 1 lifesteal unit, so you wouldn't have had any fearsome blockers in that case. But Crescent Strike just shuts down everything.
Keep your opponent from getting their powerful swing turns. Buy yourself several rounds now to just keep developing, keep scaling up this the Fangs, right? It's at a 5/4 now. You can give it the Veiled Temple buff at burst speed, so that way you don't have to worry about single combat. This puts Turtle on perhaps Concerted Strike in order to clear this big body now that it's actually gotten some beef to it. But here it is, Golden Aegis being put down. There's actually 3 copies of this card in Turtle's list, going for very, very much a mid-game spike.
And a very divisive card here. Some players just thinking Rally is still a lot better, the Brilliance Pursuit rather, and some players opting for the Golden Aegis instead. We'll see if it ends up paying off here for Turtle. The choice to include 3 on the list. He has the barrier now, so he's dragging. He can stop the attack from the lifesteal unit, but cannot kill it. Not quite enough attack until he gets the Cytheria buffs. He can Sharp Sight.
Ooh, this attack is so spooky, right? Krisheka like trying to threaten a Moonlight Affliction here? Single combat now to save the River Shaper means that the Screeching Dragon will actually go down.
But it gets the Fury proc first, so it takes down this lifesteal unit with it, and there's now no fearsome blockers for the Sith 3 attack with the River Shaper. So very clean play there by Turtle. Nothing that Krisheka can do here. It's a huge attack. He can block the Sith. Well, yeah, he can't block the Sith because they both get fearsome, and that's going to be a huge swing. Could have sharp sighted for lethal, but didn't.
And then has an open attack next round. Actually, massive. The Fury proc to trade into the I think Krisheka was just hoping Turtle would give too much respect there. These Fiora Shen players typically love to play super cautiously, don't want to put too many things on the stack or overcommit their units unless they have all the tools in hand. And Turtle, we got a preview of this earlier in the game, has been playing a much more aggressive style of a Fiora Shen. Triple Golden Aegis just sealing the deal on that aggro style.
Very heads up play though, making the right calls. Very clean play there with the single combat on the barriered unit to kill Diana and also to kill off with the Fury proc. So a lot of players maybe they just missed that while they're playing too fast. Turtle was playing very fast, but still able to get the win there. 1-0 up, match point at this point. If he wins this game 2, that's it. He is the winner of this tournament. So Krisheka at this point now has a lot of work cut out for him. He has to climb back into this best of 3 and then also get the bracket reset and win the next one as well. So it will be difficult. He is sticking on, well, he is changing now to this Garen Sivir list. We've seen him piloting this tournament, and Turtle is now on his Trundle list. Every time we've seen it, this Trundle list is lost Sivir Garen. We'll see if that'll be the case here as well.
And this is the type of list as well that sometimes you can get very heavily punished if you are playing too quickly. We saw, I think, very earlier in the bracket, there was like a Three Sisters that was whiffed. That didn't need to be used, for example. And we'll see how this is going to hash out over the course of the set, right? Because Krisheka, theoretically, the strategy would simply be to take your loss against Fiora Shen and then just bully this deck that you targeted for the reverse sweep.
And it seems like there's a lot of combo pieces here already for Turtle. He has the Lysandra, he has the Trundle, he has the Bjerg, which in this match specifically is very important. Having this body in the mid game to block some damage and maybe get a trade as well is going to be very effective here. Yeah, I don't think you block there. I think you want to save this for maybe a bigger block further down the line, or just trying to get an actual trade and not just blocking a quick attack unit.
No Penitent Squires from Krisheka means that a lot of the mid game bully potential is lost. We do see the Tattered Banner way on the far side of the hand, but just not really the tempo here to combine that alongside Garen and Sivir. You just want to curve out naturally. You already have the stat advantage. It's not really so much about choosing the blocker. Instead, just going to put that on the Gallant Rider. So this is like a really, really devastating mid-game board with the attack token now.
Not just that, but this is some speed Runeterra being played here. We're already at turn 6. Both players have played very, very quickly, very committed to their decisions. So it seems like they're both very familiar with this matchup, or at least with their decks, and know how to operate it. Not much thought being put into anything just yet. 5 damage, or going to 5 HP now. If you're a Turtle, if you're accepting this, you have to maybe Harsh Winds here. You take the Spell Shield off of Sivir, or you try and save your Trundle.
Saving Trundle, you keep another blocker in play. You still don't take down the Gallant Rider, though. It actually becomes Vanguard Cavalry now, but it still retains its challenger. And with 2 HP and tough, it's going to be surviving the Avalanche and the Bladed Ravines. And Sivir is getting closer and closer to leveling up. If you don't play a spell to get rid of Sivir's spell shield, if she does AoE spell shield, you're in a world of pain. Ruin Runner doubling down on this mid-game board as we head into the higher stages. Still a couple turns before Turtle's deck even hits its stride properly.
That's the first Withering Wheel I've seen in a long time. It does absolutely nothing damage-wise. Really no effect. Just takes off the 2 spell shields. Hits a tough unit and hits a unit with regen, but still effective at taking off these spell shields. from both the Rune Runner and the Sivir. So a 2-for-1. There's the single combat with the barrier Garen, getting the strike effect as well.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's only going to be his first strike because of the harsh winds denying the other. But that, again, just gets the big blocker off of the board to set up for the rest of the swing. If we actually look at the numbers here, we put Sivir down at the bottom of the line, and any unit that is about to hit after Sivir levels up will be retroactively granted the quick attack.
And there's no Rite of Negation in hand this time for Kershaka, but there's also no Ruination in hand for Turtle. So Turtle cannot punish this stroke of luck that Kershaka is able to finally not draw the Rite of Negation in this matchup. Does have the Vengeance at least to stop the Garen level up and stop this damage from coming through. And Turtles may be expecting the right, because we've seen Kershaka have the Rite of Negation, the single copy, every time he's played on stream against his Trundle list, but not there. Probably quite surprised. The Sivir level up will come through on this hit here from Sivir.
So the rest of the trades still go through spectacularly. Sivir's leveled up. The spell shield has been popped from earlier, so she's still just going to be granting quick attack, which is just as fair, right? You're just using the challenger and the quick attack to just bully your opponent out.
A Ruination would be huge if it is found by Turtle, because once you get to turn 10, he has the Roar combo into Ledros, and he has the Atrocity as well, which is a pretty big play.
If you force Kershaka to rebuild the board from this point, the chances of swinging through for that lethal damage is super high, and it's just committing, going all in, no Ruination, and not on the top deck. Turtle now just has to play the Ice Pillar, has to try to reestablish a wide board.
Levels up the Lissandra though, which means that next turn his opponent will be at 10 HP. So Atrocity and Ice Shard could do it for Turtle.
Yes. That is just enough. And the only thing that is... There's a couple options. There's Rite of Negation, maybe Concerted Strike, or Single Combat to stop the Ledros. What do we get? Oh, no! Turtle gonna close this out with the Atrocity, right? I think it's... He might respect. Typically, when you see these Atrocities come down, it's a little bit too risky. But with lethal being presented, it forces it, so you got to let it rip.
Yeah, if you have other outs and other ways to survive that you think are more likely, sure, you go for it. But at this point, Atrocity for 9, Ice Shard for 1, that equals 10, and that will be lethal, and there's nothing Kershaka can do about it. No Rite of Negation in hand to stop this. The Sharps can come in, but doesn't do anything here.
Finally, another game where you need the Rite of Negation to survive doesn't come through. Ice Shard, that extra little bit of damage to the Nexus, completes the combo. No Revitalizing Roar needed, no Watcher needed. Ledros Atrocity, the classic Shadow Isles Freljord finisher, coming through to seal the tournament for Turtle.
And seems a bit anticlimactic because this grand finals has lasted a total of maybe 15 to 20 minutes, but that's what you get when you get a quick 2-0, very confident, very fast play from Turtle, able to get the win there. And maybe if you're going to be someone looking at Kershaka's lineup and thinking that, it's nice, it's innovative, I like it, maybe adding a second Rite of Negation. If you expect so much Trundle and you expect the blowout plays in the early late game to be Vengeance and Ruination, maybe that is an addition. A second Rite of Negation can be added to the deck list. But still, great deck list, I think, from Kershaka. He played very well, but Turtle maybe just had the cleaner play, had 2 very proven decks in Fiora Shen and his new Trundle list. And if you're going to net deck someone, maybe this is the variant of Trundle Lissandra to play. We saw Ledros Atrocity with Roar being a very, very strong combo, maybe more than just the more complicated Watcher combos, and able to get a lot of very, very good wins here for Turtle.
Overall, the deck performed spectacularly, and the Fiora Shen, very nice to round it out. And even though it's a classic archetype, Turtle even put his own spin on it by running the Golden Aegis, the new card. Typically, those rallying effects have been slowly cut away from Fiora Shen, but with the extra barrier on top, the opportunities to rally become a lot more versatile, where it's still a good combat for you, and just recognizing that new power card for the archetype and just going all in on it spelled victory here.
And we will be going to a very short break. We'll be back with a winner's interview. So definitely don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We'll be back in just a few minutes for that winner's interview with Turtle.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. We just bore witness to a super fast-paced and decisive grand finals here to kind of break the grand finals bracket reset game 3 streak that we've been on for a long time. And we are joined now on the desk by our newly crowned winner, Turtle. Welcome in, friend.
Thank you, thank you.
Congrats, Turtle, on this great win. Obviously, you are the first actual UK player to win the tournament. Fly, I was told, did actually win it before, but he is, of course, Polish. He's living in the UK, but that's a different story. What are your opinions on the actual Runeterra scene for the UK specifically right now? Do you think there's a big pool of players? We see some very strong countries like France, like Spain, like Germany even. Do you think UK's at the level, or do you think there might still be a little bit more to work on to get there?
We definitely have some great players on ladder. The only thing is I don't see these ladder players getting in tournaments. I'd love to see some more people. Like you've got like Physical and Jimmy who finish like top 10 ladder, and you just don't see them in any grassroots. So there's definitely a few players out there.
We can try and maybe reach out to some of these players and see if we can make the UK scene a bit bigger as well here in the Fight Night tournaments.
Yeah, and we've seen you also, Turtle, really shouted out by other players as a practice partner, and just somebody who kind of helps brew up these tournament lineups as well. Is there anybody in particular that assists you when you're trying to assemble your decks for tournaments?
For this particular one, I had the Madmen, which is a group of people, especially like Catatus, Minites, and Pepsi Cola. You might know from winning EU Masters and everything, and they really helped me prepare last minute, because it was Croc asked me on Wednesday, and it was like, hey, 2 people have dropped out, can you join? I'm like, not have anything prepped, but luckily they were there.
So talking about practice partners and prep groups and competitive teams, I mentioned this on stream, but you were probably playing, so you didn't listen to this. I have a proposal for you, Turtle. This is a good proposal. Think about it. I'm going to give you some time. I'm going to give you a week to think about it. But I'm going to start a competitive team called Ruben's Zoo, and only animals can join. So you're obviously, the first pickup. Lobster's in. We have Cephalopod. I'm a panda, of course, and Mr. Bear as well. We have a pretty stacked team.
Stacked.
Oh.
Do you like the idea?
That sounds like a stacked team, and it covers all regions. So most regions anyway. We see an Asia region player, and we're solid.
We have players. We have a caster. I can do caster, manager type roles. I think we can make this work.
Global dynasties are being established here in real time on Fight Night Legends here. But another thing, while that is a very tasty offer, we need to give you plenty of time to think about it. I wanted to talk to you about the Golden Aegis inclusion in Fiora Shen. You went all in, 3 copies. Do you think that it's specifically just because Golden Aegis is that strong, or you think that Fiora Shen needs to start moving away from their sort of late game oriented status and double down more on the mid game now in this meta?
I think with Fiora Shen, I think you do require 3 of them, because it's an absolutely insane card. It can't be notified. It has to be denied. A lot of the time, obviously it gives a barrier, which just works really well with Fiora Shen. It might see some play in other Demacia decks, but I feel like Fiora Shen really has a home for it. And a lot of these aggro decks get easily punished. I mean, my lineup was specifically around Fizz TF, which only saw 1 of. That's why I run the 2 Notifies, but especially with the matron decks, is they'll struggle to clear a board if you can give something barrier. So it really does help.
I want to ask as well, with the Trundle list that you ran, obviously we've seen a lot of it today. I think most of the players competing today were expecting this, and myself as well, just from seeing ladder and seeing that it seemed like a very strong control option. There's been many different variants with people running, only the Ledros Atrocity package. Some people running the Matron package. You're running only the Ledros package, really, with the It Stairs as well as a tech card, as well as a flex spot. Are you happy with their version? Do you think this is the best and just the most competitive version of this deck right now, the most optimized list?
I think there's the big everyone's just jumped on the Matron train, and it's big hype and everything, and it counters a lot of the decks you see nowadays. But I personally think that Matron is definitely not going to be the concrete final deck, especially if some changes get made to Lysandra. I think Ledros is more consistent, because we saw in some of the games where people weren't drawing your combo. And even though it's very unlikely, Ledros is just more consistent, I think. And when you're playing long-winded tournaments here, best of 3, it's consistency is key.
Yeah, I agree. Do you think It That Stares finds a spot in this deck? Do you think it's that relevant as it?
The big It That Stares is it obviously it deals with Fizz TF, but with Entomb, you can Entomb a Watcher, you can Entomb a big threat, and then the turn after, you obviously have It That Stares that destroys the landmarks. You have the greedy ones that run a lot of Frozen Thrall. You have Temples. So I feel like one of It That Stares really punishes a lot of commitment and a lot of plays with Temple and landmarks.
Yeah,
so overall,
the interaction with the Entomb, actually, that's very interesting. That's not something I consider the Temples, of course, but it was maybe a bit too late to get that much value from deleting Temples. But yeah, I think it's an interesting card that can find some flexible tech, like a tech choice, basically, against certain matchups.
And obviously, it helps the Lysandra level up a bit quicker, because otherwise you're banking on Pillar and thing. So
yeah, so a card that It That Stares came out a while ago, just as sort of like a weird standalone card with the Aphelios release, and everybody was like, okay. and now it's actually starting to see a home. I do like it, especially with Three Sisters, getting those emergency entombs. Overall, just really inspired lineup. You covered all of your bases, and you even breathed a little bit of new life into Fiora Shen. That's been such a like cut and established archetype for a long time. Golden Aegis actually breaking the ice on that. A lot of players, I think, were hesitant to run the card. They didn't know if it was actually superior to Relentless Pursuit, and I think that you've like really moved the archetype forward. We're going to be seeing a lot more Golden Aegis, I think, going forward from here.
Yeah, and congrats on just a great tournament showing, Turtle. I think you played. I mean, we talked about this off stream. You did have maybe a few or one confusing minor misstep, which left me, I had to think about. I'm like, wait a minute. Mostly as a caster, when something happens that I think is incorrect or a misplay, I assume that I'm the one that doesn't have, the big brain to understand why this was happening. So you did baffle me. You did debate me for a little bit, but I think we can all agree it was maybe just...
It was me. It was actually me, like, thinking, I was planning way too far ahead. And I was thinking, of course, if he had some sort of, like, trickery with buffing his minions or something like that. Well, I don't know what I was thinking, but the Pillar, of course, had the... Pillar, of course, could just dragged it anyway.
But still, I think overall, just very clean play. So big congrats to you. And we'll be seeing you again, of course, next week. You did win this tournament, so you get re-invited back to the next fight night. So we'll be, great to see you again, and hopefully you can bring the same level to that tournament as well.
So again, once again, congratulations, and thank you for taking the extra time after this long, grueling tournament bracket to seal that win and take the time to still share a little bit of information about yourself and your lineup. So we'll be looking forward to you next week, and we'll see you then. But for you viewers here who are still in chat, don't forget we have more Fight Night action happening in a few hours. It's going to be happening NA, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's going to be midnight European time. And they're still going to be coming up now, Casanova and Blevins, the dynamic duo, with another stacked 8-person bracket. And we'll see what sort of list they've come up with across the pond. So until then, we will catch you next week for Fight Night EU, and you have a good one.